Now, today, we're going to see what if you reincarnated as Harry Potter and met every hero, Harry X Hunter X Hunter X DxD X Naruto X Tower of God, and many more. It's part 1. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. I was an ordinary regular high school boy at the age of 17 with regular grades, and have a healthy hobby of reading manga and fanfiction. Everything was supposed to be normal with my life until the night I dreamt of a certain wizard Marshall Zelrich in his room at the clock tower. It's an honor to meet a person such as yourself. Forgive this humble peon. I am unworthy of such an honor of meeting the universal king of pranksters/troll, even if this I only a dream. I said as I bowed at the vampire. Ah, I see I'm famous. You're perfect. What do you say, young man? Care to be one of my experiment? I'm awfully bored nowadays, and I am in need of a few willing volunteers who understand my branch art. And by that I mean watching victims in uncomfortable situations. What do you say? Care to throw your boring life away and live a life of excitement? That asked Zelrich. I have been bored lately. I'm in on the off chance that this is a dream. It was still nice to meet you. By the way, my name is Zed. I replied. You won't regret this, young man. Oh, how you made my day. What was your name again? Oh, right. Nice meeting you, Harry. Zelrich said as he faded away. Harry, what does he mean by that? Oh, well, a very strange dream indeed, was the last thought Zed had before he heard a loud sound. Boy, wake up. Another bang on the door again. I said, boy, wake up. Yes, I'm awake. I opened my eyes to see a dark room in a low ceiling. What? Strange. I will better open the door. As I opened the door, what I saw shocked me. In front of me was none other than Vernon Dursley from Harry Potter. Realization suddenly hit me like a ton of bricks. The dream I had was real. Oh, well, best get into character. Who knows when I'll get a beating from those fanfiction stories I read. It wasn't that nice. Boy, make us breakfast. Today is Dudley's 6th birthday, and we're going to the zoo. I'm still debating on whether to take you along with us. It is a 3-day event. I'm planning to take the family to see the sights after that, said Vernon. A number of scenarios flashed to my mind, and I smiled. I'll get to it, Uncle Vernon, but please, it's Dudley's birthday. It's a special day. I wouldn't want to ruin it with my freakishness. I'm sure Mrs. Figs can check up on me. I replied. Uncle Vernon seems to ponder upon what I said and smiled. Why, that's the brightest idea I heard all day. Who knew you had it in you, boy? Now quickly prepare breakfast. I'm in a good mood. I will allow you to have free access to the fridge while we are away. Just don't forget your chores. I will know because I will ask Mrs. Figs. I'll get to it, sir. I quickly went to the kitchen and prepared a traditional Western breakfast. A few hours later, and a satisfied Dudley leaving, and I'm alone. Yes, I said in internal triumph. Suddenly, I noticed a screen flashing in front of me, and I decided to click it. Ding! In 5. Using you cunning brain, you have somehow found 3-day Dursley free day. Ding, cooking LV1. Is that what I think it is? Definitely some kind of gaming menu. Could it be stats? I said as a window popped up. Ding, character name, Harry alignment. Neutral level, 1. Profession, Gary Stu gamer title, none. Fame, 0. Health, 300. Mana, 300. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Vitality, 10. Wisdom, 10. Intellect, 15. Luck, 10. Well, that's a shocker. I know I'll try the magic thing, Harry said as he manipulated and controlled his powers. 1 hour later. Ding, you have learned magic or mana manipulation. You are on your way to be a magician. Harry smiled. Then he had a revelation. The systems actually looks like a copy of a manga named Gamer from his old world. Maybe, Harry said as he copied the steps from the manga and decided to imitate it. Then lo and behold. Ding, you have created skill spinning mana arrow. Don't you have any originality? Do you want to keep the skill? Yes/no. Yes. Now to create that dungeon skill similar to that manga, Harry said as he focused his mana and directed it to create a dome. After 20 minutes, he succeeded. Ding, you have created skill ID create. You will be able to make dungeons. The higher the level, the higher the monsters. Automatically learn skill I'd escape to exit dungeon. Do you want to learn the skill? Yes/no. Yes. Now that I have the means of an attack. Now let's get started. ID create. Harry said as a large force field appeared in the area. Harry went outside and explored. He saw green slimes everywhere. He started killing them with his spinning mana arrow. A few hours later, Harry leveled to LV5, leveled his spinning mana arrow level 3, which can now produce 2 spinning mana arrow, as well as reduced mana cost, and accumulated 1,000 gold from drops and a few jelly-like substance. The earth rumbled and a new figure appeared. It looked like a giant green slime with a crown. Man, wish I had a scan skill. Oh wait, I will just create one, Harry said as he focused his mana. Ding, you have learned scan. Able to see information and statuses of items and enemy. More information as level increases. Scan. Slime King equals boss monster. Appears when many slimes are slain. Harry charged his spinning mana arrow and unleashed it at the Slime King. It was like having a giant target, although he did run like crazy, careful not to be flattened. After 2 hours of running and hitting the target or kiting, he managed to defeat it. Ding, level up. X5, you are now level 10. Harry smiled and picked up the drops. He obtained 500 gold, 2 small mana potions, MP 100 and a pokeball, used to tame a monster at 5% chance, and a random potion. Scan random potion. Random potion, potion that has random effects. Care to try your luck? Duh. Harry smiled. After resting a bit, he decided to try his luck and drank the potion. Harry felt dizzy, and he noticed that his surrounding was beginning to distort. He panicked, but just as soon as he got his bearings, his surroundings stabilized. One thing is certain though, he was now in a forested area. Ding, you have acquired 999 luck for the next 5 minutes. Congratulations. Harry snorted. Yeah, right, and now I'm lost, he said. Then he heard some rustling in the trees. Suddenly in front of Harry was a very, very big wolf the size 10 meters tall. Its teeth were showing its very large canine fangs, and its saliva was drooling while it was looking at Harry. Harry was in a bind. He would for all purposes be a dead man. Harry only did one thing and cursed as he shouted, "Damn you, Zelrich." Harry was saying his prayers until he remembered that he had a pokeball. He was grasping straws here. With his last-ditch effort, he pulled the pokeball off his inventory/pocket dimension and used said item, and though wetted at the monstrous beast. The beast felt no threat as its prey throwed a feeble ball at him. Then all of a sudden the beast was swallowed in a bright red light. Ding, ding, ding. Silence was heard. Harry opened his eyes to see if it was the afterlife for him, but he was still alive. He saw the ball in front of him and picked it up. He inspected it a couple of times and said scan. Pet Mike, species. Battle Wolf, super rare, level 100 max. Tittle, Eternal Guard dog health, 100000. Mana, 50,000. Strength, 200. Agility, 200. Vitality, 200. Wisdom, 200. Intellect, 200. Luck, 200. Harry stared at the pokeball for 10 minutes, then pocketed the thing in his inventory. He decided it was time to get out of the place, wherever he is, and descended down the mountain. Someone's POV. Now the last of our tour today is Kookaroo Mountain, home to famous Zoldyck family assassins. It is said that no one has ever passed through this gates alive, said the female guide. Miss, there's a kid wearing oversized clothes coming out of the gate, and it looks like he's seen a monster judging by how scared he is. What? Quick kid, come over here where it's safe. There are monsters living inside that mountain, the female guide shouted in her tour bus. Harry's POV. Harry ran down the mountain as fast as he could. Who knows what kind of monsters are lurking at the place? He ran until he saw a large metal gate and a small wooden one right beside it. He quickly headed to the wooden gate and opened it. Thankfully, it was unlocked and ran outside. He saw a bus and ran towards it like his life depended on it, and a female shouted at him to come towards the bus, explaining how dangerous the place was. She didn't have to tell him twice, and he ran towards the bus. The guide ordered the driver to floor it, and the bus went away from that dangerous place. Zaboro was having the usual day, guarding the gate in his post. He suddenly looked at a 6-year-old child running outside the gate like his life depended on it. The tour guide shouted at the kid to get at the bus to get away from the den of assassins, and then the bus made for a quick getaway. Zaboro blinked once, then twice. You don't see something like that every day. Must be a new prank the Zoldyck came up with. Who knows what those crazy bunch of people think. Zaboro said as he went back to listen to the radio and went to his duty. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This is purely a fanfic for enjoyment. Crossover from various games, books, anime, manga, and movies. The familiar characters you see here belongs to their respected authors and owners. Harry's POV. After the quick getaway from the Zoldyck estate, Harry has finally room to breathe. The guide explained to me that I narrowly escaped certain death from the world-renowned assassins called the Zoldicks. The name sounded familiar. After 5 minutes of pondering, it finally dawned onto me that I was in the world of Hunter x Hunter. Seriously, man, that potion must be really potent since it made me jump dimensions if my speculation is correct. Damn Potter luck. Oh wait, I'm him now, crud. The guide questioned me how I got there, and I told him a lie that my parents abandoned me at a park and some bad men came and stuffed me in a bag. They were saying something about an experiment, and after I blacked and woke up in a mountain full of dangerous animals and ran away from it, the rest leading up to this point. The guide cried in sympathy and decided to adopt me until I can be independent. I learned later on that her name was Maria Stein. She was an independent woman. A few days later, my name became Harry Potter Stein. I continued my basic education and continued to train very hard. I knew this place was very, very dangerous. 5 years later, I decided to join this year's Hunter exam to test my skills. My training has been hard, but it was very fruitful. I remember it like it was yesterday. Flashback. Training Year 1. My Create dungeon has been invaluable to my growth. Having access to multiple enemies has been very enlightening. I have faced monsters from slimes, wolves, werewolves, orcs, kobolds, armored knights, and many more. The difficulty increased, but the item drops were phenomenal, and they really sell well on my private little auction website I created. It has been gaining popularity. I found out in my reviews of my purchase that all items I sold had an aura on it if one used Gyo from a professional hunter who bought some items out of curiosity. My wares increased from simple animal skins and hide to elixirs to prolong health, and some panacea medicine pop up once in a while that is a multi-purpose cure medicine. Exotic ingredients like jewel meat and dragon blood were sold here too, attracting gourmet hunters for a piece of the action. Elemental weapons that seemed to rival the Ben's knife series were getting popular, like an ice falchion, a flame sword, and a zephyr trident that has water control properties. I am very thankful for the skill book drop I gained and learned the skill instant delivery. A very useful skill that needs only a picture and I can send items instantaneously to the recipient of my buyers. This has been why I have been able to remain anonymous and avoided shady characters and middlemen. Training Year 2. I am level 35 now, and I have been able to acquire some skill books from time to time. They're surprisingly very rare, but they are very helpful. The rumor mill about the mysterious auction house website that popped up a year ago has been gaining popularity full blast and also got the attention of unwanted thieves and robbers. My website has been recognized by the Hunter Association as a very legitimate business and was recommended to billionaire clients. It also garnered a prestige in the mafia communities. One Nostrad family has been my steady supporter, especially that Prophecy Seer Neon. Training Year 3. I am level 50 now, and my dungeon skill has leveled tremendously and has given me access to the new dungeon, Wonder Mines. The monster spawning were very difficult, but my god, they drop gems with special effects. I have gotten some Nova Ruby, Arctic Sapphire, Mystic Emerald, and some Stardust Diamond. These gems are very large that it was really hard to let them go, but hey, I have gotten a reputation on my auction site, and my customers need me. It was with a heavy heart that I sold them off. They were surprisingly mostly hoarded and sold to one customer named Biscuit Lover 19. On closer inspection on the photo, and I was shocked that it was Biscuit Kruger, the Biscuit Kruger that trained Gon and Killua. I researched Greed Island and found out that it was not yet cleared, so I have an estimate of the timeline now. One day in the Wonder Mines, I encountered a Mirage Golem boss, a golem with many different crystals sprouting in its body. The boss was very hard to defeat and was almost seemed invincible. I battled the boss to the best of my abilities and with the major abuse of my potions. It lasted 8 hours, and I finally managed to defeat the most troublesome opponent I have faced so far. It dropped a skill book called Angel's Purification that heals fatal injuries, broken limbs, and cures all diseases, and also able to exorcise all negative effects, including curses and harmful abilities. The boss also dropped two identical gems called Aurora Galaxy. The gem was truly a rare kind, a jewel that has an aurora dancing inside the orb. It grants the wearer protection from mind intrusions, mind control, forceful teleportation, harmful rituals, and instant death curses. The effects are passive and works as long as it is on your person. It does still work if it is on my inventory. A moment later, I realized that I still had my pet battle wolf, but was forgotten in heat of the battle, so I reminded myself that I was still very lucky, and I also received some awesome items. I jumped for joy. I quickly learned the angel purification skill and cast it upon myself. A scream was heard from my scar that oozed of black smoke, exorcising Voldemort's Horcrux. I managed to unblock my magical blocks and magical bindings placed on me, and confusion charms too. I also managed to unblock my e-tick memory. It really is a happy occasion. I now have a way to prevent my future kidnapping from Dumbledore in case he sends his pet Phoenix, the Owl Delivery, Scrying and Dimension Spell Teleporter, and the protection of the effects of the Triwizard Cup in case my name is ever put in there thanks to my Aurora Galaxy Gem. Yay me. What to do with the other Aurora Galaxy Gem? It seems very priceless to me, but my self-taught techniques can only go so far. Wait a minute. Gem, Jules, and Biscuit Kruger. That's it. I'll ask her to train me in the arts of none. Taking Biscuit Kruger's contact info, I decided to mail her if she would be interested in teaching me the arts of none. Of course, it won't be for free, of course. I attached a video of my payment. The video contained the other piece of Aurora Galaxy Gem that I recently acquired. I decided to be open with her, that since all the items I sold were rare, and since she can tell that if she used Gyo that it is indeed authentic, I informed her that the items have special effects. This particular gem has an anti-curse, mind protection, control, and negative effects nullifier, including harmful none, which is invaluable to a hunter's profession. Suffice to say that not even 10 minutes passed, and I got a reply from her. She said that a gem and that ability rolled into one got her sold, and I gave her the meeting place in Heaven's Arena in the next 5 days in their exclusive hotel. Well, since I was now a multi-billionaire, it was easy to set up a VIP room. The meeting with the famous double-star treasure hunter was very exciting. She looked really pretty in person. She was very shocked to find that the owner of the mystery exotic auction site was in fact a 9-year-old boy with messy black hair. Suffice to say, she gaped at me for a whole 30 minutes. One of the most richest person in the world was a kid really screws with a person's perspective, especially for a professional hunter like herself. After the matter got settled aside, I told her that I probably was in the specialization side of none, but skipped the basics, which is very deadly in the hunter profession, especially with the Phantom Troupe at large. After signing a contract with Biscuit Kruger, we started our intense training. Training year 4. Biscuit inserted none on me, unlocking my own. Thankfully, with my very high mana control, LV, adjusting to my control of none aura came natural to me. My sensei was very impressed and decided to introduce her brand of torture/training by making me do extreme exercises that would put Mato Guy from Naruto to shame, increasing my average stamina to super levels. I started my nun training once my sensei deemed me suitable. 10. Once a person has had their aura nodes opened, they must learn to keep their aura from leaking away from their body. 10. Envelop, shroud, is the process of keeping the nodes open, but also having aura flow through and around the body rather than away from it. Once maintained, it creates a shroud around the user that feels similar to standing in lukewarm, viscous fluid. Having a shroud of aura surround the body is the most basic defense against the emotional attacks from other users of none. However, it can't defend against non-physical attacks. 10 maintains youthful vigor and reduces one's aging. Since the energy powering the body no longer leaks away, one can keep the body from breaking down and deter the aging process. Through frequent meditation, one can improve the quality of their 10. Zetsu. While 10 allows a user to keep aura from leaking away from their body, Zetsu, suppress, null, stops the flow of aura from their body altogether. By closing all of their aura nodes, the user is able to stop almost all outflow of their aura like water from a valve. Since the user is no longer surrounded by their own aura, they are more sensitive to the aura of others. This can be useful when tracking another person, and it will also prevent other users of none from noticing them. Zetsu can also be used to relieve fatigue, since it forces the body's external layer of aura to be fully contained within. However, since Zetsu involves shutting off one's aura, it can be dangerous due to it leaving the body defenseless against any aura attack. Even a weak attack enhanced with none could do massive damage. Ren, refine, enhance is a direct application of 10. Since a user is capable of keeping aura from leaking away from the body, it's also possible for them to produce more aura around themselves without having to worry about losing it. Ren focuses on outputting a high amount of aura and keeping it on the body, expanding the size and intensity of it. If 10 is considered to be purely defensive, then Ren typically what is used for offense. This increases the user's physical strength and durability and provides a large pool of aura for any advanced techniques or individual skills they decide to use. Hatsu, release, act, is the release or transmission of one's aura, so it can be projected to carry out a certain function. In essence, Hatsu is one's personal expression of none that creates a special and unique paranormal ability, colloquially called a none ability. A good Hatsu should reflect a person's own character. One can never truly master none if they only copy other people's abilities. The lessons were torture and sensei is always finding interesting new ways to polish this emerald gem. I did find out with my Nin water divination test that it made an emerald gem inside the glass. It really was shocking. I guess that it stems from my gamer ability that the creation of skills were fairly an easy concept. The key word is creation, since normally that would be conjuration, but it had a tad bit more potent. For months passed, and my sensei finally deemed me to learn advanced Nen techniques. Gyo focus is an advanced application of Ren by which a Nun user concentrates a larger than normal portion of their aura into one specific body part. Gyo increases the strength of that one body part, but leaves the rest of the body more vulnerable. Gyo is most often used in the eyes, allowing a Nin user to see aura and things which would otherwise be hidden, e.g. Nin objects hidden by conceal is an advanced form of Zetsu used to almost completely conceal the presence of a Nin user's aura. It can be used on a Nin user's Hatsu ability to make it invisible to other non-users. It can be countered by using Gyo in the eyes or through one. Circle is an advanced application of Run and Ten. In Run, aura usually envelopes only a small amount of space around the user's body, and is when one extends their Ren so that their aura extends further than normal, then uses 10 at the same time to give shape to the aura, usually a sphere. Someone using Un can feel the shape and movement of anything entering their circle. The downside to this is that it is extremely tiring and draining for the Nun user to constantly deploy so much aura. Those who master In are typically able to extend their Un to a circle of a 50m radius. Shu, enfold, is an advanced application of 10. Shu allows a user of Nun to extend their aura's envelopment onto an object, allowing them to use that object as if it were an extension of their own body. For example, one could use Shu to extend their 10 around an object, which would strengthen and protect the object like the way Ren strengthens and protects their body. Fortify is the advanced version of the basic Ren technique. Ken is a defensive technique where a Nun user maintains a state of Run over their entire body, allowing them to defend against attacks from any direction without the need to use Gyo. Ken is as useful as a defensive position, but is tiring to maintain. Additionally, it is not as strong as Gyo on any given part of the body, since it protects the whole body evenly. Because of that, it is used to guard when one wants to be cautious. Temper, is an enhanced version of Gyo in which all of an individual's aura is concentrated into one particular body part. Zetsu is used to completely stop the flow of Nun in all other parts of the body. This makes that one body part exceptionally powerful, but leaves the rest of the body completely unprotected. This is used by some Nun users as an offensive technique. A punch would carry all 100% of your aura with it, but it is a risky move, leaving the rest of one's body unprotected in a fight against another ninjutsu is generally not a good idea. Co-results in one's aura creating a high-pitched dissonance, somewhat akin to the sound of metal being ground. Ryu, flow, is the term for real-time use of gyo, the adjustment of aura concentration in various body parts, by a ninjutsu in battle. For example, the use of gyo to increase the amount of nun in a fist as one strikes with it, to increase damage done, or to increase the amount of nun in an arm as it is used to block a blow for extra defense. Those explanations were a mouthful, but my sensei's application with them were, how should I say this? Yes, the opening of Pandora's box would be the expression I'm looking for. Now I know how Gon and Killua felt from the anime when my sensei decided to pull the same stunt with me. Dragging me out the middle of nowhere, having me sleep with a boulder around my head. I had many lumps on my head from that. I would have died if I did not have none. She also made me dig through a mountain with the application of shoe through a shovel. She really is eccentric. By the end of the year, I can do these things flawlessly, and my sensei was ecstatic. It would do her no justice in her effort to polish my potential. She would be a borderline perfectionist if I ever see one. I gave my end of the bargain and handed her the Aurora Galaxy Gem. It was really amusing watching her reaction. It almost gave me the impression that she got a major orgasm just by rubbing said jewel. Ahem. Now let us get away from any more lewd thoughts. She said to me that I was one of Pri's pupil she had the honor to teach, and I thanked her for her great tutelage. We said our goodbye and went our separate ways. I did a recap on my skills. I have a level 30 ID create a level 30 spinning mana arrow that lets me freely manipulate 10 arrows like limbs. Angel's Purification level 1, still it's very powerful. I also have some other skills I developed. I like the mana shield idea for protection that I remade/copied from the gamer manga. It was level 30, the shield made my skills were very strong, and now has less mana consumption and I can layer it too. Skill books were very scarce, but I did obtain a teleportation skill book. I know it is a very valuable skill. I can already tell it's way better than apparition. I abused the skill like Shuimpa from Bleach, enough that I managed to unlock an advanced version of it called Warp. It can transport people to my set destinations. All my Nin skills were merged to Nin Mastery, which is at level 40, a very advanced level, and I get a huge passive stat boost and mana regeneration from the skill. I also have my trusty instant delivery skill at level 60. It costs no mana now, and I can deliver anything to any person with his name only instead of having a picture when it was low level. My scan is now level 40, really useful for identifying anything, including hidden abilities like none, and it also shows their stats and health. My mana control, or mana manipulation, is level 40. This skill maximizes the mana consumption efficiency I use with all my skills. It truly is my bread and butter. I also have my cooking skills at level 50. Harry's original love for food transferred to me. Who could blame him? It was like learning a whole new language if Harry was honest with himself. He would rival the top 3-star gourmet hunters, and he would often enter at a hunter-sponsored gourmet contest and send his dishes anonymously with his initial H. The food he delivered was placed in a very special container that preserves the food's flavor indefinitely, and it won't spoil either. He ordered the container from a well-renowned triple-star gourmet hunter, coupled with some rare cooking utensils that he had gotten from the dungeon drops that sometimes pop up, to which he saved them for himself to increase his cooking repertoire. Harry having an assortment of cooking utensils for any occasion and passion lead intriguing results that he have unearthed secret flavors from the ingredients, creating new wonderful flavors that one would die for. Harry's cooking skill was so high that never noticed that he gained a new cooking-related skill called Food Honor. This skill immerses oneself to the gratefulness of nature's bounty, that it enables the user prepare very delicate and sensitive ingredients and reduces the amount of wasted energy by performing unnecessary action, giving each movement fluid and graceful movements. Harry has been able to cook the legendary bubble fruit that is said to pop with the tiniest of movement. This earned Harry, or his alias H, a worthy recognition of Triple-Star Gourmet Hunter Award. However, since it was sent unanimously, he never was awarded, and Harry was completely oblivious to this fact. Many came to anticipate this mystery chef in Gourmet Hunter contest, but they were baffled that the chef suddenly stopped entering. Busquet Kruger was also completely oblivious of this fact and was treated to Harry's delicious food during her time as Harry's mentor. Busquet would soon realize in her later years that none rivaled his apprentice cooking skills, and even the world-famous Minchie tried to bribe her once for a favor and was baffled when Biscuit replied, "It's very good, but there is just something lacking. I can't quite put my finger on it." Ever since that day, it was Minchie's mission to satisfy Biscuit, and Biscuit earned a title of Hell Critic, if not even the very picky Minchie can satisfy her. Busquet, of course, was oblivious to this, which made the whole Hunter community amused and decided to keep it that way. Harry, for his part, bribed his cooking preservative supplier with rare utensils in exchange for the method of how the supplier made their eternity preservation cooking were skill in a handwritten book form. The supplier was baffled by this strange request, but since it really was just the skin of his nose, and he got the better end of the deal, he agreed. Some time later, Harry received the questionable book and read it and was satisfied. Since books merely gave an overview of things needed, one could only understand a tip of the iceberg kind of thing. But since the supplier was a fellow food colleague in the pursuit of the art of cooking, he revealed every knowledge and tricks he accumulated over the years and poured it in his book like a piece of history for future generations. So when Harry willed his magic to learn from the book as a skill like one of his skill books, he was surprised when he read the message. Ding, you have learned eternity, make LV 30. Due to high advance, understanding, and instructions of the book, you have learned the skill equivalent in a budding master in art of making items that has the property of long-lasting preservation that could be preserved for eternity. I was one happy camper and went on his next piece of agenda. I decided to check on my pet Mike, the battle wolf. Mike was a very loyal companion to have. I was first scared of it when I decided to summon it the first time around, but I found out that it was very loyal to me now. None of that Zoldyck-style brainwashing were left. It has been a year since I have summoned my loyal friend, and I was eagerly missed if the indication of his licks to go by. I decided to treat him when I created a dungeon and hunted some enemies to feed Mike. I was really surprised with my performance. It has now a flair of grace to it, making my heart smile. Training Year 5. After restocking a treasure trove of items from my dungeons, I decided it was time to reopen my exotic shop business. It has been a year since I announced that I was temporarily closing down my shop. A surge of outrage was in the rumor community, sprouting different reasons for the sudden change. There was a huge shift in the community as the prices of my items nearly became 10 times the value of their worth. Getting at least one of my items was a sign of prestige nowadays. The Hunter Association was in dismay, as my items were very helpful in the occupation and the loss of it lowered morale. Suffice to say, it had a very huge impact in the world and the underground community. Then one day, without warning, the auction site was up and running again, complete with new wares, exotic ingredients, items of rare value, clothes with higher quality and enhancing properties. Also, items that give some lesser-known abilities were also available. Assorted and new, undiscovered rare jewels were also included. There was also a new section of enchanted pets ranging from a morphing pink slime, a phoenix, a flying fish that floats on land and breathes air, a fire salamander, a miniaturized dragon, a nine-tailed fox, a duck that lays golden eggs, and an owl that have feathers made of full silver. These were on egg form, of course, and can be hatched with an incubator, which was provided with the purchase. The world was on an uproar. The legendary auctioneer, my dubbed nickname, was back on action, and anybody who was worth their salt and on a high position of power were ecstatic. The new limited section of legendary beasts that were included as pets shocked the world. It rivaled the accomplishment of exploring the Dark Continent. Some were skeptical about the legendary pets, but it was an irrefutable fact that all items sold on the site so far were of very high quality, every last one, so their doubts was erased. The rush of the bids was borderline staggering. Many zeros were piling on bids. It was the talk of the world, and it was even aired on the television. Some even documented it for historical purposes. After the end of the week, it was time for the winning bid delivery. The instant teleportation delivery always astonished the people. The winners of the legendary beasts were surprised at the sheer authenticity of the creatures. Videos of said creatures shocked the world and the Hunter Association. One Neon Nostrad was a very happy lady since she forced her daddy to bid on almost all the animals, almost making them broke. They were very surprised when they hatched that the animals, true to the legendary auctioneer's words, they were, legendary. The Nostrad family collected tears of the phoenix with healing properties and mystic scales of the miniature dragon with elemental properties, if it were made into weapons and armor, were sold at a very high price. Suffice to say that the Nostrad family became richer. Neon's father was laughing in his, but never in all of his daughter's pestering of buying rare items rarely paid off, but this one was a huge haul. Indeed, it kept his daughter happy, and it made him gain more wealth, power, and prestige. Oh, all was right in the world. Harry's bank account has many zeros that he never knew what to do with it. So Harry decided to better the world. He gave charitable donations to the orphanage and relief stations in case of disasters around the world. He also gave a sizable donation to the Hunter Association, which shocked them to their core. Chairman Netero was laughing uncontrollably with his meeting with Biscuit Kruger that day and pestering her on the identity of the legendary auctioneer was. Biscuit was rather tight-lipped about it and teased the chairman when she showed her the Aurora Galaxy gem of her payment, emphasizing her raw emotions of love at the gem and bragging to him about her excellent student. Harry also applied for emancipation and had the papers done. He thanked her adopted mother Maria Stein for her continued love and support. He gave her a black platinum credit as a thank you gift for taking care of him and said their heartwarming goodbye. Maria checked on the bank later that day and checked the amount his adopted son gave her. She was told that there was 50 billion Jenny on the account on her name. Shock overcame her and fainted after hearing the amount his adopted son gave him. Harry went to Heaven's Arena to see the different nin fights on floors above floor 200. It gave Harry an overview of different nin abilities have to offer. He accidentally met Wing there and his apprentice Zushi, although Harry tried to avoid contact. His aura of power raised some flags, and Wing was curious at the almost 11-year-old kid who have a perfect control of none. He was shocked to find out that he was a student of his sensei, Biscuit Kruger, and hit off from there. Harry wished that was all he attracted, but the battle maniac Hisoka was curious about him too when he met him. Damn his Potter luck. Hisoka wouldn't stop bugging him, so he was forced to enter the arena and rose quickly at floor 200. Suffice to say, he was suddenly invited to a duel when he reached floor 200 by Hisoka, much to his dismay, contrary to an excited Hisoka. Tickets were all sold out and were very expensive in their price. Many were curious why the floor master decided to challenge a newbie, but the fight he was always in was all very exciting, so it was quickly sold out. The fight started with a high-speed martial arts exchange of nun-enhanced blows. It lasted for 30 minutes, and the arena floor was a mess. Hisoka smirked and decided to play dirty and decided to use his bungee gum that connected on my left shoulder. He was smiling heavily now, clearly showing his intentions, but I decided to teleport at the tip end of the arena. Hisoka was shocked that his bungee gum was cut off when I used my teleport ability. Since my ability is a form of space-time technique, the nun connecting his bungee gum connection was cut off. It was Harry's turn to smile. He raised his arm and said spinning mana arrow, and 10 deadly energy-looking projectile appeared around Harry, shocking both the audience and Hisoka. Harry unleashed his technique. They were both fast and was a semi-homing technique that could be guided with Harry's discretion. It also have piercing properties too, so when Hisoka was hit with the projectile, even with his fully activated kin aided in his defense, he received massive damage and passed out. The announcer declared Harry the winner, and cheers were shouted at both competitors for their masterful display of skills. Harry decided for a quick getaway before a battle frenzy. Hisoka recovers. He said goodbye to Wing and Zushi, explaining why he in a rush to run away. Both shivered at the thought of a battle frenzy. Hisoka, after you're behind. It is after all one of the scariest things in the world. They both pitted and wished luck for Harry. Flashback end. Harry was 11 years old now and is eligible for the Hunter exam. He paid a Hunter information broker for the test location for this year's Hunter exam and was surprised to find out that it was held in Zaban City in a certain restaurant establishment. This definitely is an open can of worms. He guessed that this year was gone will apply for the Hunter exam. He was debating on whether to avoid contact with them and stay with the timeline. He laughed at the train of his thought. He already made big changes in this world, so he might as well enjoy it. Harry entered the elevator to an underground area inside the restaurant and went on the test site. Many things are in store for the young Gary Stu Potter, so tune in next time. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This is purely a fanfic for enjoyment. crossover from various games, books, anime, manga, and movies. The familiar characters you see here belongs to their respected authors and owners. Harry's POV. I was given my participant plate number as number 444. It really was unlucky sign. I noticed Tompa and his nice guy act with the newbies. I also noticed the last person I least wanted to see. It was Hisoka himself playing a house of cards in his corner with his plate number 44. I tried to hide myself to avoid him, but it was not meant to be. By all odds, it was like the spirit of Zelrich was there beside me. I could have sworn I heard his voice saying, "By the troll powers vested in me, I bestow upon you the ancient Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times," was what I heard, and with an ominous laughter the voice left. And as if triggering some sort of event, Hisoka saw me and was looking at me with, "Is that a puppy dog eyes? By God, how did he pull that off?" It was like one of the 7 wonders of the world, right in front of my eyes, and I was unable to resist him. God, someone must be laughing in their seats. So with a heavy heart, I headed beside Hisoka, earning himself a smile that promised certain pain to anyone who got in his way. Every other contestant suddenly gave way for me towards my intended destination. There was a dumbstruck Tompa who was planning to give me a laxative-filled soda routine, but backed off the last minute. Illumi Zoldyck in his pinhead guy disguise was giving Hisoka strange looks as if he sprouted a second head. Oh, I finally found my favorite kitten. Big packages do come in small sizes. After all, my time with you was quite an amazing experience. That really was my first. Since then, I can't help but keep looking for you. I sure am lucky, Hisoka said in a playful voice. I just replied and copied the famous Uchiha, saying and replied, "Aichin," and sat beside Hisoka, and Hisoka replied with a pout. Every person in the room just gave a sweat-dropped reaction. Another 5 minutes later, and there was a unanimous shout of YEH from everyone as if they had an epiphany. For those who still did not understand the reaction, carefully ponder upon what Hisoka said earlier. There's 50% chance that you will be thinking of a sexual implication. This was certainly on the thought of the participants in the room, and seeing Hisoka just said it to an 11-year-old kid, they would naturally imply that Hisoka was a pedophile. Who knew the bloodthirsty Joker has a thing for cute little boys? Contrary to popular belief, Hisoka implied his first defeat in his battle at Hevian's arena with Harry as the winner. The roundabout way he said this in the open just didn't turn out the way one would expect. Whether he purposefully said it that way or not, we will never know. And with Harry's lacking reaction taking it to stride, made the impression that both were an item/couple, which left a foul taste in everyone's mouth. Some fainted. Some were choking with their stomach acid frothing in their mouths. The scene lasted for another 5 minutes until the last of participants arrived, consisting of Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio. Meanwhile, the disguised Illumi was lost in his thoughts, and Killua fainted at the earlier event. But both quickly recovered when the test examiner Satatsu, who for some reason one could not see his mouth, arrived and gave his explanations and the instructions of the test to follow him to the next side of the exam. And then he gave the starting signal, and the hunter exam started. 3 hours of high-speed walking passed. Satatsu's way of walking was a very strange thing I noticed, and since Hisoka was sticking with me like a glue, no one dared to follow beside us, and I probably missed the antics of Gon and the group and assumed it was the same as the anime. We arrived halfway through our destination called New Marsh, and the doppelganger monkey thing reared his head claiming to be the real examiner. And as usual, Hisoka throwed a nun-enhanced card attack at both the real examiner and the fake, killing the fake while the examiner blocked it with ease and gave Hisoka a warning. I asked Hisoka, and he replied that he was bored, really bored. I realized that I was very bored too, and pouted, gaining Hisoka's understanding. Suddenly, I smiled an evil smile that rivaled Hisoka's own evil smile earlier, gaining an instant reaction with the exam group who stayed away from me and Hisoka. I want to talk with Satatsu for a little chat with a game I had in mind, and the instructor gave the OK signal. I concentrated on my ID create, also known as Dungeon Creator, and toggled a personalized version and selected Zombies level 5 and put the option No Drops Included. Normally, this would not be possible, but since I leveled the Dungeon Create skill at a high level, it gave me options to toggle a personalized version dungeons called My Dungeon, and I can only customize up to level 10 monsters. I also inputted the size of the dungeon, but with my food honor, high mana control, and Heinen mastery skills, the normally very large MP consumption drain of this skill is hardly a dent on my reserves. I pointed my finger at the sky and concentrated. Everyone was giving me strange looks as if I was crazy. Then suddenly a large sphere formed above, extending 3 kilometers distance. The sun suddenly turned into blood color. Everyone was panicking except the veterans. Then a pop-up message appeared in front of everyone with a mechanical voice explaining it. Ding! Welcome to Hunter's Exam bonus game. Instead of deadly creatures that inhabit this land, you will face additional new monsters that will pop up now, and since it became a little bit hard now, the effects of the terrain fog, or as I call it, fog of war, has been removed. The objective remains the same. Follow the Hunter Examiner towards the next destination. This has been approved by Mr. Satatsu himself, rest assured. This game has been kindly provided by the amazing H. This game will begin in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. The notice in front of everybody shattered into polygons, and Mr. Satatsu started running towards the next site of the exam. Zombies started to appear, scaring the faint of heart. The zombies were strong, but very slow, and only those who did not have courage fell victim to zombies, and some of the participants also fell victim of the swamp monsters, thus weeding the strong for the upcoming Hunter world. Hisoka was livid when he heard screams everywhere. Killua and Gon were enjoying it like a pretty good game. Illumi was taking it to a stride, and Leorio was sticking close to Kurapika because he was scared of his wits. The 2-hour timer was up, and the first exam was over. I ended my ability. There was a pop-up saying thank you for playing before everyone shut down of exhaustion, except Gon and Killua, who enjoyed the game, and asked if there was any more sequel, gaining strange reaction from everyone, both in negative and positive. Satatsu's POV. It was a regular day until the second part of the first Hunter exams, until the part in the new marsh. The dangerous applicant repeater number 44 throwed some nun-enhanced cards at me and the doppelganger monkey while I was explaining the dangers of this exam forward. I handled the nun-enhanced card with ease and gave number 44 Hisoka a warning. He seemed to be fond of that seemingly ordinary messy-haired black boy beside him, but if he was with Hisoka, I doubt that he is ordinary. It was until the small boy approached me, who went and whispered something to me asking for permission to change the part of exam, of course, within reason, to weed out the worthy to become a hunter. I was interested in the boy's strange ideas and gave him the approval, wanting to see where he was going with this. The strange boy started pointing out the sky, earning him strange looks from the applicants. Suddenly, there was a dome that enveloped 3 kilometers worth of distance in my estimate, and the sun became red. There was a sudden huge digital sign that appeared in front of us for all to see, explaining the new rules of this part of the exam, and it was also read by a mechanized voice. It was of great quality design, with the focus was for interacting with people. Truly, what a wonderful ability. The voice finished explaining the new rules and started the countdown, and when it reached start, it was my turn to do my part of the test. I noticed some sort of zombie monster that popped up the ground as I ran towards our destination, but it did not look really rotten and looked more animated, paying attention to the detail and texture quality. I also noticed that the monster seems strong, but is very slow. A person with common sense will pick these traits up if one was to be a hunter material. Only those who were unlucky enough to be shocked by the sudden appearance of the zombies and those with slow reaction times fell victim to them and the marsh inhabitants. But I noticed the animated monsters did not give the victims the final death blow. I approve of the strange boy's methods. I'm sure the Hunter Association will pick up the stragglers who will fail, assuming that the residents of New Marsh doesn't get to them first. I noticed the other 2 noticeable kids entering this exam was enjoying this new development. Clearly those 2 are hunter material potential, but the messy black-haired boy whose plate number is 444 is overqualified and has already met the requirements of the Hidden Hunter exam. But he sure is a good sport, making my job interesting. I will be sure to recommend him to the chairman. The Hunter Committee is in need with skilled individuals, and I am sure that number 444 will go far, and I will not be shocked already if he has already made a major contribution to the world. 2 more hours, and we arrived at the set destination. I looked at my watch until it was time and blowed my whistle, signaling the end of the first part of the Hunter exam this year. So many hidden gems this year. The future of the Hunter Committee sure is bright. And with that, I left and introduced the remaining 200 participants to the second part of the exam and their examiners, Menchi and Bahara. the world-famous gourmet hunters. I will watch the next part of the exam with my full attention. If only I have some popcorn right now, I would be definitely satisfied. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This is purely a fanfic for enjoyment. Crossover from various games, books, anime, manga, and movies. The familiar characters you see here belongs to their respected authors and owners. Harry's POV. It was part of the second portion of this year's Hunter exam. Most participants were exhausted, but forced themselves to gather as the examiners introduced themselves as gourmet hunters. Sadly, many insulted their profession, to which I pitied them. You really haven't enjoyed life if you haven't tasted food that one could literally die for. The examiners told us the first part of our exam was to get some roasted pork from a well-known pig that is native to this land called Great Stamp that spans into 2 meters in length. Now that what I call a nice pig. The contestants burst forth into action and headed further into the forest to get some great stamps, and I did the same. A blunt strike to the head seems to do the job as it incapacitated the beasts. It was such a rare opportunity that I knocked out 10 great stamps and shoved them into my inventory, which acts as a super freezer, preserving it in the state it was in. I stopped myself before I made them extinct. I hunted one more to present it to the examiners. I brought out my special cooking utensils and washed the pig and also skinned the hairs of the pig. I then removed and cleaned the innards and entrails while saving their blood. I roasted the pig into a perfect temperature while brushing with my special formula of olive oil to bring its flavor to the highest degree and bringing the color of the skin in a perfect red, making the skin really crispy, and the meat was very tender that it would feel like a little piece of heaven. I made the pig's intestines into a sausage using parts of pig's innards and adding special rice that has the properties of gravy stuffed inside it. I also used the blood of the pig to make a blood soup, which I know is a delicacy in some country, Asian. The contestants were coming in droves while Bahara helped himself to the roasted pigs, and I sometimes questioned some of the participants. I can see that some just roasted the thing and headed it to the examiner. What about the fecal matter stuck inside? God, I pray for Bahara's safety. Then again, he probably has a nun ability that purified dangerous and poisonous substances in his stomach. Wow, that's what I call an iron stomach. I presented my roasted great stamp along with my other dishes made from the same pig with a very, very large plate that I pulled out of nowhere. Bahara stopped and smelled the aroma of my dishes. He was about to question the other dishes, but hey, he was a big man, and a big man needs his food for energy. Plus, judging by his years of many experience from the mixed aroma alone, that it was indeed one of the finest dishes he had ever laid eyes upon on. Even Minchi took a sample of all this particular dishes that number 444 made. So young, but I can already tell that this dish is of the highest quality. Bahara thought. Minchi's reaction came to me as a surprise. Her sour facial expression became dreamy, and out of nowhere an image of a flower field appeared right before us. Minchi was wearing a formal dress, as if attending to a ball, and Minchi danced a beautiful dance. Bahara, noticing the end of Minchi's blissful taste, and was about to steal more of the food that was prepared for him, quickly ate all the food in one gulp. Minchi pouted and lamented when she could not get any more of contestant 444 food that she could clearly estimate that was off a 3-star hunter class. Meanwhile, with Bahara, another reaction happened. Out of nowhere, Bahara was wearing a tuxedo, and everyone was transported into a scene of a church with Bahara's wedding. Dearly beloved, we have gathered here today to witness the union of these individuals with the powers vested in me. I now pronounce you man and wife. The priest said, as Bahara was about to unveil his fiancée with a slim figure of a girl, and as he uncovered her wedding veil, her face turned into the face of the great stamp and began their makeout session. Suffice to say that many contestants were subjected to a torture most severe and fainted at the image that is unveiling right before their eyes. The scene ended with Bahara still having a dreamy expression. Minchi quickly snapped Bahara out of his daydream and asked for who passed his exams. He passed all 185 participants while the other 15 were knocked out by the great stamps. It was Minchi's turn to give her part of the exam, and her dish topic for us to prepare was sushi. Hanzo, who knew this dish, was trying to cover his laughing, but failed miserably, and everyone noticed it and connected the dots. When Minchi gave the go signal, Hanzo ran into the nearest river and the contestants with common sense followed him. I just stayed behind the kitchen. Hey, mister, I'm sure you're a gourmet hunter in disguise despite your age. Aren't you going to get the ingredient for sushi yet? Minchi asked. Oh, but I already have it in my super freezer pocket dimension 9000. As I said this, I pulled a golden tuna out of thin air, shocking both the examiners for 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, I completed my dish. Flashback. As I took out my freshly preserved golden tuna, I set it on the table. I took out my trusty knives, and I thanked nature for the bounty of food we are about to receive. Then I went into action. In a blur of inhuman speed that a normal person can't follow, I did the following procedures. I separate the scales from the skin of the fish and slice the meat with precision into bite-sized portions. Applied my mystery salt as my flavoring and folded the sliced tuna with the already prepared cooked rice, making an unbelievable batch of 300. In my defense, the golden tuna was very large, thus completing my dish. Flashback end. Minchi and Bahara had stars in their eyes. Minchi was awed by the precision of the preparation, and Bahara was fantasizing about the tasty dishes he was about to taste. He can only imagine the wonderful flavor he was about to taste, and judging to the roasted pig he tasted, it was guaranteed that this dish would also be a most delicious dish. Here you go, Minchi-san, and I'm sure there are enough left over for Bahara-san to nibble on, I said as I handed separate plates to the examiners. They both took a bite, and a flash of light came out from their mouths. They were suddenly acting a scene from the Titanic movie where the girl was opening her arms at the front of the ship while the wind was causing a visual effect, casing the billowing of Minchi's clothes like Snape's cloak in Harry Potter, and it lasted for 5 minutes. What's the secret ingredient of this sushi? I can't quite put my finger into it, Minchi asked seriously as she had gotten her senses back. That would be the salt of the legendary All Blue. While it's true that the place is both a myth and dream of all chefs, there are some places that have a localized tsunami via a 10-year natural occurrence, and thus lets us see a glimpse of it via its salt. I lectured. Minchi had stars in her eyes. In front of her was a sure bona fide gourmet hunter. While it is true, though All Blue is a myth, no one has ever proved of its existence. Yet in front of her was someone who has acquired salt that came from the legendary sea. Oh, her colleagues would be ecstatic of this news. Here, Minchi-san, I'm sure a chef of your caliber will know the value of this treasure more than anyone in the world. I sat as I gave Minchi a special sack of salt from All Blue. Minchi was very, very happy. It was one more step closer to the advancement of gourmet hunters everywhere. Oh, she knew everyone belittled her chosen field of profession, but in front of her was a fellow comrade in the pursuit of the art of true flavor. Thus, she couldn't really be bothered with her exam anymore with a much more gold mine in front of her eyes. So when the applicants arrived, she said, "You all pass. Now leave me alone so I can have a makeout session with my bag of salt," she said, and went into a private room. Everyone's sweat dropped and Bahara was drooling. He was jealous of Minchi and lamented the fact that he could not have a makeout session with a legendary bag of salt himself, and pouted. "Bahara-san, I didn't forget about you. So here's 5 bags for you," I said as I handed out 5 bags of All Blue salt to him. "Now, participants, just wait for your next ride to your next exam location, while I will go with my own makeout session with my own bag of salts," Bahara said as he too vanished with his bag of salts. Satatsu, who witnessed the whole thing from beginning to end, was laughing his ass off, and he spat out his breakfast that day. Chairman Netero, feeling dread, went on personally to check out on the exam. Chairman Netero, in all his blazing glory, jumped off the blimp from the high altitude with his very strong legs and landing in a spectacular fashion, gaining everyone's attention. "Is there a problem, everyone? Did the examiners judge you fairly?" Netero asked the participants. "Oh, Mr. Chairman, no problem, sir. We passed with flying colors. We are just waiting for our transport for the next exam location." The perplexed expression you see in almost all contestant was for having witnessed a most disturbing scene in our lives. We saw the examiners Minchi and Bahara mentioning on having a makeout session with a bag of salt. Now I've seen some weird things in my life, but that just shot on my #1 list, said the random participant. I see. That explains Mr. Satatsu over there, who is laughing like a maniac. Now, to those who passed this part of the exam, kindly get on the blimp so we can continue the next part of the exam, Netero said as he went ahead inside the blimp, and imagined Minchi and Bahara having a makeout session with a bag of salt. What kind of evil being would do that to the world's promising gourmet hunters? Was what Chairman Netero said as he went to get for a headache medicine inside the blimp. Chapter 5. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This is purely a fanfic for enjoyment. Crossover from various games, books, anime, manga, and movies. The familiar characters you see here belongs to their respected authors and owners. Harry's POV. I went inside the blimp where we were to be transported to our next part of the exam. Everyone was wary of me. The strange kid who is more crazy than Hisoka, and somehow capable of making hunters go senile into thinking of having a make-out session with a bag of salt is the next high. Hisoka somehow mellowed and went to his buddy Illumi, probably discussing his newfound love in me. After 30 minutes, the blimp took off, with all the passing contestants along with the hunter examiners Satatsu, Menchi, and Bohara. I want to find Mr. Chairman to commandeer the kitchen room, so I can do some private cooking, as I am sure this big blimp has to have a spare kitchen. I found Chairman Netero having a meeting with Satatsu and Menchi on Bohara, I estimate, as I used my nun to sense them. I knocked on the door and was greeted by Chairman Netero. He really is crossed between Master Roshi from Dragon Ball and Gandalf from Lord of the Rings. Speak of the devil, young man. We were just talking about you, Netero said as he rubbed his beard. Oh, I'm sure there are other interesting topics out there far more interesting than an 11-year-old boy, surely. I replied, to which Netero laughed. Ho ho. Humble too. Now can I ask who your nin teacher is? I'm sure your well-developed nin must be a product of a fine teacher. What? Don't be shocked. I can judge by sensing your nun. No need to hide it, young man. Netero said reassuringly. Saying that I can't get out of it, I activated my nun, and a promotional video appeared projected at the end of the room wall. 3, 2, 1. Introducing the most beautiful double-star treasure hunter, Biscuit Kruger. I'll steal your heart away, like the most rare treasure in the world. Be aware, and be amazed. The next target could be you, Kyun. Kyun. A video of an animated Biscuit Kruger said, then turned off. Laughter could be heard from the people in the room. They were pretty sure the images were made of none, but man number 444 captured all her good angle and curves and emphasizing Biscuit's beauty perfectly. It was almost the real Biscuit Kruger was in front of them, thus doubling it as entertainment value, as she will never get caught pulling such a stunt. Oh ho, so you are the recent pupil she came to brag about the other day. Oh ho, I feel so honored to meet a fellow hunter such as yourself. Chairman Netero said vaguely. I know he is a capable gourmet hunter, Chairman Netero. Easily 3-star, but what is this him being a hunter already? Did ask the confused Menchi. Oh ho, I'm sure you recognize some of his contributions starting 5 years ago. It started out as a small business operation on the internet, and some hunters got curious on a certain auction site and was surprised to see that all of his products were of none qualities. It quickly gained popularity over the years, and even the Hunter Association recognized the site for 100% legit and the instant delivery to all its clients using only a picture. Some of his discovery even shocked the world, and this young man even made a very huge donation to the Hunter Committee anonymously. I only connected the dots because Biscuit Kruger bragged out it. Isn't that right, legendary auctioneer? Netero explained. Satatsu, Menchi, and Bahara were gaping at this new piece of news. No one knows the identity of the legendary auctioneer. The Hunter Committee has been trying to get a hold of that person, so he can be awarded the rank of 3-star for his major contribution to the world from selling exotic items, elemental weapons that rival the Ben's knife series, enchanted armor and clothes, undiscovered gems, and some of the controversial legendary miniature pets. Anyone who is anyone knows about something of the legendary auctioneer, and they just found out that they are in the presence of such a celebrity. That's not very nice, Mr. Chairman. I think you broke them. I just came if I can commandeer a spare kitchen. I said to the chairman. Oh, you're right. They seem to be broken right now. It looks like I overdid it this time. Just go to room 202. We usually have some rooms equipped with a fully functional kitchen in case we get some gourmet hunters. I did not know that you increased your scope of influence. I approve. A hunter must always be expanding his horizons. Judging by your anonymous way of attending this year's hunter exam, you wanted to do this in a proper channel. Very well, I will respect your wishes. But know this, no matter how you do in this exam, you already passed it and the hidden exam too. Ho ho, what a happy day. I'm sure the news of the legendary auctioneer Joining our ranks will shock the world. Netero explained, "Thank you for your vote of confidence, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure there are plenty of things out there that we can learn from, and thanks for the room," I said as I headed for room 202. I locked the room and did my magic. I was cooking pork-related dishes with some mashed potato and some rich, enchanted organic rice from my collection. I baked some cake, made some homemade soda, beer, and wine. I also baked some treacle tarts and chocolate pockies and chocolate brownies. By the time I was done, 5 hours have already passed. I decided to share my food to those examiners. They clearly need it. I found the meeting room again and knocked. Mr. Netero, who looked like he had a bit of workout, answered the door. I can guess that he just finished the fight with Gon and Killua with the soccer ball. "Oh, hello, young man. What else can I do for you this fine evening?" Netero asked. "Oh, I just wanted to share my dishes. After all, the joy in cooking is for someone to share it with. I just brought the cooked dishes with me for the staff share, and I'll head out to the participants' cafeteria later and share some food later." I explained. "Oh, we will finally taste some of your delicious cooking. I can't wait. Just put it at the large table over there." Netero explained. "Thank you. I have them ready and preserved in the state when it was cooked in my small pocket dimension, ready to be taken out. I'm really glad of this ability. Really useful for a chef," I explained as I pulled out different dishes out of nowhere on the table. I also pulled a very large cake, and I also took a barrel of my home-made fermented wine and added it in. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go and share some of the food to the other participants," I said as I left the room. No one noticed me anymore as Mr. Netero, Satatsu, Minchi, and Bahara were having a war on the food at the table. It was just too good. Meanwhile, as I was walking toward the participants' cafeteria when I noticed a dead body on the floor, joy, and I see Killua in a dazed state, double joy. "Hey, Mr. White Boy, you should really clean up after yourself. You might attract some unwanted attention upon yourself," I said to him, which he snapped back to reality and replied. "HNN, so are you going to turn me in like the sheeple?" Killua asked. "Tha. I'm sorry, you really are a cute kid. Now where was I? I'm going to turn you in? Heck no, did you know that there are like 3 kids in this exam around our age? You, me, and the spiky-haired kid." The only interesting conversationalist during the exam I've gotten is from that clown Hisoka, and he's just way creepy. "Oh, I saw him eyeing my butt at Mr. Satatsu's test, and I just feel violated. And I saw you there when he mentioned something about his great first time with me. We were fighting in a legitimate duel, and I won by some miracle, and he took it out of context," I explained. Killua's POV. "I just finished a game with Gon against Chairman Netero in a one-sided challenge of passing us the Hunter exam if we touched the soccer ball game with him. I used every assassin trick I was taught to get the ball from him. I even teamed up with Gon and played dirty and tackled the old bastard's leg aimed to cripple. But that old bastard's leg was made of steel somehow. I am still feeling my legs from that stunt. Gon still wanted to continue while I went and gave up and looked somewhere to cool off. My assassin instincts are flaring. If I don't calm down soon, I might murder someone. 1 hour has passed, and I feel like I'm about to calm down. But fate seems to have other plans as some random cannon fodder came and asked me to apologize to him when I bumped him. I snapped and stabbed the victim in the heart. I was lost in thoughts when a voice interrupted my thinking. "Hey, Mr. White Boy, you should really clean up after yourself. You might attract some unwanted attention upon yourself," I heard a voice of a kid said to me, snapping me back to reality. I'll ask him the question, and if he replies unfavorably, then let's just say he had bad luck today. Killua thought as he replied. "HNN, so are you going to turn me in like the sheeple?" I asked, testing the waters. I already was expecting an answer like a goody-goody sheep would and report me to fail, but I was shocked at his response. He laughed. The damn messy black-haired kid laughed for some reason. He must have a few screws loose in the head, but then again, so do I, so I really can't judge him there. He seems to calm down and explained his reasoning. "I'm sorry, you really are a cute kid. Now where was I? I'm going to turn you in. Heck no, did you know that there are like 3 kids in this exam around our age? You, me, and the spiky-haired kid." The only interesting conversationalist during the exam I have gotten is from that clown Hisoka, and he's just way creepy. "Oh, I saw him eyeing my butt at Mr. Satatsu's test, and I just feel violated. And I saw you when he mentioned something about his great first time with me. We were fighting in a legitimate duel and won by some miracle, and he took it out of context," he explained. "So, the reason this kid won't turn me in is because he wanted playmates/friends? Man, this guy sure is weird, even weirder than Gon. That also explains the Hisoka thing. That clown is 100% creepy." Killua thought. So you're not turning me in, just so you could have a chance to be friends with kids your age? You do know that you're asking that of a member of the Zoldyck, a famous family of assassins. I explained. Then the kid paused into thinking, that's right. Now he knows who I am, and they always run away from me. Only Gon is different. Killua thought. Oh yes, that world-famous family of assassins. Now I remember. What is this brat spouting now? Killua thought. I was only 6 years old, and some sort pedophile decided to experiment on me and stuff me inside a potato sack and decide to magically transport me to your front yard of the Kookaroo Mountains. The kid explained. He what? Magically transported at Kookaroo Mountain. Now that's just messed up. Mike would eat him up, but that doesn't explain why he is alive. Now this is getting interesting. Killua thought. I encountered a vicious 10-meter-tall wolf who looks like he was programmed to dispose of the intruders. I was very scared. I could see my death approaching. The kid explained. Oh my God, he encountered Mike. Oh, this is just too good of an entertainment as any. I already have forgotten about my earlier bloodlust. Killua thought. I then remembered that I have gotten a certain device that said to capture any beast, but sadly the success rate was very, very low. Still, it was my only way out, and I used said device against the monster. Against all odds, it somehow worked. I then took the device and ran the hell out of the place. I was so scared that there are scary people that can do away with your life with a whim, so I trained and became somewhat strong. The moral of the story, you guys have a scary guard dog. The kid finished his explanation. I looked him to see if there were lies. I could see that he lied about getting into Kookaroo Mountain, but everything else is true. Killua thought. Everything you said is true, except on how you got to Kookaroo Mountain. Now fess up. Killua asked threateningly. All right, you got me. I drank a questionable bottle of liquid that said try your luck, and it got to that death trap. The kid explained. I looked at him as if he was telling the truth, and he was. Then I just realized something. Killua thought. Oh my God, that has got to be the funniest, dumbest true story I have heard in my life. God help me, I can't stop laughing. Fa ha ha, oh ha ha, God, so someone save me. Killua laughed as he rolled over at the floor, clutching his stomach. I laughed for a good 10 minutes, and I ran out of gas. Man, you're just as weird like Gon. Sure, I'll be friends with you. I'll introduce you to the rest of the group, but first let's clean up the body. I said as I accepted this strange guy's hand in friendship. After another 5 minutes, we finished disposing of the corpse. So, I never did get your name. Mine's Killua. I introduced myself. My name is Harry. The strange kid replied. I can tell that this friendship won't be as fake as the one Father mentioned. I just realized something. Father did mention about Mike having disappeared mysteriously 5 years ago, and no one seems to claim who did it. An event like that, and Sumiyomi would surely boast on having defeated or slayed the almighty guard dog of the Zoldyck family. Yet no one came forward, so that's what happened to Mike. Killua said, Oh, he's pretty docile now somewhat, and the capturing device seems to link me as its new master. He really is adorable. Harry said, Thaha, man, Mike, adorable? Only you can call him adorable. Oh, when Father hears the true reason Mike went missing, he will die out of laughter. Killua explained, Whatever. You will always be cute to me, my adorable Mike. Harry said, to which Killua just laughed. Harry's POV. My sudden interaction with Killua sure was, how do I put it? A disaster. By some form of miracle, I'm friends with him now, sweet. I accompanied him as he was about to introduce me to his friends. We found Gon, and we suddenly hit off. Leorio and Karapika were asleep, so no go there. Killua mentioned about being hungry, and we went to the cafeteria. Perfect. I pulled out a table out of nowhere at the corner. Hey Harry, what are you doing? Gon and Killua asked. Oh, I'm setting up a hamburger buffet from the extra great stamp I got earlier. It's better to share than keep it to myself. Heavens, I might end up overweight. I explained. They just laughed and nuded at my explanation. Wait, how did you pull all that stuff out of nowhere? Killua asked while Gon was pretty curious as well. Well, I'm not supposed to tell anyone until we pass the hunter exam. But saying as we are friends already, and saying as Hisoka has an eyes out for you, I'll tell you. Follow me later, and I will explain. They nodded and sounded pretty excited. I quickly finished setting up my burger buffet and set up some paper plates and plastic cups along with a barrel of juice. Okay, boys, now follow me. I said to them as I lead them to room 202. You got this amazing room to yourself. Are you some kind of VIP or something? Did ask the curious Killua. Maybe I may have contributed something to the world and is worth a hunter rank, but since I remained anonymously and entered this exam, I was supposed to get a fair test like everybody else. Unfortunately, the sly, super strong old geezer found out and recommended this room when I asked for a spare kitchen to use earlier. I explained, "Oh, you sure are a good sport doing the test like everyone else." Gon explained and Killua agreed. Now where was I? Oh yes, this world has kept a tight leash on information about this world's living creatures, including humans able to possess a supernatural ability. Now this information is regulated by the Hunter Association and only shared to people who pass the Hunter exams. They will send someone to train you in the arts of this ability, or chances are that you might encounter a hunter, and will teach it to you if he or she deems you worthy. There are some people who have unlocked this ability and found out on their own. I'm sure your family Killua is well versed in this, and Hisoka as well. This ability is called Nun. I explained. A shocked Killua was fun to watch. Gon seems to nowhere understand. Really, huh? Killua asked. Yes. Explaining it is really unbelievable, but a demonstration is an eye-opener. Now both of you stand in front of me. I ordered, to which they complied. I placed my hand with an open palm facing Gon and Killua and poured aura in it. It was sudden. There was a feeling of danger and an increase in gravity, and with Gon and Killua's instinct, they quickly got away, sensing danger. Your instincts are pretty good. You sensed the danger and you avoided it. Learning this art is dangerous and can easily lead to death. That is why the hunters regulate this information. Of course, there are other ways to learn it, but it is not advisable. Have any of you heard of Heaven's Arena? I asked. Yes, I have heard of it. My father left me there when I was 6, a sort of tradition the Zoldyck came up with. I only reached floor 199, though. Killua explained. Gon was confused, understanding none of it. Gon, let me explain. Heaven's Arena is a place where warriors gather to test themselves. As they go higher, the tougher the opponents, and the greater the money prize will be. Upon reaching level 100 floor and above, you will get your own room there. I explained with him, gaining understanding. Now here is the information that is also kept on leash. Upon reaching floor 200 and above, all opponents you will face will be non-users like me. There will be no more prizes but the glory of fighting opponents. Clueless opponents who doesn't know none who ventured have been crippled there, and most have died off, and those who survived unlocked their own nun due to the exposure of said ability. This is called nun baptism. I explained. Killua was in shock. He just found out about the strange power his brother sometimes used on him from his new trusty friend, and he also found out that he was just a hair's breadth away from having met a gruesome fate. Gon realized that Killua said earlier that he reached floor 199 in that place, and was close to having met with a nun baptism. So Gon gave Killua a pat in the back to calm him down. Well, that's enough morbid information for one day. Here's some Pocky to help you guys relax. You can use the other 2 empty rooms here. You just had a shocking day. I'll just be in the other room if you need me, okay? I said as I left a large box of chocolate Pocky on the table. Gon took 2 and gave the other to Killua. I was about to go into my room, but there was a sudden squeal behind me. Then someone suddenly grabbed my hand, and I looked at who grabbed it. It was Killua with stars in his eyes. My guess that it would be from his love of chocolates. I remembered in the anime that Killua squandered millions of money because of his love and consumption of those expensive chocolate robots. Oh dear, what have I done? I gave a superior quality chocolate confection to a highly chocolate-addicted child who is now holding my hand with a very strong grip and looking like me like I am some sort of god. I do not like where this is going. Will you marry me? Killua asked in an innocent voice. You do know that I'm a guy, right? I asked. So, Killua replied. Oh dear God, what have I gotten myself into? Someone save me. Harry thought desperately. Done. Tune in next time for the next conclusion. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This is purely a fanfic for enjoyment. Crossover from various games, books, anime, manga, and movies. The familiar characters you see here belongs to their respected authors and owners. Harry's POV. I was about to rest in my room when I heard a very happy squeal sound. Moments later, a very strong force gripped my hand, and I looked at who would do that to me. I looked at the culprit and found out that it was Killua with very big stars in his eyes. I realized that Killua is a hard chocolate addict who squandered money like water, just so he could curb his addiction, and I just introduced him to a new marijuana-type confection into his system. Will you marry me? Killua asked in an innocent voice. You do know that I'm a guy, right? I asked. So, Killua replied. Oh dear God. What have I gotten myself into? Someone save me. Harry thought desperately. I racked my brain on ways to get out of this predicament I have gotten myself into, but no such luck with a winning scenario pleasing both sides. You're not letting me go until I say yes, are you? I asked. You bet. Killua eagerly replied. You just want access to those chocolate all to yourself, do you? I asked again. Yes, and I'm not giving them up for the world. Killua said in much conviction. I'll compromise. I will officially be your brother and make you those Pockies as many times as you want. But only moderately, as I don't want you to get bloated on sweets. Also, this option, we won't make a huge decision such as marriage from a very young age. I said to appease him. Really? That would mean so much to me. But are you really prepared to bear the Zoldyck name on your back and bear the name of murderers upon yourself and have countless people after your life? Killua asked seriously. If you asked me that 5 years ago, I would clearly refuse because of my fear of mortality, and my morals back then were clearly naive, but now I would say otherwise. The world isn't colored black and white purely. At least your family is not mindless murderers who kill for the satisfaction, but do it for the contract like a business transaction. It is a way of life. So, with my full confidence, I will take the name up. I replied, Yeah, I got a new brother. Wait, I know just the thing to make it official. I received this goblet as a bonus payment on my job. I always carry it with me. The old man who gave this to me said that if I can find someone who wanted to be a true family with me, the instruction is that all I have to do is drop a sizable amount of my blood and the other recipient's blood into the cup and let it mix for a minute, and we each drink the blood from the cup. Killua explained, Well, if it makes it official, I will do this little ritual with you. I said to Killua. We went and slashed our wrist and poured our blood into the goblet. We let it sit and mix for 2 minutes to be sure, and we then drank from it. Gon was pretty understanding and was watching the cool ritual. To brothers. We took a drink from the cup and finished the ritual. Now for the celebratory Pocky. Killua said. Suddenly I felt my body really tired and I fainted. An hour passed and I can feel my energy back as I woke. What happened? I feel like a truck hit me. I said. Yeah, same here. Seriously, what just happened? Killua asked as he woke up from the same thing. Killua, Harry, you're both okay. I was so worried. I checked your pulse and found out that you were only sleeping, so I let guys sleep. Hey, you guys look different. Killua, your eyes turned into emerald green, and Harry, your messy black is now a tame white hair, just like Killua's. Gon said. Silly Gon, that's funny. Okay, that was a pretty good joke. I commented. It's not a joke, it's true, right, Killua? Gon asked Killua. Killua looked at me and analyzed me thoroughly. You're right, your hair did turn into a tame white color like mine. It grew in length too, and it has a little wavy sheen on it. How did this happen again? The goblet. Killua suddenly remembered. The group looked for the goblet, but it disappeared. Okay, it disappeared, quite freaky. I commented. But that doesn't explain what happened. Killua said. Let me check something. System logs show reports from up to 4 hours. I said as I used my gamer ability. I can scan the whole thing for anything out of the ordinary until I reached the last part and looked at the message as my jaw dropped. Ding, blood adoption ritual successful. You are now a true member of the Zoldyck line. All stats 30. Gained intermediate poison resistance. Gained skill silent steps. Your feet won't make any sounds. What? What did you find out? That asked the curious Killua. Well, the ritual we did wasn't fake as it would seem for some. Reason we have successfully used a blood adoption ritual in which the users will share qualities of each other and will become genetic siblings down to their DNA. I explained. So we are real brothers now, as in real blood-related siblings? Cool. Killua said excitedly. I also mentioned on having shared traits, and what I got from you, aside from your dashing good looks, is a skill called silent steps, which makes my footsteps movements making no sound. Also, you may have gotten something from me, call it a bloodline ability of mine. I haven't really explored mine, as I was enamored to the world of none. Now I want you to open your palms, imagine a light ball of light forming, and say Loomis. I explained to Killua. Sure, let's try that out, Loomis. Killua said as he concentrated. Everyone was surprised as a light ball did appear in Killua's hand. Whoa, I get a new cool brother and a fancy ability. It's my best day ever. Killua said happily. Okay, I want you to say Nox to turn to that light, and I'm going to teach you two other things before we go to bed. I explained. Nox, Killua said as he turned of his Loomis. Okay, this one. I want you to imagine that there is a barrier around you and say Protego. I lectured. Protego. Killua concentrated, and there appeared a green visible barrier around Killua that lasted a minute before it disappeared. Awesome. A real live barrier like those Magic Girl shows. What's next? Killua asked excitedly. Okay, last one. I want you to point your finger at the book over there and concentrate on the word stun and say stupefy on your target. Okay, stupefy, Killua said as a red beam of light hit the target on mark. Awesome. Some sort of beam shot out of my finger. Killua said. Great, now you have more protection on you. That beam, when it hits the target, stuns them up to 10 to 30 minutes, a really useful ability. Now let's get some sleep, we clearly need it. I explained. Wait, Gon, I'm sorry you felt left out. Gon, you're good with animals, right? I asked. Yes, I'm pretty good with them. Gon replied. In that case here, I pulled out a rainbow egg in an incubator and handed it to Gon. Now I want you a drop of your blood on the egg, so it will hatch and be bound to you as a familiar or companion. I explained. Gon took a knife excitedly and dropped the blood on the egg. It hatched and came out a rainbow phoenix flapping its wings at the room and singing a melodious voice and settled on Gon's shoulder. Wow, I love him. Thanks, Harry. Gon said. Oh, yeah, it has special powers. Its tears is a very rare medicine that can cure almost all wounds and diseases. It can teleport and can never truly die, as it will forever be reborn out of its ashes. It's not called a phoenix, just for show, you know, and this one is of the rainbow phoenix species. I explained. Really, my bird has superpowers too? Awesome, it's my best day ever. Gon said excitedly. Now let's get back to sleep. I said. For hours later, I woke when there was a notice that we would be arriving at the next exam site in 30 minutes, and I freshened up and made breakfast. Gon, Killua, and me ate breakfast, and we went to see Leorio and Kurapika. Hey Gon, who is your new friend? Oh my god, did Killua find a lost twin sibling or something? Scratch that, yes, the resemblance is uncanny, yup, siblings for sure. Said Leorio. Hello, my name is Harry. I'm Killua's long-lost twin brother. I was very shocked that I found it out yesterday. Please treat me well. Harry introduced himself and bowed politely. Wow, he sure is nice, much nicer than Killua. I approve. Leorio said in approval. I have to agree with Leorio here. He is quite nice. Said Kurapika. Hey, I'm nice too sometimes. Killua said in a flustered voice. Please stop teasing my brother. I'm sure he has his good points. I said to stop the teasing. Anyway, it seems that we have arrived at our destination. Come, let's go outside. Leorio explained. Ilumi's POV. I entered this year's hunter exam because my next assignment requires a hunter's license. Imagine my surprise that my ran-away brother is in the exam too. Good thing I'm on disguise. I'll convince him later to come home. Mom was quite worried. I noticed that my associate Ahsoka has some interest on that black, messy-haired boy. One look at him, and I can tell that he is strong, but I can't figure Ahsoka out if he turned into a pedophile, or whatever, as long as it doesn't compromise our jobs. Everything was boring in the exam, until we arrived in New Marsh. The kid convinced the examiner to add a twist to this year's exam and pulled out a strange men ability involving an area ability. Some sort of zombies seem to pop up as enemies. The zombie's strength is somewhat strong, but their mobility is less to be desired. Still, it is perfect to screen out those with somewhat of potential hunters. The second exam was interesting. It was very easy, and the strange kid pulled some sort aphrodisiac on the examiners, as both of the examiners seemed to want to have a make-out session with a bag of salt. The blimp carried us to our next destination, but it took some time, and I used it to sleep to conserve my energy. We have finally arrived in our next exam. I see Killua playing friends with the kid from before, and his companions' weight, it seems to have increased. Is that? What? When did Killua have a twin? The way he walks is almost like the same training my dad taught to Killua, and he was very talented. This kid is the same level as Killua's. If I didn't know any better, Killua just found his long-lost twin. Knows an end to boot. Did Dad have a secret affair I didn't know about? Everything about that boy just screams Zoldyck name as clear as day. I better call Dad immediately. This really is some bad joke. Ring, ring, ring. Silva speaking. Oh, Illumi. you're in the hunter exam and found Killua? That's gonna make sure to make him come home, what? There's something interesting there. Did I have a secret affair with someone? Feftaha. Oh, Illumi, what brought that joke all of a sudden? I'm pretty sure I'm very faithful to your mother. God knows if I did have one, Kikyo will kill the rivals easily. What brought this up? What, Killua found out a secret twin who looks like him? Surely you're joking? What? He even has the same talent as Killua in the silent steps I taught him. He is a genius that comes one in every generation in our line who mastered that art flawlessly like a creative artist. That's why I made him my heir. He has very high potential. What? That kid seems to have duplicated Killua's silent step just as well. Impossible. And the kid just seems to scream Zoldyck. Interesting. Nosing in a boot. Ho ho. Maybe Killua will bring him home. Change of plans. Bring Killua home with his twin home. Be creative. Yes, I will add additional money into your account. Yes, see you soon. Silva said as he hung up on the phone. This just got way more interesting. I'll call Dad. Silva said as he speed dialed a certain someone. Ring, ring, ring. Oh, hello, Silva. What can I do for you? A question? Sure, go ahead. Did I have a secret affair with someone? Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's funny. I almost died of laughter. I'm not young as I used to be. What? You were serious. No, not that I know of. What brought this up? What Illumi found Killua in the hunter exams. That's good. And he seems to have found his long-lost twin brother. You were joking, right? What? It really is his twin brother? And Illumi saw to it that he is indeed of Zoldyck quality. Silva, did you have a secret affair with someone? No. You also didn't know, so you came asking me. That is quite a mystery. Illumi said that his aura just screams Zoldyck. Interesting. I would like to meet this young man. You already asked Illumi to get them home? Great, I'll head home too. This is just too interesting to pass up. See you later. Zeno said as he hung up. Harry's POV. I just got a sudden chilling feeling down my spine, and I just felt bad foreboding for me, but I quickly squashed it away. I arrived outside with Gon, Killua, Kurapika, and Leorio at Trick Tower. The timeline is somewhat still the same, as we seem to have gotten into the trapdoor with the path of the majority rule, whose decisions are based on votes, and I replaced Tampa parallel to the anime I watched. Choosing safe passage, avoiding various traps, we somehow arrived at an arena that has a deadly pit outside the boundaries. Our enemies were life sentence convicts, and we were betting our time with theirs so they can reduce their years left in prison. The first match was with Gon against Sudoken, a bomber who was sentenced into 149 years into prison. The challenge was having who has a lit candle who is still burning the last out of the two candles he presented. Gon chose the long candle instead of the short one, and the match began. As the candles were lit, Gon's candle was booby-trapped and laced with fireworks powder, making it melt the candle faster. All was seemed lost, but Gon in his creativity dropped the candle and went into the opponents and blowed his candle out while Gon's candle was still burning strong beside the strong breeze in the room. The match ended in Gon's victory. Who will be fighting on your side next? Asked the leader of the prisoners. Wait, I will go next. It's been a long time since my hands tasted human flesh. The new prisoner said as he began to take of his cloak hiding his face. Leorio paled and recognized the opponent. It was none other than Jones the Cutter, the greatest murderer in all of Zaban City. Using only his hands, he is able to reduce his opponent's flesh into dust. You guys, it's best for us to take the exam next year. That opponent is known Jones the Cutter, the greatest murderer in all of Zaban City. Using only his hands, he is able to reduce his opponent's flesh into dust. Leorio explained, just as Jones the Cutter demonstrated his ability when he snapped a piece of the stone wall into dust. Killua was about to step in, but I went ahead of him. So one of your side is foolish enough to challenge that monster, said the leader of the prisoners. Harry, don't go committing suicide now, reasoned Leorio. Silly Leorio, tricks are for kids. I answer back. Everybody's sweat dropped. Nobody expected a response like that. Gon and Killua, having witnessed Harry's strange ability, wasn't worried. Harry and Jones went into the ring to have their match. So, mister, what will our match be? I asked curiously. Silly kid, there will be no match. It will only be me feasting on your flesh. Jones replied. So it's a death match. No one lives until the other dies? Okay, mister. But can I have a minute to pray as a request? I asked nicely. Sweet kid, I'm feeling nice today. I'll give you 5 minutes. Jones said, smiling. I took out a very, very black knife out of my pocket and prayed. I'm sorry for the sacrilege I'm about to perform, May the god of cooking be ever merciful to this stray child. I prayed loud enough for everyone to hear, which confused them further. Okay, mister, I'm ready, I said. Good, Jones the cutter said as he began to approach me and extended his hands. I moved in a shoe-and-pull-like fashion and was behind Jones 5 meters. John the cutter was confused. His prey was just in front of him, but disappeared. He searched his surrounding and saw his victim 5 meters behind him and chased him again. The kid dodged his blows for a full 5 minutes, avoiding him with ease. Then suddenly one of the inmates shouted, "Hey monster, how are still alive? Look at your legs." The leader of the prisoners shouted in horror. John was confused until he looked at his body. Below his waist was nothing but skeleton. The moment he realized it, he died instantly. "Win an ear, Harry," the announcer said. Lippo's POV. My name is Lippo. I am this year's proctor for this year's hunter's exam in Trick Tower. I am a blacklist hunter. There are plenty of interesting participants this year as I watch them progress inside the Trick Tower in the test against my convicts and the hunter participants betting their time. There are many interesting characters this year, especially that Hisoka guy who seems to breeze through the exam. Currently, I am watching one of my prized prisoners, John the Cutter. He is a very deadly criminal who crushes his victims' skins to dust. It seems that his opponent is some white-haired kid. The kid's antics during on what could be his last match as he could die is very strange. He must have a few screws loose. Then I was so shocked on what he showed in their match against my prize collection. I was surprised when the match started. The kid moved at incredible speed and literally skinned John the Cutter from the waist below until all that is left is skeletons. And what seems to be more amazing is that John the Cutter is still alive, who chased the kid for 5 minutes until one of the inmates shouted on how he is still alive when half of his waist is nothing but where bones, and when John the Cutter looked at himself and realized this, he died almost instantly. My God, in all my years in this job, I have never seen such a frightening ability. If I would name it, I would call it devil cooking, as only a devil could do such a thing. I went to the restroom for a change of clothes, as my bottom half is wet from having witnessed something otherworldly. Harry's POV. Not bad. I did manage to pull that copied technique from Toriko using the food honor skill that I found out I had. Secret technique acquisition success. Harry thought. I went to my side of the arena, and Leorio seemed pale. Kurapika was somewhat glad that we're friends and gone, and Killua was impressed. Killua was really impressed. That trick rivaled when his father pulled out his victim's heart without blood. My brother is really cool. I mean, come on. I can clearly deduct that skill is derived from cooking and requires intensive knowledge on the body's anatomy, just like assassins. Father will surely like him. Killua thought. The next match continued, and Killua participated, and we won our passage easily, without missing time. We finally arrived in a room full of weapons, making a choice on the long or short path. We didn't fight because we had plenty of time to spare, but Gon seems to pull the same creativity he did in the anime, and we reached our final destination. We were the 4th group to arrive because Hisoka, the disguised Illumi, and Hanzo was already there. Hisoka was surprised when his tasty fruity targets arrived quite early. He noticed a new addition to their group. He noticed that new kid is strong, until he saw the plate number 444, which shocked him to his core. When did his kitten get a total makeover that he almost didn't recognize him if it weren't for his plate number? Kitten, Hisoka said as he called out to the kid, and was surprised when the kid replied. Yo, it's been a while, Hisoka. Why the shocked face? I asked innocently. It's really you. What happened? You literally look like a clone to that kid over there. Asked Hisoka curiously. If you say, please, I'll tell you. I said playfully. Hisoka asked playfully. Disguised Illumi was also very curious. It's not every day that a mystery that rivals the 7 wonders of the world pops out and get explained in front of you. Well, since you asked nicely, I'll tell. You see, after the second part of the hunter exam, I somehow met Killua, and due to some circumstances, we became friends. Sometime later, I feed Killua some delicious Pocky, and he had an adverse reaction to it, making him slightly crazy, and asked my hand in marriage. Quite shocking. So I racked up my brain to get away from that awkward predicament. So I made a suggestion on we becoming brothers instead, so he can have access to the Pocky whenever he wants. I explained. That still doesn't explain the sudden makeover. Hisoka explained, and Illumi agreed. Yes, I'm getting there. Killua here suggested a Brotherhood ritual using a strange, questionable goblet he received as a bonus payment from one of his jobs. Yes, the instructions were to pour mine and Killua's blood inside the cup, and letting it sit for a minute and us drinking from it. Suffice to say that the fake Brotherhood ritual was actually real when we both fainted for an hour and it made some changes in our body. My sudden makeover and Killua having green eyes were the result. When we came to the questionable goblet disappeared, and using my strange ability, I found out what that ritual actually did. It was called a blood adoption ritual, in which the users will share qualities of each other and will become genetic siblings down to their DNA. Yes, it really is quite shocking. Killua here is my bother now, literally and figuratively speaking. Quite shocking if I say so myself. Part of my excessive use of the word shocking. I mean, what are the chances of that happening? I explained. Everyone was shocked. Hisoka, Kurapika, Leorio, and especially one disguised Illumi, as he just learned he has just gotten a new brother. And from what he can tell, it was that kid with strange abilities that Hisoka took an interest in. Gon and Killua took the news to stride as they were there when it happened. Illumi was both ecstatic and excited on his new brother, and from what he can tell, a very talented assassin already, and judging from Killua, he knows what their family business is and is quite close to Killua. Yes. Father will be pleased, and the mystery of Killua's twin came to a close, and the induction of Killua's twin into the family is on the way, and Illumi's brand of torture, training plan is a go. Illumi thought darkly. Chapter 7. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This is purely a fanfic for enjoyment. Crossover from various games, books, anime, manga, and movies. The familiar characters you see here belongs to their respected authors and owners. Author's note, Stop SOPA, White House. Gov/petition/Stop SOPA. 2014/Q0VKK0ZR. Sign the petition now, let's keep fanfiction alive. Harry's POV. After my explaining on my drastic makeover, it was time to wait until the next test, which was a day in waiting. With nothing better to do, I asked Killua about his family, our family. So, Killua, can you describe to me your mother? I asked curiously. Hey, he's your mother now too, since we're biologically related now. Killua replied. Sorry, still getting used to this. Let me rephrase that. How is our mother? Like her hobby and whatnot. I asked again. Well, I can describe her as moody. Yes, very moody. Her behavior switches from one to the next that I really can't figure her out. I do know of her hobby. You know my first reaction when I ate your Pocky? She's like that to shopping. In my earlier years, we used to go to a shopping spree, but Dad limited her in her spendings. He said if I could spend money live fish out of water on my chocolate robots. My dad said that she could spend money like it was water on shopping for jewelers, clothes, designer shoes, and handbags. When Dad found out a few years that his savings was dwindling rapidly, he put a stop to it before serious damage can be made. It didn't result without repercussions, though. Her moody, violent tendencies increased. It's like she lost a part of herself and becomes cranky. Killua explained. Well, that's just strange, I guess. Everyone has its quirks. What about our father? Any siblings I should watch out for? I replied, well, father is a straightforward guy. If he don't like you, then you're dead or beaten to submission. Our brother Illumi is strange and has sadistic tendencies. Maluki is an overweight genius and expert bomb maker. And Kaluto, well, he is a victim of mom's mood swings as she dresses him up like a girl. We have our youngest Aluka, but she is in quarantine for having a dangerous ability. Uncle Zeno is okay, I guess, but really strict when talking business. Killua explained. Cool family, I just don't want to end up in mom's mood swings. Wait, yes, mwahaha, that could work definitely. I explained. Hey, what are you talking about? Dad asked Killua curiously. Oh, I may have thought of a counterplan in case mother's mood swings if it ever fell upon me. I explained. Yeah, right. The only plan that will work is you throw her money and let her go back on her shopping spree past self and became sane for said duration. Killua retorted. Oh, you're smart, Killua. You figured my plan out. I replied. Seriously, you're about my age, and I don't mean to brag, but I make millions of Jenny on my jobs, and I spend it like water on chocolate robots. Killua admitted. Oh, let's just say that I own a humble business. Don't want to ruin the surprise. I explained playfully. Oh, come on, tell me. Pretty please. Killua asked nicely. When we get to our house, I'll tell. Too many ears here if you know what I mean. I explained vaguely. Killua understood if said business couldn't be told in the open means that Harry's small business was quite in fact a large one, if it needed to be said in the safe confines of the Zoldyck estate. That in itself made Killua quite giddy. His new cool brother is quite full of surprises. I chatted with Gon and found out his reasons in this exams was to look for his father. I also asked what happened to his companion and replied that he was sleeping comfortable inside his person. He also said that his partner can create a pocket dimension of sorts inside him, and said dimension reflected his personality and was quite beautiful, so the Phoenix stayed there. He also said that they have formed a telepathic link which was very cool, and he also named him Sprite. I chatted to Leorio and Karapika and found their reasons for participating in this hunter exam. Leorio was doing it for money, so he could be a doctor, and Karapika to hunt for the Phantom Troupe which hunted his tribe for their eyes. I chatted with Hanzo, asking if ninjas were real. He was shocked and decided to inform me about their ninja culture, which lasted for hours until he was tired from talking, and I gained a friend in Hanzo, as he said no one has been able to endure his lecture mode before, and the fact that I endured it was a plus in his book. There was no one interesting to talk left that wasn't creepy, cough, cough, Hisoka, cough, cough. So I went into a corner and slept until it was the next phase of the exam. The time was finally up. 100 participants passed from the previous 185, and we were shipped off to an island playing hunter as part exams, as we took numbers of a game of hunt and be hunted. My target was number 433, which was an average guy. I remembered him with my e-tick memory. We went ahead saying as our group was one of the first ones to arrive at the tower, and it was a first-come, first-served basis. I wish our group luck and went our separate ways. We were going to meet back at the beach 5 days later as the name of the end of this phase of the exam. I waited until evening and decided to hunt. I released Mike, my loyal battle wolf who licked me as he missed me. I rode Mike and we hunted 10 random participants who were scared shitless as the sight of Mike and surrendered their plates, and Mike and I found a nice forest and marked it as our territory and waited for the test time limit. Time skipped 5 days. I recalled Mike and went to the beach where we will be judged with our naming plates. I met up with Leorio, Karapika, Gon, and Killua who have gotten their target plates. I asked if anything interesting happened, and Killua explained Gon having successfully secured Hisoka's plate, and Leorio's target was Tampa's and Karapika, some random stranger, and Killua from one of the Amori brothers. Good job, guys. I've also gotten enough points. I explained. Yeah, I've been hearing a very serious competitor we better watch out for. I heard that there was a gut with a fearsome beast who scared his victims senseless into handing their plates. It was that or Food Chow. They call him the Beast Summoner. Killua explained. Yes, I have heard similar rumors. Agreed Leorio. Same here, said Gon. Let's be careful. We don't want to anger if we encounter the Beast Summoner. Explained Karapika. Cheer up, guys. Stop being gloomy. I'm sure the Beast Summoner won't target us, relax. I said to calm them down. How can you be so calm? A very dangerous person with a very, very scary beast is out there. Asked Leorio seriously. Silly Leorio, tricks are for kids. I replied. Everyone's sweat dropped. Seriously, jokes aside, the reason why the Beast Summoner won't target you guys is because I am him. I explained. What? Shouted the whole group. You're not joking, are you? Seriously, that's a bad joke. Said Leorio. Karapika just shook himself in disbelief. Gon and Killua were having trouble believing. Well, as they say, saying is believing. I said as I took out my pokeball and tossed it in the clearing. Suddenly Mike was revealed in all his glory. Oh, he was not the vagabond beast who was not groomed well that he once was. He was now a king of beasts that has been groomed thoroughly, and his mane was very silky. Mike, say hi to my friends. I said as Mike barked in recognition. The group was very shocked. Harry was indeed telling the truth, getting various reactions out of them. Okay, Mike, it seems they're becoming uncomfortable for a play date. Mike returned. I said as I recalled Mike to his pokeball and returned him to my pocket dimension. You were serious? Oh, I give up. First you pull out cooking devil routine, and now this. I'm just glad you're on our side, said Leorio. That was Mike? Wow, he looks way much better than before. Said Killua as it wasn't the Mike he remembered. Wow, that was awesome, that said Gon excitedly. Come on, let's go back to the exam site. Times are wasting, explained Karapika. As we went to finish the second half part of the exam, I realized that we skipped the hotel boat and the typhoon phenomenon test of the exams like the anime. Oh well, I did interfere in the supposed original timeline, so my knowledge isn't going to be accurate, so you win some, you lose some. I released my nun and searched the whole island and found out that there were plenty of people who passed unlike the anime. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that in the last 5 days that I managed to get some major nin training. That is why my sensing capabilities covered the whole island quite easily. I have perfected my nun ability to believe it or not, and I'm leaving it as a surprise. We arrived and handed our plate numbers. Everyone was surprised when I handed 10 plate numbers, but not so much as they knew that I was the beast summoner and had went on a hunting spree. The day was up and the exam came to a close. From the 100 participants, only 15 passed. Some contestant who passed were me, Gon, Killua, Hanzo, Disguise Illumi, Hisoka, Karapika, Leorio, some guy named Pokal, and 6 other guys who was average. The blimp came to take us to the final part of the exam, and the chairman did a one-on-one interview with the final contestants. My turn was up, and I walked into the room. Are you number 99's lost twin? I could have sworn that one cheeky brat increased. Chairman Netero said in curiosity. Why, Mr. Chairman, we met before. Did you not enjoy the food I served along with Mr. Satatsu, Minchi, and Bahara? I could have sworn you were fighting over the food. I said playfully. Chairman Netero's jaw dropped a few levels. This was the same legendary auctioneer from before? I hardly recognize him, as he looks like that white-haired kid's twin now. Chairman Netero thought puzzled. How? Chairman Netero asked surprised. Long version or short version? I asked. Short, please. Chairman Netero replied. I became friends with the white-haired kid, as you put it. He fell in love with my food, asked my hand in marriage, decided against it, and offered a brotherhood of sorts as a compromise. White-haired kid decides to make a ritual to make it official. Said fake ritual turned out to be real, making us real blood siblings to the DNA. Quite shocking, isn't it? I explained. Yes, indeed. Did you know that you are now related to the world-famous assassin family? Chairman Netero asked curiously. Yes, but I still love that brother of mine. I just have to survive what hazing I have to endure and meet my new family, who is bound to have weird quirks. I replied, I see. Now to the real reason I asked you here, which participant do you want to fight or want not to fight, and which of them is interesting? I would like to avoid fighting my brother, the spiky, energetic kid named Gon, the blonde Karapika, the guy with the shades Leorio, Hisoka the clown, the pinhead guy. Anyone else I'm game to fight. Interesting participants? Definitely Gon and Killua, my white-haired kid brother. I explained. Interesting choices, that's all I need, and good luck with your new family. You will definitely need it, because I know I have an acquaintance in your family, and as you say, they definitely have weird quirks. Chairman Netero said as he finished my interview. Killua and the group greeted me. So what was it all about? That asked the curious Leorio. Oh, it's just an interview on who you would like to face as an opponent and don't want to face. I answered honestly. I'll just play around in my opponents. Killua said playfully. Brother, no playing with opponents. You don't want to be get behind if it came back to bite your ass. What will I do if it will only be me that will pass alone this year? I will be ever so lonely that I will celebrate all to myself and hoard the Pocky and eat it in front of my brother, who failed on a whim. Oh, woe is me. I fake cried. No, not the Pocky. Okay, I'll be good and take my matches seriously and win. Just don't take my Pocky. Killua quickly changed his tune. Everyone's sweat dropped at the reaction. Good, I wouldn't want to say I told you so in your face, and Eisen. There's my good brother. Here, have some Pocky. I said as I handed Killua a Pocky. Pocky, Killua said as he quickly snatched the Pocky away, nibbling it hungrily. What is he? A squirrel. Everyone thought as Killua nibbled the Pocky in a squirrel-like fashion. Time skipped 5 hours. Our blimp arrived at our final destination in a Taj Mahal-like structure. The contestants quickly went inside, and Chairman Netero explained the test. This year's Hunter exam will be a tournament-type battle based on your interview. Don't worry if you will lose. You all will have 3 chances, and you will only need to win 1 battle to pass and be an official hunter, and ultimately only 3 out of 15 will fail this exam. Chairman Netero explained. First up, Hanzo versus Gon. Chairman Netero announced. Give up, Gon. I have more experience and training, and I don't want to hurt you, said Hanzo. You know, before I was going to fight with pure guts alone, but my friend gave me and very good companion. Everyone meet Sprite. Gon said as a burst of flames appeared on Gon's shoulder revealing the rainbow phoenix. Oi oi, isn't that animal kinda cute to be in this match? Asked the overconfident Hanzo. We will see. Kindly please start the match. Gon said as the chairman signaled the start of the match. Gon disappeared in a flame apparition and appeared behind Hanzo, touching Hanzo's back, and they operated again. This time, they were skydiving and free falling in the air. Oi oi, this is unfair. This isn't what I thought it would be of accomplishing my childhood dream as a flying ninja. This isn't funny. Hanzo said as they were free falling in the sky. Give up and I will take us back to the ground safely. If you refuse, then I hope you grow out wings in time. Gon said playfully. Wah? Outsmarted by a kid. Fine you when I give up, ninja's code of honor, so kindly please get us to safety. Hand-I said in a panicked tone. Sprite operated them back at the exam arena with a panting Hanzo, who is kissing the floor saying he gives up. Winner gone. Chairman Netero announced. All right, Spill. How did you win that match? Did ask Killua. Oh, I just transported ourselves pretty high up in the air free falling to the ground and persuaded the ninja to throw his match, or I will leave him hanging in the air. Gon said with a smile. Man, you have been hanging out with me and Harry too much to think that scheme up. Still a solid plan though. Congrats on being a hunter. Killua said. Next match, Killua versus Pakal. Chairman Netero announced. Remember Killua dear. Playing with your food means no Pocky. I said to Killua. Yes, mother. Killua said as he went with his match. It didn't take too long, and Killua won his match. The next match went with Kurapika, and Hisoka went like in the anime as he and whispered something to Kurapika and forfeited. Leorio went against some average participation and won. I did my match and won it. Disguised Illumi won too, and Hisoka did a rematch and won. Hanzo and Pakal won as well, and the rest who passed were average. The chairman congratulated as and gave us a room as there will be a 3-day explanation the next day on the uses of the hunter card. That night Illumi made his move and sent me and Killua a letter to meet us privately. Good of you guys to come. You see, this discussion is quite urgent, said the disguised Illumi, who took out the pins as his disguise. Illumi, you're here in the exams too? Asked the surprised Killua. Yes, I needed the hunter card for my next job. Truthfully, Dad is quite lenient on your running away thing. It was mostly Mom who lashed out. God, why can't Dad give her back her shopping privileges? She used to be quite the perfect mother figure just as long as she has her shopping spree. But I'm getting off track here. Dad wants you back. At least an explanation on what you did. Also, he is also interested in meeting our new brother. Honestly, I was shocked when a twin of you popped out. I even called Dad and asked if he had a secret affair with someone. The response I got was a huge laugh, asking me if it was a joke. Really a mystery like the 7 wonders of the world popped out of the woodworks, and imagine my surprise when our new brother explained it at the end of the trick tower. Really, Killua? Taking a strange trinkets from shady old men? But the unexpected results was not unwelcome. He is quite skilled in the assassin arts too. Father was quite pleased when he heard the news, and is eager to meet him. It would be prudent to return to our new residence after the hunter debriefing, and I will give you time to say goodbye to your friends. Explained Illumi reasonably. Wow, Illumi. I was expecting you to drag me back forcefully, but saying you handle this quite civilly is quite shocking. Now I only have to worry about Mother's Sai. Killua said dejectedly. Don't worry, Killua. Your new brother has got you covered. I'm sure Mom would like some spending money to curb your habit and forget about your punishment, like this card right here. I explained to Killua as I took out a black platinum card that only the most prestigious family ever having owned and have at least 500 million Jenny in said account. Is that? Our new brother is quite successful saying, as he can dish out a card like that, and it's real too. Killua, that card has at least 500 million Jenny on it, almost 2 years worth of our assistant job if I estimate it right. Illumi explained. What? You weren't kidding when you said that crazy plan to appease Mother. Wait, what small business do you own? I'm now really curious. It's like you're one of the richest people in the world. Asked the curious Killua. I would like to know it too. First, Killua brings us a new sibling, and now said sibling is super rich. Don't worry, information about family stays in the family, saying as you're part of the fold now. No need for you to must trust us to use this information against you. Illumi asked curiously. My business is a humble auction website. You may recognize my famous title that the Hunter Association labeled me as. They call me the legendary auctioneer. Crazy Chairman Netero found out about it already and was passing me this exam no matter what I performed. I just wanted to perform normally like everyone else. My guess is that since my becoming a hunter, it will bring prestige to the Hunter Association since a legendary figure is joining the Hunter Committee. I explained. Really now, I saw your business and I can say it really is lucrative. Oh, father will be laughing when he hears this. You did good, Killua. Not only did you bring as a new member of our family, you also gave the answer to keep mom sane. Phew. I can finally relax. She has been making everyone's life stressful. See you at the house, Killua, and bring our new esteemed brother with you, said Alumi as he left. Really? My new brother is rich, holy cow. Can you buy me some chocolate robots? Asked Killua hopefully. Sure, my dear brother, just don't spend it in one go. Don't want to get overweight now, do we? I said as I passed Killua the black platinum card that contains 10 billion Jenny. Oh, my brother is the best, said Killua as he rubbed his face and said card. Time skipped 3 days later. We finished attending our 3-day information course and most of us became friends. Hanoi gave calling card and invited us country if we ever get there. He then went his separate ways. I made a meeting with Gon's group to see what they were up to. So guys, what are your plans? I asked the group. I'm going to study as a doctor now that I'm now a hunter, said Leorio. I'm not really sure, planning to get stronger I guess, so I can find a clue to my father's whereabouts, said Gon. Hisoka explained to me that the Phantom Troupe will be gathering on September the 1st on Yorkshire City, and there is a famous auction on body parts there, so my goals to avenge my clan and collect the stolen body parts are both there, explained Kurapika. Count me in. I'll meet you at Yorkshire in September the 1st. I explained. I'm in, said Killua. I'm also in, said Gon. You guys are crazy, but you guys have been with me through thick and thin. I'll be there also, said Leorio. See you guys at Yorkshire, Kurapika said as he went his separate way. See you guys later, said Leorio as he also went his separate way. What about you, Gon? Any plans? I asked. Sadly, I'm stumped on what to do. Gon replied honestly. That's it. Let's take him to home with us. I'm sure he can learn a thing or two from there. Killua said excitedly. Yeah, maybe I can teach you cool superpowers, and since you're both now hunter, I can now divulge this information to you freely. I explained. Really, Sugoi Killua, Harry, let's go to your home right away, said Gon excitedly. Kukuru Mountain equals Kukuru Mountain is a dormant volcano located in Dentora region of the Republic of Padokia. It stands 3,722 meters above sea level, making it roughly the size of real-world Mount Fuji, and is where the infamous Zoldyck family lives. The family owns the mountain, and the land around it is surrounded by huge stone walls. The mountain is surrounded by a dense jungle and typically surrounded by thick clouds. It is said that the Zoldyck mansion is on the peak of the mountain. The Zoldyck family's yard encompasses the entire area, starting from the testing gate up to Kukuru Mountain. That guidebook was sure informative, I said as we were riding the first-class blimp using my bank account, as it would be counterproductive to use our hunter card as it would draw bandits. Come on guys, let's see your hunter card, Gon asked. We all took our hunter card. Killua's and Gon were the standard 1-star hunter card, while mine was a 3-star hunter card. Hey, how come yours is different, Harry? Asked Gon curiously. Let's just say that my little business has been widely recognized by the Hunter Association and gave me the appropriate rank, I explained. Killua understood. The legendary auctioneer was a name everyone knew and widely acknowledged, so it would be understandable that Harry already got a 3-star hunter rank, the highest hunter rank achievable. We arrived at the Republic of Padokia and joined the tourist spy as to the Zoldyck estate. Welcome to our last stop. This is the front door gate to the Zoldyck estate, home to the most infamous assassins. No one has ever went back alive behind these gates, said the tour guide. Out of our way. Those rumors are bullshit. We the Hunter brothers will prove them wrong. I'm sure these powerful bombs will make them say otherwise, the man said as he exited south his giant brother and placed the bomb in the iron gate. Boom! The large explosion went off, but it hardly put a dent on the gate. The Hunter brothers resorted to another method and harassed Mr. Zaboro, who purposely dropped the key to the fake gate. The Hunter brothers went inside and screams could be heard. A few minutes later, and a giant paw reached out the wooden gate and dropped some skeleton remains. "This is our stop gone," Killua said as we hopped off the bus. Shouting of terrors could be seen from the bus as they witnessed the supposed Hunter brothers meet their untimely demise. "Kids, get away from there, it's dangerous," said the guide. "Why, I live here," said Killua honestly. Shout of terrors roared from the bus again, and said bus made for a quick getaway. Sigh, the new guard dog Oscar is quite overweight. I miss Mike, he was quite good to look at than the new guard dog, said Zaboro as he cleaned up the bones. "Yo, Zaboro, working hard I see," said Killua casually. "Hello, Master Killua. I see you brought some friends home. Let me take a closer look at them. And let's see, a spirited and energetic kid. My young master, you sure know how to pick him. They will never get tired of playing tag." "What? Young master, where did you find your long-lost twin?" Zaboro asked curiously. "I found him in the hunter exam. He makes a mean food and even meaner sweets. Don't anger him though, I still remember on what he did to his opponent. He skinned his opponent from the waist down, and his opponent did not notice that he really was a walking dead man as he was playing tag with Gary for quite some time. It was only when someone pointed the facts out to his opponent and said opponent realized this that he died. Who knew cooking could be so deadly?" Killua talked casually as Zaboro paled when he heard the facts. "Don't scare Mr. Zaboro, Killua. Here, Mr. Zaboro, have some home-made Pocky to calm yourself," I said as I handed out the picky to Mr. Zaboro. Meanwhile, Killua pouted that he could not have the Pocky to himself too. "No pouting, Killua. Here's some for you too," I said as I handed some picky to Killua, who gobbled it hungrily. Quite delicious. No wonder Master Killua likes it. I just wish Mike was here. He was the previous Zoldix guard dog who went missing 5 years ago," Mr. Zaboro explained. Sorry about that. I may have something to do with that incident. Surely you remember the kid running out of those gates 5 years ago. That was me," I explained. "What? That was you, but you look nothing like that kid back then," Zaboro explained. "Yes, Killua might have done some ritual that made us genetic siblings in some strange circumstances. Oh yes, say hi, Mike," I said as I released Mike out his pokeball. "Mike, say hi to my friends," I said to Mike. Mike, having recognized Mr. Zaboro from before, gave Zaboro a huge lick. "Oh, Mike, you're all right. And you've gotten healthy and beautiful too. Ho-ho. I'm all right. It was nice seeing you again after all these years," Mr. Zaboro said to Mike. After their 10 minutes of reunion, I called Mike back into his pokeball. "Master Killua, I will inform the main house that you and your friends have arrived," said Zaboro as he called the main house. 10 minutes, the testing gate opened on the 5 doors and revealed Killua's mother and Kaluto. "Killua dear, I missed you so much. What's this news about you having found your lost twin brother, or some bogus news your father was spouting?" Kikyo said. "Hello there, Miss Kikyo. I'm afraid they're talking about me," I said, and Kikyo paused and looked at me for a second and squealed. "Oh, Killua, good job on finding your lost twin brother. He's so cute," Kikyo said as he gave me a very strong hug for 10 minutes straight. "Now that's out of the way, welcome to the family. And Killua dear, I haven't forgotten your punishment," Kikyo said, quickly changing the subject, making Killua pale at the prospect of torture. "If I may interrupt, Mother, it's such a nice occasion meeting my newfound family, and thanks to Killua here I managed get the perfect present to my esteemed mother," I said as I took out another black platinum card. Kikyo stopped in her tracks, gears running in her head at his newfound son, giving her a present. The present was a black platinum credit card that has at least 500 million deposit, and from what she can tell, it's very, very authentic. Even Silva only treated her with that card so many years ago, but escalated into her addiction and stopped abruptly later on. Her newfound son just handed her the ticket to her one-of-a-kind joy ride, so, without thinking, she took the card. "You're right, dear. It's such a good occasion, and your new brother has kindly given your mom the nicest gift. Say my regards to Silva for me. If he asks where I am, tell him that I'm going shopping. Take care of Kaluto, dear, and make him wear some boy clothes. Heavens, he looks weird in that dress," she said as she gave me a kiss and warped into some direction with parts unknown outside the gate. "That was awesome," that said Killua, who narrowly escaped punishment. "I'm free. Yes, I'm finally free. Thank you, new brother. I'm off to buy new boy clothes. See you guys later." Kaluto said as he too blasted into parts unknown looking for cool boy clothes. Well, that's something you don't see every day. It's been many years since I have seen Miss Kikyo. Quite happy. You have my thanks, young master, said Zaburo as he addressed me. I was glad to be of help. Now let's get inside. I'll try my luck on the training gate, I said as I opened the gate. I was only able to open up to the number 4. Come on inside, you two. We need more training, especially you, Gon, whose goal is to find your elusive father, I said to them as we entered the gate. Well, as the say, that's one obstacle down. Now into the next, I said as we went to the main house. On the way, 2 very fast figures moved into action, and before I knew it, I was nowhere near Gon and Killua. Killua, Harry's gone missing. Look, there's a note, Gon said as he looked out the note. Dear Killua and friend, we will be getting some alone time with our new son/grandson. Signed, Zeno Zoldyck and Silva Zoldyck. Oh dear, looks like brother and getting introduced to the family yard so soon. Come on, Gon, let's go back to S house and start our training. Harry's getting his own training from my dad and Uncle Zeno, said Killua as they ran back down the mountain to get some weight training from Mr. Zaburo. Chapter 8. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This is purely a fanfic for enjoyment. Crossover from various games, books, anime, manga, and movies. The familiar characters you see here belongs to their respected authors and owners. Author's note, Stop SOPA, White House. Gov/petition/Stop SOPA. 2014/Q0VKK0ZR. Sign the petition now. Let's keep fanfiction alive. Harry's POV. I was quickly dragged to a very far of clearing, and my said assailants were forced to suddenly release me with my successful escape, to which I quickly put my guard and saw my opponents. I was shocked beyond belief, as the 2-person in front of me were none other than Silva Zoldyck and Zeno Zoldyck. Oh, he's quite strong, able to free himself from my grip. Such a strong grandson. Nosnin too. To what extent is still a mystery. I know. Tradition dictates to throw a young cub into a cliff in the wilds. I will follow just that, Zeno said as he charged up his nun. Feeling said technique, I decided to get a good distance away. Zeno finished up charging his nun, and a live huge dragon came into being. Zeno rides the dragon and quickly catches up to me. Ho ho, quite a runner we have here. Have a taste of my ability. Summon Dragon of the Zodiac. Zeno announced as he hopped off, and said dragon came down to me with the intent to maul me to pieces. Try not to die, young man. I had just gotten a new grandson, and I would like to see him survive this. Zeno announced his sentiments for me. I took out my trusty black knife, and as said dragon was near me, I flashed at incredible speed, skinning said dragon alive. The dragon was still flying in the air, never noticing the difference. Phew, what a wonderful and scary ability. Skinning his opponent alive, and said opponent never realized that it's already fallen. Quite literally the devil's work, devil's cooking, said Zeno as he observed. Oh, I'm glad you approve. My victims die instantly once they realize that their organs and major tissue are gone, thus ending the Cinderella like magic. I explained, and sadly, the dragon heard the explanation and took a look at himself, dooming himself to oblivion. Oh ho ho, quite nice. What do you think, Silva? Zeno asked Silva. Quite a frightening ability. We won't have to teach him much if he has already the speed and finesse creating that remarkable technique. It's almost a work of art, I approve. Now it's my turn to test him, said Silva as he used his nun ability and produced a very large ball off nun. Let's play dodgeball, Silva said as he launched said big ball of nun, creating massive craters in its wake. Hey, isn't that overkill? I asked as I dodged the barrage of blows. Hey, you better dish out more of your talents if you want to survive this encounter, Silva said as he continued his barrage of deathly nun balls. Tisk, I'm forced to use my ability this early. Oh, this sucks, I said as I used my ability. What is Harry's nun ability? Harry's nun ability, rule proclamation. Using in conjunction with his my dungeon create, he is able to enforce certain rules that all must follow in his domain like a game master enforcing the rules. Since his dungeon create is quite powerful, he is able to enforce said rules up to 10 kilometers in range. Suddenly the air changed, and the colors of the surrounding area became mismatched, and it stretched for 5 kilometers. Noticing the changes, both Zoldyck went on guard. This is new. Quite a large area coverage. Said Silva. Welcome to my domain. Allow me to introduce my non-ability rule proclamation. As the name suggests, it allows me to make certain rules in my area of influence that is about 5 kilometers in range. For example, rule proclamation, gravity increase times 100, only those in my party are exempt from the rules. I said as the sudden increase in gravity increased to the master assassins. GUH, what a frightening ability. I can barely stand up, I'm out of shape. Zeno said in annoyance. Yes, quite the frightening ability. All right, son, we give up. We just wanted to know where you are at so we can know what level of assassin techniques to teach you. GUH, you sure are a monster. Can you please turn of this ability? Silva said, panting. All right, father. Uncle. I said as I disabled my ability. From that moment on, I was taught to control my breathing, how to do shadow mirage steps as one blends to his surrounding, completely erasing one's presence or erase my presence on my own. I was taught how to make my hair a Sinbon, neat ability. I was even privileged to learn to manipulate my muscles, turning my hand into a sharp killing machine blade, and with my food honor set ability truly shined. I was also introduced to poison resistance, as well seduction resistance and sex education. God, that was embarrassing. After that, it was combat training with the masters, quickly making me experience in many types of fights. It also helped that my food was very delicious, that they took a shine to me. And just like that, 2 weeks passed, and I was welcomed into the fold and a full-fledged assassin. That is everything we can teach you, my son. The rest, you have to polish on your own. I wonder, I haven't heard from Kikyo lately. Usually she gets cranky if she is not included in family gatherings. Silva said, Mom, I gave her some shopping money, and she said if you were looking for her that she was on a shopping spree. I announced, really? It's been a month, and she has really, really expensive taste. How much did you give her if we haven't heard a peep from her? Asked the curious Silva. I would like to know too. She isn't that impressed very easily, you know. Said Zeno. Oh, just 10 billion Jenny spending money. I said casually. Both Silva and Zeno's jaws dropped. Their son must be crazy if their son/grandson can dish out that amount to appease the dreaded beast, which they were both horrified and thankful at the prospect of an angry Kikyo. Wow, son, I make that amount in 3 years. Won't you kindly share your secret with your family? Said Silva in his puppy dog eyes, which was very, very disturbing. All right. You might know my moniker on the outside world as the legendary auctioneer. Are you guys up for some fortune hunting? Both their eyes lit up as they recognized that name and was very glad that they were now related to their son. You bet, they said in unison. Ding. Harry has both invited Silva and Zeno into the party. Party invite accepted. LV 90 Harry. LV 120 Silva. LV 150 Zeno. Drop setting to individual. Dungeon transfer to Wonder Mind start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Harry and his new father and his uncle were suddenly transported into the wonder world of money-making. Oh, where are we? Did ask Silva. Welcome to my world. Every monster defeated will have a chance to drop gold coins and rare items with all nin properties. Of course, the monster fight back and doubled as training. This is just some slightly harder dungeon, but I trust your guys' ability to be very advanced, so these should be quite easy. Here are some bags that hold a pocket dimension for the items you wanted to carry, so we don't have to go back. I sat as I gave them each a bag of holding which can digitally show what is inside the bag. Oh, this is very, very interesting, said Zeno. I quite agree. Anyway, when do we start? Asked Silva. One last instruction. You see the estimated levels and our abilities rounded into numbers showing somewhere within your view. Yes, you can touch the name to contact that person telepathically. Now go and enjoy yourselves while I will perfect my training, I said as they both went and hunted like no tomorrow. 1 week later, we came out of the dungeon with a happy Silva and a happy Zeno. Ho ho, I estimate my item's value along with the hold to be 300 billion Jenny. I can tell you that they are indeed none enchanted and high quality too. Oh, it's a very, very lucrative business that I can take the year off and slack off. Said Zeno. Wow, Dad, you're super efficient. I only estimate mine to be worth 230 billion. I will also take a year off and take a vacation. Harry, dear, kindly take care of Killua for us as we will be away celebrating. I trust you fully to watch Killua fully and train him if you saw it fit. Don't worry, I will tell Kikyo, Illumi, and the rest of the family it really has been a godsend meeting you, Harry. See you later, Silva said as he disappeared with Zeno off to somewhere fun. I took a change of clothes after a bath at the nearby lake, and I quickly dashed to Killua's location, and using none I quickly found him. I said as I announced my presence. Gon and Killua was very surprised at my sudden arrival. While Dad and Uncle must have done wonders to you training, I didn't even notice you until you said, "Hi, brother." Killua said honestly, yes, the training was indeed fruitful. They raised my ability high enough, and now they are trusting me enough with your training, so no more Illumi watching your back. We can also leave any time we want to sightsee and help Gon and Kurapika if need be, but first, how is your training? I asked. Yay, my brother is the best. As our training, we have decent stamina, endurance, and strength. Killis reported. I can open up to 2 doors in the testing gate. Gon said proudly. Good job, both of you. We will stay here for another 2 months and leaves us 3 extra months for the Yorkshire auction. Luckily, I foresaw this and used my connections to increase Gon's passport stay here for another 2 months. Say goodbye to Mr. Zaboro for now, and let supplies, and we're going deeper into the Zoldyck estate, I said to Gon and Killua. After Killua and Gon said their goodbye, we went to the butler's quarters to get our supplies. Coincidentally, I met Maluki there. Oh, you must be our new brother that Dad and Mom are excited to have. My name is Maluki. I hope that Killua hasn't been saying something bad about me. Maluki explained. Oh, he's been quite informative, a budding genius and bomber specialist. Quite the resume you have. He also mentioned your unique hobby. I explained. Oh, you've come to laugh at my princesses too, Maluki said, upsetting his mood. Heavens no, there is a culture dedicated to those hobbies and they are growing strong. Nothing wrong about your wonderful hobby. In fact, I received something that might float your boat, but sadly I am unfit to its honor, and she needs a good home. I hope you can take care of her, I said as I took out a magical girl Nanoha special model, Director Autographed Edition. Is that a Mad Cow Girl Nanoha special model, Director Autographed Edition? No way it is. I heard they only released 15 such figurine to the world, and you're giving her to me, asked Maluki curiously. Why, of course. She needs a good home, and I can't take care of her and give her the love and attention she needs. I'm sure a man of your unique talents can give what she truly desires. Can you take good care of her? I asked as I handed the figurine in a sealed box to Maluki. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I will take good care of her. Mom and Dad were right. You are nice. See you later, little brother, said Maluki as he went to his private collection. We're back, Killua said as he and Gon finished packing. Why is Gatto's jaw hanging? Did I miss something interesting? Asked Killua curiously. Nothing much, Gatto just witnessed a rare bonding moment. I explained. Whatever, come on, let's go to training, said Killua with an excited Jim as they dragged me away. 30 minutes later, we arrived at a big clearing. There I unlocked Gon and Killua's nun with a forceful nun baptism, enough to unlock their aura and their aura nodes. You see, that energy all going out that's now visible. Those are your escaping energies. Quickly think of controlling the flow of energy before you ran out. If you don't control it, there is a chance that you will die. Do what feels natural, like the flow of blood. I explained and practiced my occlumency while waiting. 2 days later, Gon and Killua was able to move about freely while conserving their aura. Good job, the both of you. The difficulty of adjusting to this aura is quite astronomical, and you two fall into the genius category at 1 in a million lottery for mastering it that fast. I explained to them the application of Nun. 10. Once a person has had their aura nodes opened, they must learn to keep their aura from leaking away from their body. 10. Envelop, shroud, is the process of keeping the nodes open, but also having aura flow through and around the body rather than away from it. Once maintained, it creates a shroud around the user that feels similar to standing in lukewarm, viscous fluid. Having a shroud of aura surround the body is the most basic defense against the emotional attacks from other users of Nun. However, it can't defend against Nun physical attacks. 10 maintains youthful vigor and reduces one's aging. Since the energy powering the body no longer leaks away, one can keep the body from breaking down and deter the aging process. Through frequent meditation, one can improve the quality of their 10. Zetsu. While 10 allows a user to keep aura from leaking away from their body, Zetsu, suppress, null, stops the flow of aura from their body altogether. By closing all of their aura nodes, the user is able to stop almost all outflow of their aura like water from a valve. Since the user is no longer surrounded by their own aura, they're more sensitive to the aura of others. This can be useful when tracking another person, and it will also prevent other users of none from noticing them. Zetsu can also be used to relieve fatigue, since it forces the body's external layer of aura to be fully contained within. However, since Zetsu involves shutting off one's aura, it can be dangerous due to it leaving the body defenseless against any aura attack. Even a weak attack enhanced with none could do massive damage. Refine, enhance is a direct application of 10. Since a user is capable of keeping aura from leaking away from the body, it's also possible for them to produce more aura around themselves without having to worry about losing it. Ren focuses on outputting a high amount of aura and keeping it on the body, expanding the size and intensity of it. If 10 is considered to be purely defensive, then Ren typically what is used for offense. This increases the user's physical strength and durability and provides a large pool of aura for any advanced techniques or individual skills they decide to use. Hatsu, release, act, is the release or transmission of one's aura, so it can be projected to carry out a certain function. In essence, Hatsu is one's personal expression of none that creates a special and unique paranormal ability, colloquially called a none ability. A good Hatsu should reflect a person's own character. One can never truly master none if they only copy other people's abilities. A few days later, they were now at a proficient level that it was scary much faster when I learned, but hey, as they say, nature versus nurture. I made them do both a water divination test. I explained to them that this would lead to their strong points area in none and in a life or death battle. Those who mastered theirs came out the victor. I explained the water divination test and its effects. There are 6 types of aura. Every individual is born having one of these 6 different aura types. Upon learning one's own aura type, a student of none can set about learning to apply the technique in a unique way that suits their personality, which can develop into a unique skill. The most popular way, and the only surefire way seen in the series, of determining one's aura type is through water divination. Divination requires one to float a leaf atop a glass of water. A student of none will place their hands around the glass and perform Ren. The resulting effect from one's aura contacting the glass will determine a person's aura type. If the volume of the water changes, the user is an enhancer. If the taste of the water changes, the user is a transmuter. If impurities appear in the water, the user is a conjurer. If the color of the water changes, the user is an emitter. If the leaf moves on the water's surface, the user is a manipulator. If a completely different change appears, the user is a specialist. I explained to them the theory, and one is able to judge one's behavior based on their nature. Enhancers are determined and simple. Most of them never lie and hide nothing. Their words and actions are often dominated by their feelings. They are generally very selfish and focused on their goals. Transmuters are whimsical liars. Transmutation users have unique attitudes, and many are regarded as weirdos or cheaters. They rarely reveal their true intentions. Conjurers are typically high-strung. They are often on guard as to be overly cautious. They are very observant and rarely fall into the traps. Being able to analyze things calmly is the strength of conjurers. Emitters are impatient and not detail-oriented. Many of them are quick-tempered and hot-blooded. They resemble the enhancers in building their impulsivity, but the difference with them, they probably tend to calm down and forget easier. Manipulators are logical people who advance at their own pace. They are all for arguments and tend to want to keep their families and loved ones safe. On the other hand, when it comes to pursuing their own goals, they do not listen to what others might have to say about it. Specialists are individualistic and will tell you anything important on them and refrain from being close friends. But because of their natural charisma that draws others, they are always surrounded by many people. Hey, I'm an enhancer. Based on your theory, I'm simple-minded. Ask on. Yep, definitely fits the bill. Said Killua. As for me, it says I'm a liar and a whimsical person that doesn't reveal their intentions. Yep, definitely on mark. Killua said in agreement. Yes, and mine are conjurer bordering specialization, as my conjured items are a bit unnatural, like this, for example, spinning mana arrow. I said as I conjured out 12 energy constructs behind me and suddenly turned them off. I explained, yes, that construct was strange. You're overly cautious, observant, and very charismatic. Yep, you fit the bill. Killua explained, let me tell you what your specialty description guideline in making your ability. Enhancer strengthens and reinforces natural ability. Transmuters change the quality of aura. Emitter shoots out or projects aura. Manipulator controls objects or living things. Conjurer materializes an object out of aura, and specialists have a distinctive feel on it. I explain the concept of none as I draw a small diagram. There are numerical approximations given to indicate just exactly how efficient one would be at using aura abilities that one is not born into. Starting at one's own aura type, one has the potential to be 100% efficient at using abilities based in that category alone. Then looking at the category chart, one has the potential to be 80% efficient at using aura types adjacent to your primary type, 40% efficient at the opposite or farthest category, and 60% efficient in the two remaining categories. Specialization is typically unusable for non-specialists because it is impossible to partially use. One either can or can't use specialist abilities. However, conjurers and manipulators have 1% efficiency potential for specialization due to being adjacent to it. I explained. Now that being said, there are sometimes exceptions to the rule, seeing I have some strange set of skills. I don't fall into that category. I explained. A week passed by, and I am proud to say that I am starting him and Killua's advanced lessons in Nun. Gyo Focus is an advanced application of Ren by which a Nun user concentrates a larger than normal portion of their aura into one specific body part. Gyo increases the strength of that one body part, but leaves the rest of the body more vulnerable. Gyo is most often used in the eyes, allowing a Nun user to see aura and things which would otherwise be hidden, e.g. in objects hidden by Conceal is an advanced form of Zetsu used to almost completely conceal the presence of a Nin user's aura. It can be used on a Nin user's Hatsu ability to make it invisible to other Nun users. It can be countered by using Gyo in the eyes or through one. Circle is an advanced application of Run and Ten. In Run, aura usually envelopes only a small amount of space around the user's body, and is when one extends their Ren so that their aura extends further than normal, then uses Ten at the same time to give shape to the aura, usually a sphere. Someone using Un can feel the shape and movement of anything entering their circle. The downside to this is that it is extremely tiring and draining for the Nun user to constantly deploy so much aura. Those who master In are typically able to extend their Un to a circle of a 50 m radius. Shu in Fold is an advanced application of Ten. Shu allows a user of Nun to extend their aura's envelopment onto an object, allowing them to use that object as if it were an extension of their own body. For example, one could use Shu to extend their Ten around an object, which would strengthen and protect the object like the way Ren strengthens and protects their body. Fortify is the advanced version of the basic Ren technique. Ken is a defensive technique where a Nun user maintains a state of Run over their entire body, allowing them to defend against attacks from any direction without the need to use Gyo. Ken is as useful as a defensive position, but is tiring to maintain. Additionally, it is not as strong as Gyo on any given part of the body, since it protects the whole body evenly. Because of that, it is used to guard when one wants to be cautious. Temper is an enhanced version of Gyo in which all of an individual's aura is concentrated into one particular body part. Zetsu is used to completely stop the flow of Nun in all other parts of the body. This makes that one body part exceptionally powerful, but leaves the rest of the body completely unprotected. This is used by some Nin users as an offensive technique. A punch would carry all 100% of your aura with it, but it is a risky move, leaving the rest of one's body unprotected in a fight against another Nin user is generally not a good idea. Results in one's aura creating a high-pitched dissonance, somewhat akin to the sound of metal being ground. Ryu, flow, is the term for real-time use of Gyo, the adjustment of aura concentration in various body parts, by a Nun user in battle. For example, the use of Gyo to increase the amount of Nun in a fist as one strikes with it, to increase damage done, or to increase the amount of Nun in an arm as it is used to block a blow for extra defense. I started training Gon and Killua in Gyo by making them see the aura number in my hand a la biscuit style, and we also did a punishment game. I also trained them in Shu to increase their aura capacity and letting them feel the same torture/training I received. They have become proficient in Nun use, so I moved up to combat simulations and using a simple Ko demonstration, and the effect was enlightening. I let them spar using Ko and Ken in combat, and it gradually increased in speed and increased in application of Ryu. It was 1 month and a week now since I began training them, and I deemed them to be both proficient enough, and I asked them to develop their specialty via Hatsu. Surprisingly, Gon and Killua thought the same idea in the anime, and it was my turn to strengthen those abilities. Another 2 weeks passed. They both have progressed in the Nun exercises like cutting a twig in a distance and using Shu on a rock, and using said rock to smash other rocks, thus increasing their fine control of Nun. I didn't waste my time either, as I mastered my wandless magic and can perform a number of spells non-verbally. Transfiguration is a blast, and I mastered it flawlessly, and I secretly mastered the Imperious Curse. Hey, I'm a fan of Star Wars, so long live the Force. Gentlemen, my time to train you was an honor, and I now deem you proficient in Nun. It is your job to further polish those skills as they take you far in life. Never forget your training, and I'm done with the... I'm sure you're sick of the surrounding, and I can guess you're itching to try to test your abilities, so I recommended Heaven's Arena. Test your skills while making money. Oh, I'm so proud of you guys. Wait a minute. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Ho ho ho, you guys are in luck. Quick, let's all take a bath, and I'm worried about our transportation. I said to both of them. We went to the lake naked. Oh, I got over my shyness with the countless death battles, and Gon and Killua doesn't seem to be shy about that sort of thing. One thing lead to the other, and we had our water fight. I didn't know what I was thinking back then, but I decided to emulate a technique from the ID manga. I splashed the surface of the water and coated the water into marble-sized droplets and flicked the marble with force, hitting Gon and Killua. I didn't realize that it would work. I said dumbly, "Oh brother, you know this means where you know to." Killua smiled evilly and tried to copy my method, and it didn't work as that technique needed high Nun control. Gon was trying it but failed miserably as well. Okay, I'm sorry guys, I didn't think it would actually work. Still, it was very cool. That is why I attempted it. I explained. Yeah, you're right, it was cool. I'm letting you off, but you owe Gon and me a favor. Killua said as he pouted. All right, you know I can't resist my friends. I'll owe you guys a favor, so no sulking. I said to calm them down. We finished our bath and changed, and we now gathered into our training clearing. We called Gato and informed them that we were going exploring before we left. I activated my war portal. Said portal lets me teleport to locations I have been before. Okay, walk into the lighted floor. It will feel normal, I guarantee. I said this and assured them. They walked into the portal and I followed behind them. We warped into my previous room, and I was surprised that my room became lavish and it expanded in size. I wonder what happened to it, and quickly found out that there was a sign that said Floor Master Harry. I was surprised at this sudden piece of information. I realized that you need 10 wins above floor 200 to be a floor master or challenge and win the title from the previous floor master, and since Hisoka lost to me before, I became a floor master. Didn't you say that floor masters are strong fighters from floor 200? How did you become one? Asked the curious Killua. Well, I was very young then. I just finished my training in Nun and decided to see the effects of Nun in battle. I explained. Ah, so you entered the tower to test yourself. Killua said as he pieced the two together. Heck no, I was contented watching the Nun battles. I had literally money to burn after all, but with my luck, I attracted Hisoka's attention and he kept bugging me, so I was forced to enter, and when I reached floor 200, I was challenged by Hisoka. My ability somewhat saved me from his deadly ability, making me win. I was so scared I ran away and participated the hunter exam. You know what happened when we crossed paths? I explained. What happened? I arrived last with Leorio and Karapika, so I missed the whole thing. Asked Gon curiously. Oh, it was disturbing. Hisoka put their battle at Heaven's Arena out of context and resulted in a sexual implication that Hisoka was a pedophile. It didn't help that Harry's lack of reaction forcing the notion to be true. Killua explained. Thahaha. That is funny. Hey, let's register already, said Gon in an excited voice. Well, let's go, I said as I opened the door, and we went on the registration booth. Gon and Killua was a go while I used my floor master privileges, shocking those who were in the know about me being the youngest floor master. It didn't help that none recognized me due to my makeover, but the code verification privy only to participants was all the identification I needed, and Harry decided in the update of information adding Zoldyck to his name, shocking them further. Only a small portion of the staff were privy to this information, but Harry underestimated his loyal fans as his last match left an impression and news of the youngest floor master that has returned and had a major makeover. Gon and Killua quickly climbed up the floors, and only after 3 days they reached floor 200. Hisoka was there on coincidence who noticed the sudden ripeness of his fruits and quickly took his chance and challenged both of them. Hisoka, having regained his floor master status, quickly sold the tickets to their fight, and me being a floor master myself, have a private booth to watch the fight. Oh, Hisoka was on high. He was looking at me with a grateful expression for letting him having his version of crack. The thought was somewhat disturbing, but gaining Hisoka's respect was certainly a very big thing. Hisoka won and showed the difference in their experiences, but Hisoka did have a very fun time. He took all he could squeeze of his fun time entertainment that their matches lasted 3 hours, each gaining both parties invaluable experience. Gon and Killua had severe broken bones, but they were very much happy at the outcome. I surprised them both when I used my Angel's Purification skill, making their injuries vanish, and both became at 100% fighting conditions. Jido, the spinning top nin user, Reavelt of the Twin Snake electric user, and Sedeso, the manipulation user, challenged me, but spectacularly failed. In Sedeso's match's mind control nin failed because of my Aculomancy training. In Jido's match, I quickly incapacitated him. In Reavelt match, said electric user was able to activate his fabled perfect defense, and said user did a monologue explaining his invincible ability. I myself, feeling playful, transfigured, said electric whips in alive snakes, squeezing himself to submission. My matches were really popular, as I often see Hisoka cheering me on. It took Wing and Zushi forever figuring out that it was me and finally confronted me about it, earning us a huge celebration, and I introduced my proud students to Wing, who was quite shocked at my accomplishments. We only stayed for 3 months at Heaven's Arena, and we decided to head to Yorkshire earlier. We gathered info about the auction and, of course, Greed Island. We found out that Greed Island is having a massive auction this year, and Mr. Batera is rumored to be buying them all. After having a base there and spent a month getting a layout of the city, we decided to stay at Gon's place for a month, earning a peaceful time, and we found out a clue about Gon's father via the mysterious cube that was left for him, and obtained a memory card and a ring and the mysterious Min cassette tape from Gina's father. Killua and I gained friendship to Aunt Mito and Gon's grandmother, and we quickly returned to Yorkshire for the intended meeting date. We didn't forget about our nun training, and it is improving rapidly. We participated with the Market Bazaar on our remaining free time, meeting the fabled Zapairu, Gon's treasury history critic. The meeting was quite fascinating, and we managed to amass a number of interesting things. Zapairu was very helpful to Gon, and for that single gesture and friendship, I gave Zapairu 10 billion Jenny in secret, which was an amazing event. I said my plan to Killua about giving Zapairu the cash, and I also told Killua that I will surprise Gon by buying a copy of Greed Island all to ourselves as a present to him, and got an approval from Killua. Time skip Yorkshire Massacre. Karapika managed to get in the Nostrad family. Neon was unable to attend the auction in person because of her beloved pets, so her guards Karapika, Senlitsu with the Devil's Ear ability Daltzone, the Nostrad family head guard, and the others were bidding in her stead. Neon's prediction about the auction where the Phantom Troupe massacred the place where it took had a safeguard. As the Inju, the Mafia's strongest nin user employed by the Dawn, took heed of the prophecy and managed to corner some members of the Raiden, namely Phaeton, Nobunaga, Shizuku, Franklin, and Maki. Yuvijin, who was nicknamed the Monster Gorilla, was also there fighting the Mafia grunts in a one-sided battle. I somehow managed to get to Karapika while I went to visit the Nostrad, I had managed to convince them to ally with me as a temporary associate. Really, flashing a 3-star hunter card and the authentication was all I needed to get in and shock the whole squad, especially Kurapika, who knew said child prodigy hunter. I did say I will help you, and I plan to keep my word, I said to Kurapika, giving me a smile in response. Gon and Killua are on a paid vacation when they decided to cash in their favor from their nin training, along with Leorio, whom we met along the way. Yuvajin cleared out the grunts, and the fabled Inju arrived. The Inju were still being beaten, and when half of them was loosing, I decided to give my debut. Hey, are you guys so desperate as to send in a child to fight your battles? Yuvajin shouted, and the Inju were somewhat confused. Kanbanwa Mina-san, I am Harry, a 3-star hunter, I said as the shocking information shocked the whole populace. Thaha, oh, this is just rich. Are you for real? Asked Yuvajin in disbelief. Very well, believe what you wish. I said my piece. It is after all polite to introduce oneself to strong warriors, I said, earning a grin from Yuvajin. Oh, quite polite, everyone, stay out of my way. This will be a one-on-one battle, shouted Yuvajin. Since you're a kid, I will give you a 3-minute head start, and I won't do anything, said Yuvajin confidently. Your arrogance shall be your downfall, but I thank you for the chance. I will gladly take it, I said as I activated my ability. Said dark full moon turned red, and said red zone formed a large dome 10 kilometers wide. Rule proclamation. No usage of none beside my party members, I said loudly. Ah, oh, that's great. That's quite a laugh. Anything else, kid? Yuvajin asked curiously. You seem to be taking this situation astride with all the people here inside my dome of influence having no access to their none. Go ahead, give it a go. You don't seem to see that you are defeated already, I announced. Yuvajin was shocked. He checked as he activated his nun, but nothing came. Only then he knew the danger he was in. Don't worry. My aim is only to incapacitate you all. Whether you survive this incident is debatable, I said as I turned my hair into senbons and put the Raiden troops at the present location into a half-dead state. I give you half of the Raiden in a suspended death state for 12 hours before its effects wear off. My only request is to have my friend Kurapika from the Nostrad family have the honor of executing these members if they are charged the death penalty, I said to the Inju. Don't worry, kid. With your contribution to their capture, it's the least we could do, said the Inju leader. Good day, gentlemen. I bid you luck in your pursuit of justice. Be warned, the Raiden is a close-knit group. An attempted rescue by their powerful members may take place. Goodbye, gentlemen, I said as I teleported to my apartment and let the effect of my ability fade. What will be the fate of the Raiden members? Will Kurapika finally have his revenge? Tune in next time. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This is purely a fanfic for enjoyment. Crossover from various games, books, anime, manga, and movies. The familiar characters you see here belongs to their respected authors and owners. Author's note. Stop SOPA, White House. Gov/petition/Stop SOPA. 2014/Q0VKK0ZR. Sign the petition now. Let's keep fanfiction alive. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. This chapter will have a crossovers from some popular anime. Harry's POV. After I woke up from sleep, there seems to be the announcement with the successful capture of half the fandom troupe and their intended execution date a week from now live. It was even reported that a certified 3-star apprehended and help apprehend said group with a powerful ability. This lead to the Hunter Association gaining support from the underground world, as well as the increased mystery of the identity of the mysterious 3-star hunter, as said 3-star rank, are less than 50 who were given such honor, and 20 of those 50 are the only ones alive. Time skip, day of execution. Killua was given the honor of ending the Raiden's life, following the mysterious 3-star hunter's only request. The rest of the fandom troupe did a plan to rescue, but the advance warning from the mysterious 3-star hunter came a big of help as the execution site was heavily fortified with strong men users. The execution of the members proceeded very well. Although some members of the fandom troupe managed to ram their way in, Kurapika proved to be tenacious, and he managed to slay almost all the members with the help of other well-known hunters. Krallo, The leader of the fandom Troupe was in a separate battle with Hisoka, as said Joker to his chance and separated him from the group. The battle lasted between a full 2 hours between two veteran warriors. Hisoka managed to win, but he sustained a fatal injury. With his dying moment, he decided to call me, which was weird. With my very high instant delivery level, I am now able to send people or myself to the location of anyone I have a name or a picture of. Luck was on Hisoka's side today, as I was able to teleport to his side, and I managed to use my Angel's Purification skill on him at the nick of time, saving his life and making a full recovery. I left a note there and teleported back to my apartment. Hisoka was confused when he woke up feeling fine. There was a note. "It's boring without you around. Signed, Kitten." Hisoka laughed at his friend's whimsical behavior. Then again, he was whimsical too. He just counted his blessings and looked for the next interesting thing he could find. Kurapika was awarded his revenge, but his vows came at a staggering cost, damaging his psyche, and having the none of the fallen Raiden members attacking him was disheartening. Thankfully, he has Senritsu on his side, and I gifted Kurapika a necklace that wards of evil nun attacks, giving him room to breathe. When Gon, Killua, and Leorio arrived, they saw the news and congratulated him on succeeding on one of his goals. They were surprised, however, when he mentioned on thanking me for my help. Killua, having linked the two together, teased me to no end. Leorio saying as Kurapika's road to vengeance was complete, Leorio said his goodbye to further study his doctor profession. I warned Gon and Killua on having the effects of vows and restriction on none as a double-edged blade like what happened to Kurapika. Time skip Greed Island Auction Day. Welcome everyone to this year's end of the year Yorkshire auction. We have many rare items sold here today, so stay tuned. The announcer said, "Today we have this mysterious game Greed Island for sale. It is sad that this is a hunter game and has a chance that you could lose your life," said the announcer. There are currently 6 copies being sold here today, and each game has a maximum of 8 players. Note that the game seems to be protected by an unknown force and will still be running when there is no power connected. Let's start the bid with 900 million, said the announcement. We have now 25 billion from Mr. Batera, going once, twice, and we have a surprising bid of 30 billion from an unknown kid, going once, twice, sold to the weird kid with white hair. "Hey, are you sure you can pay for that?" to ask Gon curiously. Mr. Paizuru was also there with us as our companion. "Why, of course, Gon, I talked over with Killua and planned this surprise. We will finally find a clue to your father," I said confidently. "Oh yeah, thanks guys," Gon said happily. The rest of the Greed Island game were sold to Mr. Batera. On a break, I managed to slip to Mr. Batera's room. "Excuse me, I would like to have a chat with my fellow gamer enthusiast," I said. "Welcome, it's you, do you want something?" asked Batera. Yes, I was just going to give my fellow gamer buddy a sort of lucky charm. This is called a bottle of miracle. Yes, pardon the corny pun. This is rumored to believe to create a miracle only once when you pour it in said recipient. You can ask your hunter employee for any curses. It does have none properties. Use it when all option is lost," I said cryptically as I handed a small potion to Tsuzujira and left. Strange, it's almost as if he knew of my predicament. I'll keep his advice and hold onto it as a last resort. "It is clean, right?" asked Mr. Batera to Jackpot Hunter Tsuzujira. "Yes, it's clean," said Tsuzujira as he handed the mysterious miracle potion to Mr. Batera. Doing as intent, Mr. Batera was forced to use said miracle potion and healed his wife. This will happen in the foreseeable future. We went back to Kukuru Mountain to play the game there and won the guest room on the servant's mansion for privacy. Gon was first and he was transported to Greed Island. Killua was next and I was last. Minutes later, away from the starting point, a Jamaican-style player decided to play bully and wanted to cast a monitoring spell on us newbies. But he was unlucky when he arrived and said book, summoning his binder, and I threw him a rock in the head, making him unconscious. "Free card from the mystery stranger, get," I said happily as I looted him dry. I, of course, shared my spoils of war to Gon and Killua, who was enjoying the free booty. The guy did have a plenty of spell card stack, though. Alright, let's familiarize ourselves with the spells, in case we will end up in a real battle, I said as we reviewed the spell description 10 minutes later, and we went to the town and gathered info. We did encounter some strange monster, which we captured with ease. Time skip 1 week later. We managed to collect plenty of cards, some in rarity. Seriously, there were like plenty of cards. I did notice something odd. My gamer skill picked up these cards as a viable skill book. I was of course shocked and learned all the spells to make one-of-a-kind items, like the pregnancy stone. If you carry said stone for a month, you will get pregnant even if you are male. You can also choose the baby's gender by what type of stone you carry. There was also the liquor spring that after an hour, the contents of your pitcher or container that is collected from the spring will change to a random high-quality alcohol. I was lucky enough to be graced with an S-rank card tree of plenty, which this tree bears different kind of fruits and always regrows them the next day. There was also the night shift dwarves that act as a cage bushin while you are asleep. There are plenty of neat and weird spell cards, and I have been learning them, and my consumption of the cards were like Killua's addiction to chocolate robots. We met with Biscuit Queeger along the way. She didn't recognize me with my new look, so I took another approach and cooked a worthy meal that she had no choice but investigate. She was indeed captivated by the meal, the same that was served when I was training as her apprentice, and asked the question. She was surprised to find out that I was indeed her pupil, and I introduced her to my very own pupils. She did a refresher course in our nun and grilled us in advanced techniques. It took 1 week, and we agreed that we were worthy to be up to snuff. It was this time that the bomber striked and wiped out a group of hunters aiming to clear the game. The spells in Macedora were selling a lot of new stuff, so we took our chance and hoard said spells, especially me, since I was able to buy double and learn the spell and bought it again as said consumption was replaced automatically. We were contacted by the weird exorcist guy explaining about Genthru's ability of planting bombs to any part of the victim's body and little flower, as he can make his hands explosive and corrosive. We managed to hoard some new rare cards when we had a meeting with the major completing groups and shared the info about Bomber, and with Gon's charm, we managed to get some extra useful info. We also managed to unlock the condition of the elusive patch of shore in Sufrabi. We were challenged in various team sports, but sadly our teammates were weak and failed in the challenge. It was this time that we were contacted by Mr. Tzedra. We teamed up against Genthru and his group and decided to tackle the patch of shore again. We managed to find Hisoka, who participated the game with Mr. Batera, surprising me, but we gained a strong member. The patch of shoreline challenge with the game master went the same as the anime. I did manage to test myself against one of the strongest user alive. I could have used my Nonin rule or healed Killua when he was injured, but I wanted to have a sense of fair play and healed them all after the game. This, of course, had gotten me a few lumps in the head, but they understood my reasoning for fair play as a game should be played and enjoyed just as it should be intended. We managed to came up on top, and our other major competitor left was Genthru the Bomber. We had a face-off, and I was on the reserve team. Gon and Killua improved greatly, especially Gon with his amazing fighting spirit, and managed to defeat Genthru and persuaded him to hand his cards. It wasn't easy, as I said, as the battle was of a very high degree and a small misstep could lead to death. He promised to hand his over as long as we healed his companions, which was Gon's plan anyway. The completion of said cards in Gon's designated pocket signaled the finale of Greed Island, and we did a questionnaire about the cards. Surprisingly, I tied with Gon in getting the perfect score, which was unprecedented, resulting in each of us having the rare card Ruler's Blessing, its effect. A castle given as a prize for winning the contest. Town with population 10,000 included. Its residents will live according to whatever laws and commands you issue. We decided that Gon should complete his set pocket destination, as I secretly learned the Ruler's Blessing as a skill. It was rank SS, so it was super ultra rare, useful if I get stranded somewhere. Gon completed the game and was lucky to meet with its game creator's creator while we waited outside. I found out later that Mr. Batera paid Suzujira for his continued service even if they did not won. My miracle potion did do its job, making Batera quite happy and sends his regards from him as he asked Sujira to deliver the news to me if he were to meet me again. Everyone was happy. Busqueet was able to get her Blue Planet gem, while Gon was able to get the spell card company and used it to transport us to Gon's supposed father's location by using the transform card on some card that let us change the spell into a designated pocket number and using the knight's necklace to revert the card into the company's spell card. We later find out we were transported to his good friend Kite, who explained that Jing thought of it's a joke, and that was indeed pretty mean. Ah, he is hard to find, Gon said, sulking. Oh yeah, I just remembered. I may have an ability that will take us to him wherever Jing is. I just forgot about it, and I unlocked said ability recently. I said, shocking him, and Killua. Really? And you just managed to remember it now? Well, better late than never. Come on, let's go. Gon said, eager to meet his dad. Send Jing my regards, said Kite as he went his separate way. All right, you guys grab my hand, and off we go, I said as I activated my mastered instant delivery skill. Meanwhile, on a private ship headed to explore the Dark Continent was a sleeping Jing when suddenly 3 kids popped out and fell on top of him. Gah, what did I do to deserve this? Jing asked. Well, you deserve it for being a bad and slippery father. Gon replied. Jing sweated bullets and finally gave up and said, I have no excuse. I'm a bad father, but I could not help this Prophesian called to me. He said, Oh, I have forgiven you a long time ago. I just want to hear the reason straight from your mouth. And I was right, you are a great hunter that I respect. Now all that is left is a punch to your face, and all will be well. Gon said excitedly. Jing gave up and was punched a super strong nun-enhanced punch from Gon, making their parental problem solved. Thanks, Squirt. Who are your friends? Asked Jing curiously. They're Killua and Harry Zoldyck. They're my great best friends. Gon said, explaining happily. Good, good. Now on to an overview. This boat is heading for the Dark Continent, but I'm afraid I will have to go where Chairman Netero needs me. I had just gotten an urgent message from him needing me, but I can't abandon this expedition. Now that 3 additional hunters are here, I have a favor to ask. Can you continue to accompany this exploring team? Jing asked with puppy dog eyes, which flew past Gon's defenses easily. Of course, we will be glad to help, Gon said happily. An hour later, and Jing explained to the crew about his replacement. Now, how am I going to get back to Chairman Netero? Asked Jing in an open space of the ship. I might be able to help with the transportation. We can't have my best friend's father sulking. Now hold my hand and make sure you have the things with you that you want to bring along. I said to Jing. All right, I'm ready, said Jing as he took my hand. Say hi to Chairman for me. Tell him that Harry sent his regards, I said as I teleported Jing to the Chairman. Unknowingly, Jing was able to halt the Chimera ants with the Chairman and avoided the deadly scenario of losing the Chairman Netero's life. Due to one of the strongest hunter helping Chairman Netero, the Chimera ant fiasco came to an end, resulting in having a peace treaty with said ant kingdom through their king having changed his mind. Our expeditionary force consisted of 50 civilians and researchers, and there are at least 15 other hunters beside him and Killua of decent skill. Our boat passed a sort of barrier. I can feel my teleport skill being sealed of use outside the barrier. After 3 more days of sailing, we arrived at a port village. Thankfully, we spoke the same language and trade seems to be doing well. We gathered some information in the land. We came in and found out that it was the land of Elemental Nation, home of element-throwing ninja, and I guess Naruto. We were out of luck, though, as it seems the Third Shinobi War is currently going at full blast. Our ship and exotic goods brought unwanted attention, and some stray IWA ninjas decided to kill us foreigners and get the goods to themselves. The resulting battle was won with our hunters, but I predict having news of foreigners possessing strange abilities will attract ninjas and kidnap us, and turning us into a baby-making machine. Having foresaw this, I set up a meeting with all the people in our ship, including the hunters. Hello, everyone. I'm sure you guys saw some enemy ninjas wanting to sink your claws into our precious goods. I'm afraid I have some bad news. That attack may not be the end of them, and they will come again with greater numbers. We are out of fuel to make a trip back home, and I gathered you here today for your opinion. I said to the group, we can defend ourselves just fine, but I admit that in the numbers game we might lose, and since there is a war going on. I have my ears open, said the other hunter, who everyone seems to trust. Everyone, I may also have grim news. How much do you guys know about the ninja culture? I asked curiously. Not so much. We never believed such a thing before, said the researcher. I met a true ninja in the hunter exams. His name was Hanzo. I was curious about his culture, and he was able to share with me their history at the cost of me having him lectures 4 hours straight. What I learned was quite morbid. These ninjas will use any means necessary to change the balance of power. An example would be us showing strange ability to counter their own. They might get desperate and will use any means to kidnap us and make us a baby-making machine to have our strange abilities at their disposal via our offspring, who they will begin to brainwash to be loyal to them. I know this is a morbid thought, and you might not trust a word of a 12-year-old child, even if said child is a hunter, but I did not get my 3-star rank hunter by being dumb and not trusting my instincts. To those who will heed my warning, my group will be leaving in 6 hours. Those of you who want to come are welcome. I implore you. This is no longer a game, but a battle for our survival. I said as I explained the reality of our situation. You're just a kid. Me and my group are very strong. I don't know where the 3-star rank came from. I know there are only a handful of those, and I don't believe you, kid. I'm staying right here. The confident hunter said. At the end of 6 hours, there are 10 researchers and 10 civilians who has their specialty, and 5 hunter who heeded my warning, of course gone, and Killua trusted me with their lives and came with me. We were 3 hours of walking distance, and we saw smoke to the village we were previously docked at. It was sad, and we mourned their losses for 5 minutes, and we moved on. Another 5 hours went, and we arrived at a desert with no sign of villages miles away, perfect for my plan. All right, this should be an all right spot. To those who trusted me, I thank you all. Your trust will not be in vain. I said to the tired group, what will we do? We are almost out of supplies, and we are in the middle of nowhere with no sight of civilization, said the head researcher, which is exactly why this is the perfect location. Oh, gone, Killua. I may have lied to you guys about explaining my teleportability earlier. And I'm sorry, said teleportability is not working since we passed that barrier in the fog. I explained. What do you mean having lied to us about explaining your teleportability? Asked Gon curiously. What I meant, I could have used teleportability to get to your father earlier in the Greed Island game. I promise I did have a very good reason, and it will now answer to all our prayers. I explained. Really? Now I am curious. Well, you have been thinking of me and Killua's well-being, but the reason better be good, said Gon. Oh, it's good. All right, allow me to demonstrate. Ruler's blessing on ability active. I shouted. The effect was instantaneous. A huge castle appeared in the horizon. The desert became a large green patch of land stretching for miles. Nice houses appeared, and 10,000 citizens appeared before us. Said town is self-sustaining with lots of fruit, vegetables, and they also have cows, sheep, and pigs. It also has a lake with many fishes. The king has arrived. Long live the king, shouted the town residents. I was not finished and activated the spell Interactive Illusion Barrier and casted it in the town. Its effect was an intelligent barrier that lets registered residents pass freely, but it won't allow unregistered people to pass. Said barrier also cast a powerful illusion, making this city invisible to the outside world. Is that a spell from Greed Island? You lovable bastard. You're so cool, brother. Killua said, impressed. Wow, I guess I now know the reason. You wanted to collect the Greed Island spells since you can use them outside the game. Okay, it is a pretty good reason. It saved us this time. Gon said, all right, people, as you may have noticed, these people are real nin constructs. Some of you might not know this, but this is a spell from the elusive Greed Island Hunter game that we cleared, thus allowing us its use. I also cast a barrier around the whole city, making us invisible and withstand outside attacks. Said barrier also prevents anyone from entering our city without permission, and only us and the town residents can move freely outside. Come, let us go into the castle and have a feast. Heavens know we clearly need it, I said as we walked to the castle. The next day, I passed a law to organize my castle and its citizens and created a police task force, a hospital task force, a relief task force in case of emergencies, a merchant guild to better organize our goods, and so I can reap abundant taxes at a low cost, making my citizens happy. I also created an intelligence unit and a trade unit division. I assigned the 5 hunters as a guard for our first trade mission, and the nearest town was the hidden village in the sand of Sonogakure. Kill us gone, and me were bored, so we went along the first caravan. They really didn't mind that I came along. On the other hand, they felt quite safe as I proved my power as a 3-star hunter. We went to a multitude of checkpoints because it was wartime, but because it was wartime, our goods were quite popular. The Kazakage, who was interested in having a trade route to his village being made, wanted to talk to the caravan's leader, which would be me. Inside the Kazakage building. Is the leader of the caravan here yet? The Kazekage said, getting impatient. That would be me, Kazane-sama. Pardon my age. I assure you that my capabilities to lead is without question, I said as I greeted the Kazekage. The Kazekage analyzed the child in front of him. Having been a war veteran and leader of his village, he is able to judge a person quite easily, and his instincts told him that this child in front of him is very, very dangerous and has a Kage dangerous feel to it. You are not an ordinary kid, are you? The Kazekage asked curiously. With all due respect, Kazekage-sama, I wouldn't be here if I didn't posse skills and lead the survivability of my people. I assume you did the same to get your position. I asked playfully. That confirms it. The child in front of him is indeed dangerous, and judging by him relating to my struggles to become this village leader, he is indeed a capable one himself. This is no ordinary caravan. Usually merchants cower upon meeting me. This just got interesting. The Kazekage thought. Yes, let's get down to business. As you know, we are at war, and getting supplies to this village is getting hard. I will get straight to the point. I want an exclusive rights to your caravan trade goods. The Kazekage said. That could be arranged. Just to let you know, we will be expanding after the war, and as you have guessed, we are foreigners and curious about this supernatural phenomenon known as chakra. Would you be willing to trade some basic scrolls and theory of said supernatural phenomenon? Of course, we will trade it with equal value of our goods. It would not come to a surprise that this is a close-guarded secret, as it is linked to the village military strength. I explained. You have surprisingly good insight, and you would be right, but saying as this could lead to a long-lasting partnership, then I would accept provided with the appropriate traded good, of course. The Kazekage said, milking the situation for all it's worth, and he was only giving the academy techniques and chakra theory. Not really a secret, as each hidden villages has the same basic academy techniques. Now, it doesn't really mean that he will cheat this caravan swing, as those academy techniques are the bread and butter of ninja everywhere, and any ninja who is worth their salt mastered these academy techniques to perfection. Consider it done. I agreed. It's nice doing business with you. The Kazekage said, smiling. He just made a steady supply of goods, which is invaluable to this wartime zone, as normal trade routes are closed off. Dikonakoha. An enemy ninja said, as three figures wearing an IWA headband managed to infiltrate the village. The would-be assassin ninjas didn't get far, as they were quickly knocked unconscious by hardened hair, Senbon coated with none, courtesy of this Zoldyck. You have got to be careful, Kazekage-sama. We just recently became business partners. I wouldn't want it to end so soon, I said as I chastised him for his lack of security. The Kazekage was shocked and puzzled, shocked that someone managed to infiltrate his village, and even more shocked as a kid incapacitated said ninjas with a Senbon-like weapon and managed to hit his enemy with precision, as they are now lying in a death-like state. Oh, he will be having fun interrogating them later. But for now, he has to ask this child an important question. Are you sure you're not a ninja? I mean, the skills you showed today is by no means an easy feat, and executing them flawlessly in the heat of battle is worthy of praise. The Kazekage said approvingly. Unfortunately, no, but I did receive hellish training that would make a normal civilian cry. I said, yes, that definitely is the case. Let's finalize the trade, and let we see your wares. The Kazekage said as they headed to the caravan. The Kazekage was surprised at the variety this strange caravan, led by that skilled child, provided. Some of these fruits and vegetables were highly rarer, and were served on the daimyo, and they are trading it at a very low and reasonable price. Oh, the Kazekage was a happy leader. Thank you for your business, Kazekage-sama. We will be back in 3 to 4 months. I thank you again for your hospitality, I said as I left. Meanwhile, the village of the sand were celebrating. They have procured lavish goods that is considered a luxury, even more so in this wartime state, and it was a year worth of supply. Said supplier will be back 3 to 4 months, which was acceptable. The village was celebrating and morale is an all-time high. This event boosted the performance of the Suna ninjas, thus steadily increasing their strength. I arrived back to our castle, and we celebrated our success. The next day, I made meeting with the hunter exploration team. Okay, now that we have procured a steady relationship to one of the villages and we have acquired some valuable scrolls, who would like to go back to our homeland and inform the Hunter Association that we have succeeds in gaining a foothold in the Dark Continent and have procured valuable scrolls that the natives use to perform a supernatural phenomenon. Naturally, I have the perfect vessel ready to set sail. I explained. Everyone was excited. What they have achieved is by no means a small feat. It is short of a miracle work. The 5 hunters and the remaining researchers and civilians wanted to go home. So the next day, we went to the nearest ocean and I did the spell from Greed Island, the YEA Invincible boat. The boat was a decent-sized vessel and has luxury decoration, and his body has a sleek design as it is coated by a nun barrier and is operated by an interactive nun construct as its pilot. I gave them good luck on their journey, and I went back to my castle. Who knows what Killis and Vaughn are up to? On a side note, my citizens are actually nun constructs as well, as I found out when an accident happened, and they turned into a card quite freaky. I arrived back, and I have now experienced the bane of all Kage, the tons of paperwork. Thanks to my night shift elves, which acts as a cage bunshin when I am asleep, it is somewhat manageable. I tasked Gon and Killua to increase our military training, and surprisingly my citizens learn pretty fast. I studied the said chakra theory and theorized that Nun is the life force energy, also known as Ki, and the supernatural aspect of chakra is known as magic. I suspect that Gon can also do these ninja techniques, as his spiritual energy is quite strong. My theory is that magic is a mitigation of the spiritual aspect of the life energy, enabling a select few to mold the energy, performing extraordinary feats. To test my theory, I practice my hand sign until I can do it in my sleep, and I successfully managed to perform the substitution. I was so excited that I shared the news to Gon and Killua, who also became excited at the prospect of new techniques. At the end of our second month, we can do all the Academy Jutsu without hand seals, and we were now praising the log, as it seems to pop out from nowhere, and said technique is quite versatile. I also started them on chakra exercises as I remembered it clearly enough from the anime, and we mastered the tree walking and water walking as well. We were quite impressed with the prospect of walking on water. Gon and Killua seems to be satisfied, but I wasn't. With my very high control, I started doing chakra strings exercises. They were quite useful as an extra pair of limbs. I could now be a very good medic nin, but I already have a superior healing skill at my disposal, and I continued my chakra strings training. On the 3rd month, since the others left to report on our success at the Dark Continent, my chakra strings can now take on a physical form. I kid you not, I scared Killua and Gon as I made a lifelike mummy man made of chakra strings. It was the glow from the chakra that it made a scary technique. I apologized to them later, and I received a huge lump on the head, and we progressed steadily in our training. It was now the 4th month, and it was time for our daily trip to Suna. Our wares increased, as I used some of my Greed Island spells like the Tree of Plenty, which bear all kinds of fruits, and reviews them every day. I also used the Liquor Spring, making us a variety of exquisite rare wine collection. I also was able to procure quality weapons imbued with nun properties. I used fledgling elemental blacksmith skill from the Greed Island spells. I was required to sacrifice 3 hours a day, holding its egg, and its hatching span was in the span of 1 day to 10 years. I would be a master elemental blacksmith if the egg hatched. It didn't deter me as I wanted the skill so badly that the egg hatched in 3 months' time, imbuing me with knowledge and long-lost techniques. Apparently, the time varies and is reduced if your desire is strong enough. This was indeed a huge boon, as I was making plenty of weapons of quality no one can deny, and with my farm of metal-making animals, I was able to procure my desires to make extraordinary weapons. I stocked up the caravan with high-quality, exotic goods, and everyone was excited. This time, I enlisted the help of Gon and Killua again. They were glad to accept, as they were unable to explore most of the village because of the high security last time. We were greeted favorably by the Suna village. With their morale high, they were now a leading contender in the war. The Kazekage was impressed that my wares increased and are becoming more lavish and outrageous, but I was still asking for a low price, which shocked him, as a normal shinobi or merchant would milk them for all their worth. He was also impressed that I now carry weapon of high quality, chakra conductive to boot, which was a plus. We were given a variety of E-rank to B-rank scrolls and some occasional A-rank scrolls, and seeing as they were not low on those since ninja carry their scroll like their legacy on their person when going to war, they had plenty and they were happy to trade them. The Kazekage even gave us his collection of Uzumaki scrolls. They were mainly the Cage Bunshin, which he deemed ineffective as it would only be useful to one who has large chakra reserves, which his forces have only 5 to make an average use of the technique. The rest were sealing manuals. Many sealing manuals that would make you a sealing master if you mastered them. But seeing as the thing was very difficult to understand, and they were no aspiring seal masters, and no one wanted to study the obscure art in the Sand Village, they traded it away for useful weapons in times of war. The Kazekage did warn us that the next time we deliver our goods that we might encounter enemy ninja, because news of the mysterious caravan having supported Tsuna boosting their morale was a big target sign pointed at our back. I reassured the Kazekage that we will double our training, and thankfully with these new scrolls that we just received will help boost our strength. I reassured him further that if we cannot handle it, we would hire ninjas from Tsuna, as we had pretty much became a backbone in their village. I said our goodbye and gone, and Killua had fun. They were eyeing the horde of scrolls we managed to trade though. So we went ahead to our castle excitedly. The Tsuna village's morale was further boosted with new things and foods to try. It was a good day to be alive, and with their surprising shipments of quality weapons that they managed to acquire at a bargain. Let's just say the ninja population were on a whole new high. We finally arrived back in our city and thanked the caravan team, and I also thanked Gon and Killua. We went to our castle, and we now have a large collection of ninja scrolls which were devoured by Gon and Killua to increase their skill set. I was quite contented with mine actually, but I was interested in the Cage Bunshin for my workforce as my night shift else can only do so much. I mastered the Cage Bunshin and was very happy. I now know that I have large reserves that I can make 500 solid clones and devoured the sealing manuals. Since Fuinjutsu is relatively similar to runes, I was surprised to find out that I have a high aptitude for it. Time skipped 2 months. With the abuse of shadow clones, I was now able to defeat paperwork and finish the sealing manual books, and I was now doing my private research as I was now very proficient in the sealing arts. Gon and Killua also progressed as they are now able to throw many types of elements at their opponents. It was around this time that the hunter community sent a large expedition force, and we were greeted by old faces from the 1st Expeditionary Force. We were informed of the Chimera and incident, and the timely arrival of Jing turned the tide of battle. News of the success of our exploration of the Dark Continent were also in high regard, and the scrolls that were brought back was analyzed and hunters were able to reproduce the effect. The expedition force this time consisted of 1,000 hunters, as many were eager to jump at the bandwagon, and some were eager to make a life here. It was my turn to report that we have amassed a large library of scroll techniques, and I have prepared copies to be brought back to the Hunter Association should the need arise. Since everyone in the expedition force this time was a hunter, they were both free to study these strange and obscure techniques as long as they take care of themselves. A month passed, and every hunter was boosted in their abilities, and the more dedicated they are, the stronger they are. Some was contented to stay in my city and trained. The city's defense and the quality of life was bordering luxury. Progress was indeed bolstered. A happy hunter is a strong hunter. 100 people decided to head back and report their further findings, bringing along with them many new scroll techniques. The war finally ended, and a treaty of all the hidden villages was made. Konoha came up on top, and the Yellow Flash came into the spotlight. Tsuna surprisingly came second as they mysteriously amassed strength and was able to avoid the use of their Biju as of yet. Kumo came in third with loses, but was able to rev over. IWA was hit hard the most as there were very heavy casualties on their side. Kyria had gone AWOL and started their bloodline purge. While this was going on, I was amassing plenty of barrier seals, controlled and timed explosive tags, paralysis seals, chakra siphoning seals, and my favorite invisibility seal. On second thought, I already mastered my Notice Me Not charm, but a backup never hurt. On the other hand, Gon, Killua, and me had gotten quite bored, and we were planning on heading and leaving the castle to a capable person via voting. My next trip to Tsuna was going to be my last for a while, and I managed to make the hunter mark as our nation sign. I also set up a meeting on the major officials to come with me on the next trade, so I can introduce them to the leader of one of the powerful military village who we had a strong partnership with. It was finally time for the next caravan. I introduced the Kazakage to the next official, who will be replacing me in my stead, and will continue the trade route with them at the same price. I didn't know that the Kazakage had a soft spot for me, but I was gifted with a retractable twin battle of fan. I, of course, gave him a 500 piece of each set of seals that I had a variety made and gave a manual on making said seals in a simplified form so they could mass produce them. He was very happy that I was able to make use of those gibberish books, and he is now even happier that he got a new set of seals in their circulation and a simplified manual to mass produce said seals, cementing the Suna and Hunter Association as partners. A few days later gone, Killua and me packed for home seeing as we had succeeded on making a foothold in the Dark Continents. I summoned another invincible boat to take us home. A few days later we passed the barriers separating our world. Just as the weather cleared, a sudden wormhole/vortex appeared and started pulling things into it. I tried to navigate, avoiding the debris, but the pull was just too strong. Thinking quickly, I steel myself for what I am about to sow. Gone, Killua, you are like brothers to me. As your big brother, it is my responsibility to take you to safety. I had a fun time with you guys. I said with a smile. What are you saying, eh? We will get out of this alive together. Wait a minute, you're not planning and using that to us, right? Damn it, and Ison, you know you're the best thing that happened to me beside Gon. Don't leave me, damn it. Said Killua fearfully. What are you guys talking about? Gon asked confused. I love you both. If I survive this somehow, I vow to find a way to you guys, even if it seems impossible. This is my promise of a lifetime. After all, what kind of brother I would be if I make my siblings cry? Believe in me, and I will believe in you. Stay strong. I would use this teleport ability myself along with you too, but there seems to something that is interfering with my ability. Fortunately, I am still able to use it to you guys to send you to safety. Stay safe. I smiled as I said, and those words and teleported Gon and Killua to Chairman Netero. Meanwhile, I casted my mana shield times 30 as my current mastery would allow and hope for the best as I was sucked into the wormhole. On the other side of the globe, Chairman Netero was consoling the two promising hunter for the loss of their big brother. Chairman Netero was saddened by the loss of one Harry Zoldyck, an excellent 3-star hunter, but he was very proud of him that he stayed true and managed to protect his students/brothers. He smiled as he would gladly do the same and entrust the future to the new generation when he was prepared to suicide himself to defeat the Chimera Ant King. But the sudden appearance of Jing helped him avoid such an outcome, and it was thanks to the same young man. The chairman asked for the details of the incident, and he believed that Harry will come back to them as he has seen personally the tenacity of the other Zoldyck, which reassured Gon and Killua, believing on their brother. I woke up feeling really sore. I checked my limbs, still intact, and checked my body aside from being sore all over. I saw a pelican dropping a newspaper to me. I guess it was trained to deliver the news. I took a look at it. Thankfully, I understood the words and letters. The paper said, "The age of pirates is on full bloom. Hero Admiral Garp withdraws from his position due to the sudden death of Monkey D. Luffy, his beloved grandson, who will protect us from the pirates." The paper said, oh, this is just what's the word I'm looking for? Oh yeah, a major curse word, but I'm refraining myself from saying it. I mean, I'm in an alternate world of One Piece where Luffy, the supposed star and hero of the show, shows everyone the true value of freedom. Oh, this is just great. A big, fat, open jar of worms. I ranted of my predicament. I'll just wing it. I did promise my brothers that I will do my best to get home. I said as I looked for civilization. I seem to have landed on a tropical island. I see a small village in the harbor and a pirate ship. Great, just great. So early in the game, and I encounter a pirate ship. I walked to the town and went inside the bar where noises could be heard of merrymaking. I walked inside and went into the counter. "Excuse me, may I have a glass of water, please?" I asked politely. Suddenly, the pirates looked at me funny. I checked my clothes to see if there was something strange, but my clothes were left mostly undamaged, formed the wormhole encounter. "You're not from around here, are you, kid?" "Almost anyone can tell with your strange clothing. Surprisingly, it brings out your strong points," said the red-haired stranger. Why, thank you, I do try. Let's just say I managed to get to safety, avoiding the storm. Luckily, my clothes were intact. I said, answering the strange man. Oh, you're strange. You worry about your clothes when you survived a storm? What are you, a runaway aristocrat? But I can't say that really, not when your posture shows no opening and ready to strike without a moment's notice. The red-haired man appraised me. Ah, you are both correct in your assumption. I do come from a line of small nobility, but said nobility did not get there by sitting fancy. Said nobility honed the fine tradition of a certain job. I'll tell you my job if you tell me yours. I said playfully. Ah, you're lost, kid. Everyone knows if I'm Shanks, captain of the Red Hair Pirates, one of the Frianco. You really suck at this betting game. Laughed Shanks. Oh, my luck seems to be on your side. Thank you for the glass of water. As for my end of the bargain, I am a simple assassin. I said as I melded into the shadows and went away. Every pirate in the room was shocked that the kid's trade was an assassin. They were more even surprised as he suddenly vanished. Even with their observation hockey, they could not find a trace. That kid is awesome. He trumps me in being cool. Oh God, I want that kid in my crew, men. Who wants that mysterious cool assassin kid to join our merry band of crew? Thanks shouted. There was a unanimous shout agreeing with Shanks on making one Harry Zoldyck to be part of their crew. Shanks' crew sprung into action and searched high, and the search lasted 3 days, but no luck. Nothing interesting happened except a kid that was dared to take a photo of the nearby, seeking infested water. Naturally, Shanks, with his hero complex, went in to save the kid. The Sea King was about to bite of Shanks' arm when suddenly 5 sounds of a hard object hitting a flesh was heard. It was the Sea King being put in a death-like state. My, we seem to see each other in some strange circumstances, Mr. Shanks. If you are worried about the beast, don't be. I only put it in a death-like state and will recover in 6 hours. Do be careful, it's a dangerous world out there. I said as I began to walk away. Shanks was shocked at what happened. He was prepared to lose his arm to save the innocent kid. When the cool kid assassin, who he estimated at 13 years old, dealt with the Sea King, said something cool and walked away. Did I mention he was walking on water? Oh God, how cool is that? He so wanted the kid to join his crew. After the incident was resolved, Shanks was now even more determined to get that cool kid on his crew. Yes, he so wanted it badly that he was not drinking rum and looked for the kid passionately. Another 3 days passed, and he was about to give up until he smelled a most delicious scent that rivaled the most delicious dishes he ever tasted. Having spent his energy, he followed the sweet allure of the delicious scent in a clearing where the kid he was looking was sitting eating the deliciously baked bear. Excuse me, can you share your food me? I'm quite hungry and lost. Shanks said with drool of saliva pouring out his mouth. Help yourself, a small kid like me can't possibly eat this meal all to myself. I said as I gave him the okay signal. Shanks had gotten the okay signal, and that was all he needed. In a speed that rivals the Flash, he consumed the large roasted boar. God, it was the most exquisite tasting food he ever tasted, as if it was the food of the gods. He was caught up in the situation that he carried a bucket full tears of joys. The strange scene lasted for 10 minutes as he regained control of himself. I'll get straight to the point. I want you to join my pirate crew. I searched for you for 6 days straight, and I'm not taking no for an answer. Shanks said with conviction. I figured as much. I saw how desperate you searched for me. Did you know that there is a barrier here, keeping wild beasts away? I guess your sensitive nose one as you bypassed by barrier that suggests living things to stay away. I said, explaining the situation. Sigh. I can already tell that you're very stubborn to a fault like a certain someone I know. So, to save us both the trouble, I will say yes. Also, I'm searching for method. Home is my home. Seems to be well hidden. I will stay with your crew until I can find said method. This is my condition. I said, explaining my condition. Deal. Shanks said in a heartbeat and did a version of a happy dance. I got the cool kid to join my crew. Shanks said this repeatedly while dancing his happy dance. After 30 minutes, we went back at the bar. Hey, the captain is back, and look what he got in tow. Wow. He must be really lucky, said his first mate. Shanks introduced himself and his band of red-haired pirates with Ben Beckman as his first mate, Yassip the sniper, and his Usopp's father, Luckery Roo the rowdy fighter. He also explained his prize ship made of atom wood, one of the hardest wood material in the world. He also explained their large treasury room and the empty reserve treasury room, who is just as large. He also explained their currency system and there for rum that they splurge themselves and the occasional ahem, woman entertainment. Well, that's about all you need as the basic for being a red hair pirate. By the way, your duty will be to the ship's cook. It's non-negotiable. Thanks, Sad, with conviction. Are you sure, Captain? He is a bit young, asked the concerned Beckman. Oh, you're saying that now, but once you tasted this guy's cooking, you can never go back to regular ones. I have literally tasted a piece of heaven. Thanks said as he described the sensation he felt when he first ate of Harry's cooking and resulting in him drooling, convincing the rest of the crew. If you say so, Captain, said Beckman. So Shanks, I heard you're fond of betting. I asked curiously. You bet. My luck is so strong that I always win. I did find you, didn't I? Said Shanks confidently. I see. You wouldn't mind having a bet with little old me, would you? I asked playfully. Name your terms and prepare to lose, said Shanks confidently. My terms are simple. I will borrow from you 1 million berry, and in the span of a month I will pay you back with 10 million berry, provided I get to rent the extra storage room with 500,000 berry per month. I understand that the stakes are quite high, so I will give up a treasure worthy of said bet as a collateral, and in the event that I am unable to pay, I will hand over my current berries and everything in said extra armory room that I will be using, and of course said collateral will be handed over its ownership to you. Of course, I would not make you decide right away. The show of my collateral comes first, and you decide if said bet is really worth it. I explained as me and Shanks went to an empty room, and I showed him the goods. Shanks fell and created a loud noise. Shanks immediately said, Yes, you have got yourself a deal, young man. Now hand the collateral. Shanks said as I handed him the collateral. Now, what might be the controversial collateral item that was used in the wager? Give up. Ah, I see. It was none other than YEA I, which Harry managed to trade them from Suna. Currently, there are 4 series released, and Harry managed to get 20 copies of each series. We headed outside the room, and Shanks said, Beckman, give the lad his million berry. The bet is on, said Shanks as he released a perverted giggle piquing the interest in all the crew. Beckman led me to the treasury room and handed me the 500 million berry as the other half was collected as rent. This is the other armory room that you rented as a bet to the captain. Is indeed quite a large room. Good luck, said Beckman as he left. I quickly cleaned the room with my use of cage bunshin. It was speed up and only took 20 minutes. I then went back to Fuchsia Village, which I learned was the name of the village, and bought empty clean barrels for 5,000 berry, which was 20 times the worth of said item, and I was able to procure 500 clean empty barrels. I also brought some pillows and went back to my room. Rumors of the mysterious kid buying clean empty barrels spread as the village never made so much profit in one sitting before. The reed-haired pirates were puzzled, but left the strange kid alone. I went back to the room and made it into 3 parts. The furthest back is my room, which I transfigured the pillows I bought to a luxury bed and casted them with cushioning charms. I added seals to all the 3 rooms to increase their durability and sound-proof my rooms. The middle room, I used the skill liquor spring, which make water taken from said spring turn into random alcohol. Said spring never ran out of water, and I added seals to stabilize the foundation and makes it balance if we ever encounter a rough weeder, and it will not spill. I also transformed the room to look dignified and have an elegant feel to it. The 3rd room, which is connected at the front door, was my selling room, as I transfigured the place to hold my filled barrels filled with liquor spring and levitate them into place. I transformed my reception room with a 20th century bartender feel to it and made plenty of comfortable chairs, which I transfigured. My reception room is also my largest room to accommodate plenty of people, and space enlargement charms expanded the rooms further. I applied water seals in case my room got caught on fire, and put some fragrance charms. It was dinner time, and I served the hungry pirates a feast fit for a king that they could not go without the celebratory rum. It was my turn to smile as I dragged a trolley of rums I put with tablecloth on top of it earlier, and I set up a mini counter. Pirates of all ages looking for delicious rum to accompany with delicious food. Look no further. This humble cook is selling his homemade random of high quality. Best of all, if you are not satisfied, you can return it with no charge. Care to try? Only 50,000 berry per barrel, I said as I uncovered my rum shop in a private corner. So that's what he did to all those barrels he collected from the village. Said Shanks, as the captain of this vessel, I shall be the first to try this supposed high-quality rum. Shanks said as he paid me and took a barrel drink from it whole. The crowd waited for the verdict. Well, how was it? Asked the curious pirates. It was awesome. By Captain's decree I order that I will be the only one buying those rum. Shanks said in days. This got a massive reaction as the crew formed a mob and crushed the captain who got in the way of their rum. All of the rum was forcefully sold, and Harry profited 2 million berry. Our stay in Fuchsia Village came to a stop as we went to Lug Town, the place where Gold D. Roger was executed. Said trip took 5 days, and I have now accumulated 15 million berry from my rum businesses from the crew. It was now time to visit Captain Shanks. I knocked the captain quarters, and I was let in. Oh, Captain, do you still remember our bet? I asked playfully. No. You can keep the money, but can I keep the precious? He asked me with puppy dog eyes. Ah, I can't say no to those eyes. They really creep me out. It doesn't really suit a grown man doing it. The result is very scary and disturbing. You can keep the books, and I'll keep the money. I said as I quickly got out of the room. Mwah, like I said, my luck is invincible. In the end, I get to keep my precious. I may have lost some money, but in the end, I got what I wanted. Said Shanks as he continued his perverted reading. We arrived at Logue Town, and I went to work as I used my cage bunshin to buy more empty clean barrels at 6,000 berry each. I received a whopping 20,000 pieces of the thing. Seriously, how did this town had that much? Using my cage bunshin, I stocked my rum and took out some extra rum to sell outside. I was selling in the center of town with my mystery rum with free samples. Suffice to say it was a hit, and I have now 25 million berry. All this was done in an hour, so I had 6 more hours free time, and seeing the sad faces of my customers, I ordered my cage bunshin to bring more and made a huge sale, as my rum of different flavors were a hit, now earning me a total of 150 million berry. The demand's so high that they offered double the price, and said double price was still cheaper than other known high-quality rum. Everyone had gotten a large piece of the pie. What will I do with all that money anyway? Why, it might be useful when I bribe some corrupt marine. Oh, now that's just rich, still one can never be sure of the future. Our ship was stocked as I asked my clone to do the food shopping. The epic ride of the reverse mountain was a breathtaking view. We skipped Whiskey Peak as we know their gig. We planned to stop at Alabasta for a week. I asked the crew if they wanted to earn 1 million berry per day as hired muscle. Suffice to say, almost all the crew wanted to join in my gig. Hey, 1 million berry per day as paid labor is nothing to scoff off. It's easy money. So I rented a large shop at the largest town district. I put my hired hands to work and had them carry the barrels toward the shop. I could always use the storage seal and clones to do all the work myself, but that would be too suspicious as the red-haired pirate is a close-knit family. Seeing as water is scarce in said region, by the end of the week, I had now a profit of 10 billion berry. The profit was so good that my 200 workers had earned 20 million berry each as I doubled their pay for their hard work. Even with paying them that much money, I still had the 10 billion berry untouched. When Shanks arrived from his meeting with the king of Alabasta, he saw his crew gambling large amounts of money. Where did you guys get all that money? They don't grow on trees, you know, said the shocked Shanks. They surely don't, but Harry seems to grow them. Seriously, he hired almost all of the crew for muscle work. The initial pay was 1 million berry a day. It was a no-brainer, and almost all the crew signed up. Harry's rum business was so good that our initial pay of 6 million berry for 6 days of work had a bonus of 14 million berry extra. And he paid 200 of our crew members 20 million each. Life sure is good, said the random red-hair pirate as he explained the large wad of berry that most of the crew obtained. That is so unfair, really. That is like 10 to 20 times we get of the normal raid from other pirates. Maybe we should change careers, said Shanks in a daze. Now, being a pirate is too good. You just keep your ears open and maybe you won't miss Harry's miracle rum sale. Seriously, where does he get all that rum? Maybe he obtained a devil fruit that makes rum? My God, maybe he did. What a useful ability, said the random crew, and all agreed that Harry had eaten rum making devil fruit. Shanks was depressed and turned to his Ika for a mood changer. We now headed to Jaya. Said town was full of very shady people, and all the crew of my rights explore this town. They weren't willing to chance Harry, their godly cook, and the money-making rum tree be tainted by the foul stench of the town, and if news revealed of Harry's rum devil fruit gets out, he would surely be kidnapped by unsavory thugs. Our stay in Jaya was short. We were now heading to the New World, home of the toughest pirates and marine vying for supremacy. What will come out of our young Harry Stu Potter Zoldyck? Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This is purely a fanfic for enjoyment. Crossover from various games, books, anime, manga, and movies. The familiar characters you see here belongs to their respected authors and owners. Author's note. Stop SOPA, White House. Gov/petition/Stop SOPA. 2014/Q0VKK0ZR. Sign the petition now. Let's keep fanfiction alive. Shanks was excited. He was finally going back to the New World where his seat of power is waiting. His ship were mostly able to avoid deadly storms and major climate changes. Hey, isn't Captain a bit cheery than usual? That asked one of his crew. Yes. Only a meeting with Whitebeard can make him happy, and with his new rum, partying for days is surely on its way as a major event. Said Beckman. Oh no, we got to protect Harry from Whitebeard's unruly sons, as they will only respect those with high bounty. Said one of the red-haired pirate. Yes, we have got to protect our ice prince. Who's with me? Yeah, protect Harry, the crew shouts in unison. A few days later, Shanks finally had a meeting with Whitebeard. Grr, oh Shanks, the alcohol you brought me sure is good. Anything new happened lately? Asked Whitebeard. I had gotten an interesting individual to join my crew, a bit young, but he has a mysterious aura to him, which makes him cool. Shanks said happily. Oh, he has gotten you that excited? I also took in a new son, came from the East Blue, a super rookie worth 80 million berry. Said Whitebeard proudly. So, what is your enigmatic kid's bounty? Asked the curious Whitebeard. Oh, he never gotten one. We never had gotten into marine fights and pirate raids. He's really cute. Don't let your crew tease him. He has gotten all me crew under his thumb. How could he not? He paid my crew a large sum of money, 20 times a normal raid loot we would have gotten for a normal 6 days grunt work. That kid is a miracle worker, said Shanks, voicing his concern. Even if he is, did you ever train him in hockey? A way to protect himself. For God's sake, Shanks, we are in the New World where it's a dog-eat-dog world here. Whitebeard voiced his concerns. Well, that's the thing, he manages to get by, performing random supernatural feats, and gets to look cool while doing it. But we have never measured his true strength before, and my crew just loves him to train him. Said Shanks seriously. Well, we have got to remedy that. I will get my boys to do the usual meet and greet pirate style, said Whitebeard. My sons, my friend Shanks here, is in need of help that only a true pirate can give and test his new nakama if he is of New World quality. Now, be sure to go easy on him. He is quite young and sadly has no bounty yet. Said Whitebeard. Leave it to us, Soyaji, said his crew. With Harry's POV. Shanks wanted to introduce me to Whitebeard. Are you sure it's safe for me to meet this other Yonko? I asked the crew. Please go. It's for your own good. We promised we wouldn't interfere, said the pained red-haired pirate. Oh joy, this is going to get messy, I said as I walked outside. Outside Whitebeard's super large ship, I was greeted with 500 thugs, and I was the center of it. Look what we have here, boys, one of Shanks' fresh meat. Let's show him our hospitality, yeah, said one of the pirates. Let's get him, shouted one of the crew, and they sprung into action. Not feeling like dealing with this, I erased my presence and headed to Shanks. Where did he go? Did he have a devil fruit ability? Quick, find him, said the pirates as they desperately came looking for me. Whitebeard and his general commanders were impressed. Really, Shanks, that's not really nice. I might have to veto your rum buying privileges, I said as I suddenly appeared beside Shanks, which shocked the higher-ups of the Whitebeard pirates, especially Shanks, who was not looking forward with no rum privileges. I'm sorry, I had to do it. This is the New World and strength is all that rules here, so I had to test you. Please don't take away my rum privileges. Shanks begged. I see. Don't do it again, I said as I began to walk back to my room to cater to my customers. Just as I was about to head back, a giant super sea fish monster the size of a 2-story house jumped out of water and headed to eat Whitebeard and coincidentally where I am at. Oh Yaji, The crew shouted their concerns. Shanks and Whitebeard were about to deal with the monstrosity when a voice had gotten their attention. Annoying, I said as I took my black knife and skinned a fish alive in super speed until it was just pure bones left, and said the fish fell of balance and was splashing in the deck. I went ahead as I went to my room. Everyone else were shocked at what happened. Who did the skinning of that fish monstrosity? Who is strong enough to pull off that extraordinary feat? Scary, Shanks said as he still gets shivers at what he had witnessed. Oh, he has seen some pretty strange stuff, especially in the Grand Line, and that certainly qualifies as strange. Gururara, and you said he couldn't defend himself. You must be blind, Shanks, said Whitebeard as he laughed and continued to drink. Only the Whitebeard commanders, along with Shanks and Whitebeard himself, really saw what happened, and the rest of their crew had no clue on what just happened. I cooked dishes one after another and ordered the crew to bring it to the captain, who will likely be drunk with Whitebeard. Dishes after dishes were brought out, and the aromatic smell captivated the whole crew. Oh, that Brad is very thoughtful. Food with rum is always great. I'll tell you, you haven't truly lived if you haven't tasted his dishes, said Shanks approvingly. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, who was experiencing a piece of heaven for the first time, was in a bliss. Shanks, want to trade crew members? I want that kid on my crew, said Whitebeard with conviction. Sorry, he's mine. He comes with rum flavor too, Shanks said, explaining further. What do you mean he comes with rum flavor? Whitebeard said confusingly. Oh, the rum. He makes him, the one we were drinking? I got it from him. I get to enjoy different flavor of quality rum every time. Every barrel is filled with different flavor, explained Shanks. You lucky bastard, Whitebeard said grudgingly. Meanwhile, with our lovable Zoldyck. Come all, pirates of all ages. Looking for delicious rum to fill your booty? Look no further. Harry's Random Rum Extraordinaire will sell you with all your needs. Only 50,000 berry per barrel, I said as I introduced my sales pitch. Oh, look, he's doing his rum businesses. It's very popular wherever he goes, and I guarantee the quality of his rum rivals that what nobles drink, said Shanks. Yo, Harry is doing his usual thing. I wonder what will he do with all his profits, asked the curious Beckman. I sold a very large batch to these New World Whitebeard pirates. They are surprisingly loaded as I made 5 billion berry. Ahem, I thank you for your patronage. Now some of you might be asking, what will the kid do with all his money? The answer is simple. I am traveling with Shanks looking for a way home, and I found the solution by the great rumors of devil fruits. Now I announce, I'm buying each devil fruit at the cost of 300 mil each. I said my sales pitch. Holy moly, that expensive price he is willing to pay. I know his home is very far away, and he is looking for a method to get there. I'm glad he did find it, but buying devil fruits at such an exaggerated price. I mean, that's just overkill, which means he took it into account so people would sell him the fruit that would make them instantly rich, said Shanks, impressed. The pirates could not believe it. Shanks' strange new crew kid is buying some random cursed fruit for that much, and since nobody can identify the devil fruit fully, it was a gamble to eat said fruit. A huge uproar shook the seas that day, and those who were lucky to have a devil fruit instantly became rich. I managed to buy 40 devil fruits, and since they wanted more of my rum, I had gotten all the money I spent to buy my devil fruits. I thanked them for their patronage, and I went to my room. Scan, gorilla fruit, paper fruit, candy fruit, that's funny, psychic fruit, earth fruit, time fruit, it's nice but not looking for it. I was beginning to lose hope, but my last fruit was super DOA fruit. Scan super DOA fruit. Super DOA fruit. A mutation of the devil fruit DOA that opens and connects place by bending space and time can be used to travel around the world instantly. The previous description was the ability of a regular DOA. The super DOA allows the user to travel to different dimensions plus the added ability of a normal DOA. Rumors believe that this is a result with an interaction of a rumored wizard marshal that gave birth to this fruit. But that is only what the legends say, as there is no record of a wizard marshal to exist on the world's history. Jackpot, I said as I ate the fruit. They didn't exaggerate as the rumors say, because the fruit really did taste it awful. Time skip 1 year. I have been experimenting on my powers, and it lets me view a different dimension like a television. I have also accumulated 500 different devil fruits, and I have now a bounty of 50 billion berry. I didn't really participate with death and carnage and all that, but when the government found out that I was hoarding devil fruits and quite successful at it, the balance of power shifted with me as I have access to hundreds of devil fruits. Shank's crew is always in trouble, and I had no choice but to leave for their safety. I said my reasoning and explained to crew that it was for the best decision. We had a tearful goodbye, but not before I gave them the secret of my rum making liquor spring in my room. They were glad that they were able to keep the memories of me, and of course the infinite rum was also welcomed. Shanks also did a good job of forcefully making me learn the observational hockey and armament hockey. It's not really different from an expanded un and a coded none to the body to increase defense. Since the skill was the same and I had gotten a different perspective of using those techniques, resulting in my increased proficiency mastery. With a toast of rum dedicated to me, I left to my destination. I am now 14 years old and I am proud of my achievements. This was my thoughts when I entered the portal back to the Hunter x Hunter world. I exited ordinarily, and I was surprised with the smooth transition. I had arrived at a huge dump site for the better word, and I found out that I am in Meteor City, home of the elusive Phantom Troupe. Dancho, it can't be, you're alive, but we saw you die protecting us, said the weird voice. I was confused. I don't know someone with that voice. Someone knew me? Impossible. Or I could be wrong. I could be in the dimension I'm looking for, or I'm in a different one and this person knew this world's version of me. I'll play innocent. It could be one of Chaman's Netaro's associate. I thought, I'm sorry, miss. This is the first time we've met. Are you sure you have the right person? I know my ravishing good looks is popular, but mistaking me for someone else and the chances of that are, yes. The word I am looking for is impossible. I said, oh, you're him all right. You're Killua's brother who joined the Phantom Troupe after a big fight with your family resulting in his death 6 years ago. You replaced our former boss Krallo because he was infected with a rare nin curse, said the blonde girl. The Wadaho Nauda? I asked, confused. Oh, no, mister. You have a lot of responsibility to take care of since you supposedly died last year. You're not getting away that easily. Once a riotin is always a riotin. You may deny it, but we will be the judge of that, the blonde woman said as he purposely dragged me up to somewhere. Nobunaga, Yuvajin, Maki, Finks, Franklin, Featon, Kortopi, Shalnark, look who I found, shouted the blonde girl in an abandoned building. I'm telling you, mysterious lady whom I never met, you got the wrong guy. Mistaken identity. What is this, a bad movie? I said, avoiding the misunderstandings. What is it, Pacunita? It's still early in the morning. Did someone rise from the grave or something? Said Yuvajin and entered the room. Holy shit, someone did rise from grave. Hey everyone, get your asses in here. You're not going to believe who Pacunita found, said Yuvajin. Every other members hurried to the room, and we're shocked that their jaws were hanging. Hey, stop looking at me funny. I told you you got the wrong guy. Can you guys tell Miss Crazy here that she got the wrong guy, so I can be on my merry way? I said to avoid further misunderstanding. Ha! Well, she didn't get it wrong all right. My guts and instincts are rarely wrong, but still, in an off chance that we are, your life is forfeit, Yuvajin said as he charged his nun and punched me at full force. Pacunita was already away from harm's way by predicting Yuvajin's behavior. I quickly melded into the shadows. Mama, what a barbarian you are. I could have died, you know, I said as my voice echoed. Hee. Your chances that you are indeed our boss just rose from 1% to 25%. Yuvajin said. Nobunaga, if you would kindly do the honors. Yuvajin said to Nobunaga. Nobunaga used his expanded un to search for me. There, Nobunaga said as he went towards me with frightening speed, slashing me with a nun-coated sword which I blocked with my black knife. What? Nobunaga said as he was shocked. Hee. The chances increased from 25% to 75%, said the grinning Yuvajin. Gay, what a bunch of crazy people. It's time for me to fly away. Good night, Mr. Nobunaga, I said as I used my nun-coated Simban and hit Nobunaga in the neck, making him go to a death-like state. Toodles everyone, be sure not to kidnap strangers, okay? I said as I teleported to the spot I first arrived. Hee. Oh, this just got interesting. His chances of being the real Dancho has just risen from 75% to 95%. And you guys might not have noticed, but he hit Nobunaga with a needle-like weapon precisely at his neck, making him go in a death-like state. Yuvijin said, grinning madly. Dancho, said the members of the Ryodan. Meanwhile, with our confused Zoldyck, what do I do? This world's version of me went AWOL when Killua died, and this world's version of me joined the infamous Phantom Troupe and became their leader to boot, but sadly met an unfortunate end last year. Oh no, what should I do? And for Pete's sake, my said dimension transfer technique has a 6 months cool down, and only supposed increase in its mastery can I lower its recovery time. What will I do in the meantime? I thought deciding on what course of action I need to do. Time skipped 2 months. The Raiden has been looking high and low for me. They sure are very, very persistent. Meanwhile, I decided to open my auction business in this world. Since I have now a very high level and have access to the shadow clone technique, I was able to breeze and acquire a large amount of treasures. And as usual, it did not take the Hunter Association to certify my auction website, and it took the world by storm. Since I was bored and had nothing better to do, I began to develop Meteor City and contracted the right people who was not afraid to get their hands dirty, and in the span of 2 months, half of Meteor City got renovated and I provided free housing and electricity. With the spell that I acquired from Greed Island, I was able to make a super generator giving electricity access to the residents. I also strategically placed my infinite liquor springs and tree of plenty on strategic locations so people can have access to it. I also used the Wonder Restaurant, Wonder Hospital, Wonder Farm, and Wonder Construction spell to make these non-construct bindings to cater to the people. Naturally, since Meteor City and its people inside supposedly doesn't exist, its increase in quality of life never reached outside its walls. I now moved into the huge mansion I made as the self-proclaimed mayor of Meteor City. Naturally, people didn't object as the supposed mysterious mayor made a sudden renovation of Meteor City and provided free food and housing. I didn't put any barrier in my house, as the people left me alone to do my own thing, and the residents were quite happy to their new self-sustaining community. One night, I was watching news on my very big state-of-the-art TV when I received a sudden visitors. I don't believe it. We were looking for Dancho everywhere this 2 months, and he was here the whole time. If we didn't hear the storage rumor of someone renovating Meteor City, we would never have found him, said the familiar voice of Yuvijin. It's not nice breaking into someone's house, you know. I still deny everything. I said to them, you can't expect us to give up that easily. Besides, you are definitely him. Your renovation of Meteor City is proof since we all shared the same dream, said the smiling Yuvijin. I still deny it. Besides, from the rumor mill, you guys have a tattoo signifying being member of your group. As proof of evidence, I will take of my shirt. I said as took of my shirt to further deny their claim that I was their leader. CC, no spider tattoo means no leader, so there. I said, still denying them their claim. I will be the judge of that, said Maki as she inspected my back. I wasn't able to see the mischievous glint in her eyes, or I would have avoided a terrible fate. In the blink of an eye, Maki, in her needle-like precision, sewn the boss mark of the Raiden boss tattoo at my back in 30 seconds flat. What did you guys do to me? I asked, feeling irritated. Have a look, Maki said as she handed a large mirror, and I was able to see the dreaded Raiden boss tattoo sewn at my back. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Is that what I think it is? Please tell me it isn't. Please tell me that I'm hallucinating, I said in a hysterical voice. I'm afraid it is. Welcome back, Dancho, said Maki with a smile. No, I shouted at the turn of the most unfortunate events that befell into me. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This is purely a fanfic for enjoyment. Crossover from various games, books, anime, manga, and movies. The familiar characters you see here belongs to their respected authors and owners. Author's note, Stop SOPA, White House. Gov/petition/Stop SOPA. 2014/Q0VKK0ZR. Sign the petition now. Let's keep fanfiction alive. I'm sorry if I missed some proofread as this is a long chapter. Enjoy. Hey guys, guess what? We found Dancho. Oh, he's been busy in Meteor City doing our shared dream and making City a happy place, really. And he claims he's not Dancho, Oh, and you're gonna love this. Maki managed to trick him, and she managed to sew our group's tattoo on his back. Hurry back in here. He's sulking and in denial. As for the mayor of Meteor City, and we're at the residence. Does Meteor City have a mayor? Oh, you'll love this. Dancho is the mayor. No, I'm not kidding. You should see the place. It looks like a very nice, livable town now. Okay, see you guys later. Said Yuvijin. Sigh. It's no use sulking over spilled milk, and I was not lying when I said that I'm not your Dancho. I said, still trying to refuse their claim. Well, my instinct said you're 95% him, and the 5% says you're not him at the same time. Yuvijin explained his reasoning. My, how accurate. Both are correct. I may be the person who is your Dancho, and the same time I'm not. I explained. What? Explain to me kindly, please. Yuvijin said. Ah yes, what I am trying to say that I am a person from a different dimension, and sadly, I can't stay here forever. I have 4 months left in this world before I will try again to transfer to another dimension. I said, what? No, even if you were a different Dancho, you have promises to keep. The revival of Meteor City, which is halfway done, and you also promised to make the Raiden a mark in history. Yuvijin said, and the rest of the Raiden members arrived. Oh, you guys have arrived. We just found out that he is Dancho, is from a different dimension, and is sadly leaving in 4 months. Said Yuvijin explained. Dancho, you can't do that. You still have your promise to keep. Said Nobunaga. Kukukuku. And who says I won't fulfill them? In 4 months I will complete them. Shalnark, boss orders, spread the news. The revived Raiden will buy all the items sold at this year's Yorskin auction legally, as we will compete with the world's superpower through sheer wealth and crushing their feeble attempt at attaining prestige. The world will have no choice but to acknowledge our group. Kukukuku. I said, laughing, while I was laughing as I revealed my plan. The rest of the Raiden were shocked, as the Raiden tattoo on my back was almost alive as its red eyes glowed menacingly. Well, since we only have a few months together, allow me to show you a whole new world through cooking. That day I cooked 200 dishes of rare and obscure meat, spices, and ingredients. I took care to bring out their hidden flavors that you could literally keep eating even if you were full. I provided my own stash of high-grade alcohol too. That night was truly a night to remember, and we shared stories of this world. I found out that the Raiden was once the most famous and feared group in society, but a bad encounter with a Min user cursed their previous leader, causing them to hide and recuperate. It was this time that this world's version of me joined the Raiden, and they took him under their wing and flourished. A few years later, Krallo passed away, and this world's me took to the Raiden's leader mantle. Since we were now underestimated, we took assistant jobs and high-risk jobs to spread our name. Eventually, everyone began to fear the Raiden and boycotted their services, leading them to use unsavory means to get money and to fulfill their dream. The sudden rise in the Raiden's notoriety continued, and the underworld leader and the hunters decided to team up and set a trap for the whole Raiden group. The resulting battle nearly took both parties to battle 2 days straight. It was a losing battle, and the Mafia's injury made an ultimatum. They the Raiden members if their leader would give themselves up. The decision was a no-brainer, and this world's me took it without hesitation. The remaining members wanted to die fighting, but this world's me made them promise to fulfill their dream. This world's me were made an example of, and the news reached the whole world, and the Raiden fell to pieces. The members tried to maintain what they could, but without a charismatic leader to lead them. They were at a standstill for a year until my sudden arrival. The Raiden fell asleep with happy content faces since a year of nightmares. The next day, I went double time with my dungeon raids, and in a month I completed the renovation of Meteor City into a fully self-sustaining city. Shalnark, our information specialist, spread the revival of the Raiden and challenged the world in the world's most prestigious auction at Yorskin City. Everyone's reaction was split, but that is all right. The point was already made. My auction site was gaining in popularity that I would have the amount for buying a country and still have plenty of leftover. The Raiden members were getting restless, as I'm always not around and missing. I have now amassed 100 trillion Jenny, and I was sure that I would win the bet with that amount, but one can never be too careful. I gathered a meeting in my house at Meteor City. Everyone, I have good news. The plan is going smoothly. I know you have doubts, so as your boss, it is my job to ease your worries. I said as I gave them each a black platinum credit card. I would like for you guys to buy clothes fitting of the occasion. The rest, you may do with it as you please. I said as I left and went back to hunting. Hey Shalnark, how much money did the boss leave us? Asked Yuvijin. Let me see, oh, this is unexpected. Mine has 100 billion inside. The boss sure knows how to spoil. Said Shalnark. Well, I'm off to find a dress fitting for the occasion. Said Yuvijin, and the rest followed. I managed to obtain 950 trillion jenny at the following month and a half with a lot of hard work. I also managed to find a superior quality tuxedo and a matching dashing cape to complement my looks. There were procedures in Yorkshire, and each family was supposed to enter the hall as the butler announces the family name at a scheduled time. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nostrad family, said the butler as they entered normally. Ladies and gentlemen, the fabled, revived Phantom Troupe, said the butler. Many people were in fact in the lookout for the Phantom Troupe for interviews and many other reasons. So all the people were surprised that when their name was called that a space-time door opened at the entrance, showcasing the infamous Phantom Troupe with their grand entrance and expensive dresses. All the people were further shocked at the leader of the riot-in. It was literally the face that was shown on a live execution many years ago. The question on their minds were, how did the leader of the riot-in survive? We went to our assigned seats and waited for the start of the auction. True to their word, the riot-in did indeed bought all the auction items legally, which literally shocked the world and caused the hunters and the underground community a large invisible blow to their ego. We paid for our auction items and went home through the space-time door. The world was in an uproar. The riot-in's leader was revived and, true to their word, cleaned the Yorkshire auction legally, which further increased the blow to the Hunters Association and the Mafia. I still had a month left before it was time. So I made a 1-month celebration in Meteor City. I left the 500 trillion jenny and shared them to the riot-in members equally and said my goodbye. This time for sure, I thought that it was the original world where Gon and Killua were waiting. I went to the door and stepped out an empty Ally in Dole Harbor. I was exploring outside when I saw the scene when Leorio and Gon used his fishing rod to get the last ride to Zaban City. My mind reeled me in on what happened. I am in a dimension where it stayed to the near true timeline. I checked my skill, and I need another 5 months to cast it again. At least it was lowered by a month. I went to Heaven's Arena to bide my time, and I was only in the floor 190. For months, and I managed to be obscure as a floor 200 fighter. I was able to avoid Wing, Zushi, Killua, and Hisoka, especially Maki, who was hired by Hisoka for healing. They mostly stayed to the original timeline. Though I was safe, I really did, but I did not accept Yuvijin to be there and challenge Little Oelmi for a match. Our match had an average audience, and Nobunaga came to cheer for Yuvijin. Our match started with a pure brawl with the use of Ko and Ryu and increased in pace, as we never given in. The match was also very high speed that we literally looked like a blur. Yuvijin had some major fun, but I happened to successfully use an opening manage to tear his clothes of his back and managed to reveal a spider tattoo at his back, shocking the viewers, but mostly viewed it as fake. Nice fake spider tattoo, mister. I enjoyed our fight. See you next time, but hopefully never. I said as I dealt the finishing blow. I didn't count for Yuvijin's tenacity, as he made a last counter that tore of my clothes, revealing my own ride and tattoo. Everyone was shocked again, but was dismissed thinking it was cosplay day. Nobunaga and Yuvijin noticed that the ride and tattoo this kid had was a boss ride and tattoo, and quite actually real. Where did you get that tattoo? Asked Yuvijin. Really, mister, I got it of a cosplay shop. Didn't you get yours done there? I asked curiously. Right, was the last thing he said and passed out. Winner, the white-haired kid, Harry. The announcer said. I quickly went to my room and rested. Nobunaga and Yuvijin was thankfully called back to their leader and went to the Yorkshire auction and massacred the people. It also followed the timeline with Kurapika having defeated Yuvijin and Krallo, whose men was sealed. It was time for the Greed Island arc, and I was ready to leave. My luck seems to turn to worse as the remaining Raiden, with mainly Nobunaga, remembered my Raiden tattoo. Oh, hey, kid with the fake spider tattoo. Nice to see you again, he said as he suddenly remembered my tattoo. What, do you mean fake spider tattoo? Asked Maki. Yeah, this kid has a fake Raiden tattoo like the Dan shows. Nobunaga said. Maki, who quickly thinking of possibilities, flashed behind and tore my clothes. Hey, it's not nice to strip someone you know, I said as my now open back now revealed the tattoo. It can't be, it's real. The tattoo is damn real, shouted Maki, feeling that it would lead into unsavory things. I used my invisible chakra strings to halt all their movement. Marionette strings, I said as the Raiden was halted in their tracks as I used my chakra strings. How? They all asked simultaneously. Now that will be telling, have a nice life, I said as I opened my dimension transporter, taking me somewhere and leaving the Raiden to solve the mystery of the extra Phantom Troupe boss. This time I was transported into a forest. I quickly wore another shirt to cover my tattoo. I looked at my dimension transfer skill and found that I needed 4 months to recharge the skill. I was happy my recharge time lessened by month. All I have to do now is to look for civilization. 2 hours of walking later, I arrived at a place called World Kitchen, a massive bazaar where ingredients from all over the world are sold. My eyes lit up at the assorted ingredients. I saw an IGO sign and my jaw dropped. I'm in the world of Toriko, home to my cooking skill. I pirated off their signature moves from, oh, the great irony, I thought. I shrugged the feeling of awkwardness and did some sightseeing. I eventually wandered up to the harbor where I saw a dude with cool shades preparing a small steady boat. Hey, mister, can I ask what your job is to? I asked. Oh, my job, kid, is to guide Bishokia to hunting places, to dangerous places for them, to hunt some rare ingredients, and occasionally hunt some myself, explained Tom. Hey, mister, you look like you have an eye for gambling. Want to gamble with me? I asked playfully. Oh, well, I'm bored right now. Sure, kid, I will take what you got. Name your terms, said Tom seriously with his game face on. This may sound weird, mister, but I'm a dimensional traveling magical chef, and I will be stuck here for 4 months before I can leave again. And since I am a chef and seeing the abundance of rare ingredients, I want you to be my guide. Gave me an overview of this world. Of course, that is if I can manage you to say delicious in an hour. Are you scared yet, mister? None have been able to resist my cooking allure, I said arrogantly with pride. Ha ha, that has got to be the ludicrous story I have ever heard, but hey, you only got to make me say delicious in an hour. I'm warning you, I know a famous Bishokia, and as perks of knowing him, my sense of taste has become picky. I'll bite, the bet is on, said Tom confidently. Yes, as proof of my magical powers, I have a super pocket dimension 9000 that stores huge amount of things and food that is stored there locked in stasis in perfect condition and are waiting to be unsealed. I said, welcome to Harry's buffet, I said as I summoned a huge table and pulled out exotic dishes from out of this world along with my signature random rum. Ta-da, it's magic, I said as I finished setting up. Wow, kid, I'm impressed with the presentation, but now for the taste, Tom said as he took a bite. It only took a single bite, and Tom broke down and shouting delicacies endlessly as he warped to taste all the dishes. Tom noticed that they were starting to attract people, so, without hesitation, Tom used his secret family technique. Oogie, flash eating, Tom said as he now ate at a pace that rivals the goddess of Flash from Bleach. GUH, you won just on the first bite, amazing. Well, a deal is a deal, Tom said as he explained to me the gourmet world. I asked Tom if there was a space I could rent to make a small restaurant in my few months of stay. Tom, of course, owned a decent-sized plot. His condition was just he gets to eat for free anytime, saying as it was no-brainer we shake hands to make a deal. The next day, I was feeling adventurous and asked Tom to guide me to an island with delicious ingredients. Tom took me to the southernmost islands of the Barren Islets, YEA Island, who is rumored to be home of the 500-year-old alligator. Tom, of course, warned me of the danger, but I convinced him by threatening his food. 5 hours after exploring the island and my abuse of the cage bunshin, I managed to capture the fabled beast, along with some other animals I captured along the way. Tom was surprised when I came back winded with a few torn clothes, and we went back. I said to Tom my plan. I will open a day of an appreciation theme, as the food were free and the customer is free to leave their tips to what they feel like it was worth. Tom was eager, and I said that it will only take 2 days when my shop will open, which Tom asked on how will I do all that preparation in a short amount of time, and I just replied, magic, which he just sweat dropped. Tom took me to the spot, and I used my skill, Wonder Restaurant from Greed Island, and a shop magically grew in said plot of land, which surprised Tom. I told Tom I'll meet him at dinner as I have to prepare, and he left me alone. With the use of the cage bunshin, I cleaned the place up, transfigured the place into a more welcoming ambience, and I used an expansion charm to expand it further. That evening, Tom was visited by Toriko and Komatsu to get the fabled 500-year-old Galala alligator, but was surprised that Tom said that someone beat Toriko to the punch, which resulted in a depressed Toriko and Komatsu. Tom also said that the person who beat them was a dimensional traveling magical chef, which cheered them up. That is until Tom revealed that he wasn't joking as he witnessed his magic skills firsthand. Tom also informed that in 2 days, said magical chef will open his small restaurant at the plot he owned at Lot 55, and said that magical chef will be promoting a customer appreciation day, and all food will be free and customers will be free to leave their tip to the food they deem worth its price, and the special menu at evening will be serving the 500-year-old Galala crocodile on the menu. Toriko was stoked, a free buffet in 2 days. He even asked Tom on how this magician chef's dishes taste like, and he said it was divine, which excited Toriko more. Komatsu, trying to salvage his job, informed his bosses of the restaurant in World Market, featuring the 500-year-old Galala crocodile at a free customer appreciation day, and tips was welcomed as the customers deemed fit, as they feel what the food was worth. Hotel Gourmet had no choice but to inform the IGO official on where the Galala crocodile was serving and hoped for the best. Time skip Harry's shop opening. I named my restaurant A Little Patch of Heaven and was surprised at the long line of people. Someone must have spread the news. Toriko, Tom, and Komatsu were the first in line. Tom recognized me and introduced the fabled Toriko and his friend Komatsu. Komatsu was excited to meet a fellow chef, which I said that everything comes from the love of cooking, the chance meetings, and a steady pursuit of it to gain experience. Komatsu took my advice to heart. For some reason, it kindled with his morals and kept my words close to his heart. There was still a 3-hour wait before the opening, and I went inside, made a bunch of shadow clones, around 100 of them, and went into action. The smell carried over outside, making everyone drool. Feeling sorry for them, I opened 2 hours and 30 minutes earlier. A barrage of people came, and there was a rule that first 400 people were first come, first serve, as they could not fit them all. The people were surprised at super spacious space inside, but shrugged it off because the smell off food was calling. I took Toriko, Tom, and Komatsu to a private room I prepared for close friends. Toriko was eating with vigor, and the assorted rum kept him guessing. It was now in the evening, and I was now preparing the Galala alligator. Since this was the main event, I showed the preparation. The IGO official arrived on time and saw said preparation. In the span of 5 minutes, I was able to skin said giant Galala alligator and cooked it in front of them. Komatsu requested from me if there was a spare room for the IGO officials. I complied and led them to a private room. I cooked the Galala alligator in 5 dishes that highlighted their flavor. It was all eaten in 10 minutes. Toriko was asking if there was any more. Komatsu was doing his body face. This time it was more bodier from the precious dishes. Tom was just wasted with the rum and food. The IGO official was honestly impressed. The food quality and service rivaled that of a 5-star hotel. He even offered me a job, but I reminded them and told them the truth that I'm a dimensional traveling magical chef and will only be staying for 4 months. That still didn't deter them at least. They even believed that I was a dimension traveling magician chef. Who's to say? With the discovery of gourmet cells, all manner of supernatural feat became commonplace. I had no choice but to agree to work for Hotel Gourmet. I was still adamant on my work days as I planned to open my restaurant once a week. With that, the deal was made. The IGO took care of my papers. They explained to me that in the gourmet age, a chef has all the power, wealth, and prestige. They even had a war and said chefs were the deciding factor of it. Wow, in this world, chefs are royalty. We finalized the decision, and I was to have a full, complete control of the floor just below Chef Komatsu's floor. I explained that since my dishes are foreign and I can't really make a menu, so it will be a random buffet style. The day was finally over. Toriko thanked me because for the first time in his life, he was full. Tom managed to compose himself, and Komatsu was happy to gain a comrade. It was finally time to close the restaurant. The people were sure generous as I made 50 million yen. I explained to Tom that my services was required to the Gourmet Hotel and understood chefs were the backbone of the gourmet age. I did tell Tom an interesting fact that I had an ability that lets me deliver things to a person instantly without being there, and he perked up at the instant food delivery. The next day, I looked at my workplace and used Kagebunshin on the place while I scoured the human world for rare ingredients. I was able to acquire rare ingredients like the puffer fish that wasn't even in season. With my food honor, I was able to remove their poison easily. I called the head manager that on my first day, I was serving the puffer fish whale. He was flabbergasted. They weren't even in season. I even told him that managed to get their poison sac safely. I teleported to the hotel and showed the head manager the puffer whale fish. The head manager was so impressed that he went ahead and stormed off. I was surprised that the head manager had many connections as he invited some of the Gourmet 7, Gourmet National Human Treasure Setsuna, knocking Master Gyru. He even managed to invite Ichiryu, the president of the International Gourmet Organization. As Toriko was finishing celebrating the fruit of Rainbow Chef Komatsu prepared along with a member of Gourmet 7 at Komatsu's floor. They were surprised at the sudden commotion outside. What's all the commotion about? I know the fruit of rainbow is good, but my God, there's like 1,000,000 people out there, said Toriko. The head manager of Gourmet Hotel was smiling smugly as he walked by, and Toriko noticed this. Hey, head manager, do you know what's with all the commotion outside? Asked the curious Toriko. Oh, Toriko, Chef Komatsu, congratulations on the fruit of rainbow, and oh yes, the commotion is from a floor below this one, said the head manager, still manager. From Chef Harry. I know he makes a mean dish, but wasn't he surprised to work tomorrow? Asked Toriko. Oh, I asked him the same thing. He said that since he only had 4 months to stay here, that it was his job to explore the gourmet world. He said that since the chef here were so valued that it was his duty to give high expectations in return to the people. Said the head manager. That still doesn't explain all the commotion outside. Said Toriko. I'm getting there. Chef Harry did the impossible. He brought back 10,000 puffer whale fish, all successfully cleaned of their poison sacs. I mean, it's not even their season. I checked them myself. I was flabbergasted. Said the head manager. Toriko's mouth was gaping. Komatsu was shocked beyond belief. Yes, so using my connections, I managed to invite the Human Gourmet National Treasure Setsuna, knocking Master Gyru, the other members of the Gourmet 7, and against all odds, I even managed to invite President Ichiryu. Said the head manager. All right, Harry did say you guys were welcome to join him if you guys weren't busy with your fruit of the rainbow. Said the head manager. We lucked out. We just finished the fruit of the rainbow dish, Komatsu. Want to check out your rival? Said Toriko excitedly. You bet, Toriko-san. Said Komatsu excitedly. When Toriko and Komatsu arrived, they were surprised at the many high-ranking officials that were attending this event. I greeted Toriko and Komatsu as I reserved a table for them in advance in case they would come. Everyone was highly impressed at the ambience and the feel of the place. It was calming and welcoming. The variety of dishes and Harry's famous random wine were divine. Toriko tasted heaven again, and Komatsu made a bawdy face whenever he is happy. Surprisingly, the other members of the Heavenly Kings were there like Coco and Sunny. The event lasted for 8 hours. It was so popular that it was seen in the news. Hotel Gourmet took most credit of the success, but they emphasized that it would not be possible if not for the dimensional traveling magical chef Harry. Surprisingly, they believed it. The people here probably seen many magical abilities from the Bishokuya that it probably was true. In one day, Chef Harry was listed as the ranked 100 chef in the world. I was of course flattered, but it was the main job of a chef to share the happiness to the world, which Ichiryu approved. The next day, I was surprised to see Setsuna. Gyru and Ichiryu came back at the restaurant early. What are you guys doing here early? I thought that the big event is over. I asked curiously. That simple young Harry. Our instinct told us to come. With our years of experience, we learned to trust them. Said Ichiryu. Man, you guys are good. I was planning a surprise today. I said as I went to work. Today was different. I was serving dishes collected from the other dimensions I've visited so far. Ichiryu, Setsuna, and Gyru gobbled the exotic dishes in 1 hour. It was a sizable feast, but seeing that said dishes were never seen before and came from another dimension, they hoarded themselves. Wow, you guys sure know to clean house. I'm impressed. I said to them. Oh, it was our pleasure, Harry Quinn. It's not every day you get to eat dishes from another dimension. It was fun. Keep up the good work. Setsuna said and left with Jairu and Ichiryu. Toriko came an hour later. Toriko-san, what are you doing early this morning? I asked curiously. My instincts told me to come. Said Toriko. Oh, you too? You would be correct that I would be serving dishes from another dimension today. Unfortunately, you're out of luck. Setsuna, Jairu, and Ichiryu came by earlier for the same reason. And clean house. We're already closed. I'm sorry, Toriko-san. I apologized. Damn, beaten by the old goats. Said Toriko depressed. Sunny and Coco came too. You're the late guys. We were beaten by the old man, Setsuna and Jairu, and they clean house. Damn, those beautiful dishes forever away from my reach. Said Sunny. So this was the foreboding I felt earlier. Well, maybe next time. Coco said, and they left. I said to manager that I will be taking a week yo search for food. The headmaster surprisingly approved, as I seemed to be able to get miraculous result. I managed to find my way to the gourmet world. I survived the deadly things in there with insane capture levels. I was able to obtain rare fruits and rare meat from monsters. I got lost along the way and bumped into the knife maker Melk. I showed him my black knife. Lame name, but it was without equal. Melk felt the soul in the knife and snatched it from saying he will make it better. 2 days later, I received back my upgraded knife. I named it Black Devil, and it seemed to hum like it was sentient. I thanked Melk and left him a feast before I teleported at home. It seems that Komatsu succeeded in recreating the century soup. He shared same with me, and I admit it was delicious. It was a normal, boring, slow day, but when I arrived, there were people lining up at my restaurant. President, Setsuna, Jairu, Toriko, Sunny, and Coco. What are you guys doing this slow, boring day and this early too? I asked curiously. Oh, our instinct told us to come here today for some reason, and it told us we would forever regret it if we missed it. Said Toriko. Sharp's instincts as always. I'll reserve the restaurant for you guys today. I did get some rare fruits and meat. That place was scary, but it was fun. I said as I reminisce on my hunt. I'm curious, Harry Quinn. Where did you get those said ingredients? Asked Toriko. Oh, I got lost but managed to find a small village. Said something about me being crazy cause the place was dangerous. I think he said that the place was called the Gourmet World. Anyway, it's cooking time. I said as I went ahead and cooked the dishes. Meanwhile, thoughts about the crazy chef for being lost in the gourmet world and survive were in their minds. Ichiryu knew personally the dangers of the gourmet world. He now wondered if the chef was superhuman. He did say he was magician, so that's why. Ichiryu thought. 20 minutes passed, and an aroma so inviting dragged them inside. It took an hour of waiting, but they hungrily ate all of Harry's dishes. You guys are lucky I recognize most of the ingredients Harry used. Did you guys know that they are very rare, and ones need a strong luck to find them? Add to the danger there, I can say that Harry is crazy, but he cooks some mean dishes. I thank you for the food. Said Ichiryu. They also thanked and left. It's not every day they get food from the gourmet world and rare to boot. They were very, very happy. The Hotel Gourmet was very surprised the next day, as their establishment became ranked 20 in the world, and they received a check of large sum of money from the IGO. The people were baffled. What did Hotel Gourmet do that made them ranked 20th most famous establishment in the world? They knew that the century soup was part of the reason, but not that much. Mr. President, why did the Hotel Gourmet suddenly increase in their restaurant rank according to your review? Asked the reporter. Oh, their new chef there is crazy. He managed to serve many out-of-season puffer whale fish while successfully removing their poison sacs. I believe that was in the news. Now for the fun part. The next day, he decided to serve otherworldly food there, and I was one of the few who were privy enough to taste them because my instinct told me go there that day. Another week passed, and he seemingly went to break. My instincts suddenly acted up again, and the very next day, I went to Gourmet Hotel that day. I was surprised that the human treasure Setsuna was there with knocking Master Jairu. Even Toriko, Sunny, and Coco of the 4 Heavenly Kings were there. We were treated with dishes made from the gourmet world. That's right, dishes made from the gourmet world. I verified it myself, And there were plenty of rare stuff the crazy chef obtained, said Chairman Ichiryu. The next day, Hotel Gourmet had a very, very long reservation for dishes that came from the gourmet world. The establishment that sells those from the gourmet world were very few. It was almost time for my 4 months. I asked the head manager to ask for a 2-week off to prepare for my big farewell feast. He complied as they were busy advertising on their end. The dimensional chef did say he was leaving in dour months. The Hotel Gourmet going away event was the most talked about news in the world. It didn't help that Harry was now the top 15 chef in the ranks. They were sad that the genius chef was leaving and excited at the food on what he would prepare. I scoured the gourmet world for every nook and in between. I was able to find rare eggs from an 8-headed falcon bird. I also found some destiny mushrooms. My scan skill was put to use as it helped me look for the rarest of the rare. The time had come. People in high places came for the finale feast. They waited with anticipation. Many high-level Bishokuya were there, as it was almost a guarantee to make their gourmet cells evolved. I was surprised that the Byakukai were there, and they made a deal with Ichiryu for a truce, and because a chef of Harry's caliber deserved respect. There was a large gong sound, and the employees of Hotel Gourmet were delivering very, very rare dishes nonstop. Most of the top Bishokukai knew that almost all the ingredient used to serve them were very, very rare. All the Bishokuya's gourmet cell evolved several times. It was staggering. Even Midoriya's hard-to-evolve gourmet cells evolved several times, and he even felt full. The dishes still continued to come out. They shocked that it lasted 48 straight. Many gourmet cells super-leveled their evolution. I even saw Tommy Rod laughing in ecstasy. The feast finally came to a close. It became a legendary event that marked history. I received thousands of gifts from famous people. I have now many cooking utensils, very, very expensive cooking utensil and chef-related things, and the occasional rare clothes and the latest pocket gourmet seeds. They were ingredients that will grow instantly if you add water, and some contained animals of the same pocket design. As they say, just add water. I thanked them gratefully for their gifts, but it was time. I activated the portal skill and left. Said event was documented. It wasn't every day that one received a dimensional traveler chef, just a plain dimensional traveler. This time I arrived somewhere near Heaven's Arena, and I saw my name as one of its floor master. So with an excited feeling, I teleported myself to Killua and Gon. Still hard at training, I approve, I said as I watched Gon and Killua spar. They heard my voice and stopped immediately. Brother, you're finally back. I missed you and your Pocky, said Killua. We believed in you, said Gon. So, tell us about your journey. It's been 3 years and we're 15 years old now. Come on, tell us. Okay, don't rush me, I said as I was about to tell my journey. Oi, don't just start without us, said Zeno and Silva. Welcome back, son/grandson, said Silva and Zeno. It's good to be home, I said to them. All right, story time. When I got sucked at the vortex, I landed in the world of pirates. I seemed to have made an impression when one of the big 4 pirates wanted me to join his crew. I did test his character and found out it was okay. Now this world is split into mariners who keep the peace, who planned and do pirate things. There are also corrupt marines and evil pirates and pirates who just enjoy freedom. The pirate crew I joined seemed to enjoy freedom, and they do lobe their rum, so I exploited it. Do you guys remember this spell card? I said as I materialized 4 spell card of the skill Liquor Spring and handed them over Yogon, Killua, Silva, and Zeno. One of the Greed Island spells, said Gon as he remembered. Interesting ability, said Zeno, and Silva agreed. I vanished the spell card and continued my story. Now where was I? Oh yeah, pirates did indeed love their rum, and with that ability, I was able of amass a fortune. Now you might want to ask, what did I want to do with the money? Simple, the thing I wanted to buy. This world had an interesting artifact. They are called devil fruits. At the exchange of the lost F, the ability to swim, one can gain a unique supernatural ability if you eat this fruit, I said as I flashed 5 fruits that floated right in front of me. Are those? Killua asked. Yes, these are some of the fruits. Some can turn you into an animal hybrid, and some can grant special abilities like the power of time, cause earthquakes. Some turn you into an element, like you can turn yourself into lightning and be able to produce powerful attacks of said element. I personally met one who became a light man who can travel at the speed of light and can turn his body into a laser. I also met a magma man and an ice man. Now nobody truly knew what fruit were what. There was a catalog, but it was only a small portion documented. Luck is on my side as I have a skill that analyzes things, and I was able to acquire a dimensional traveling ability by buying devil fruits from my rum profits. Sadly, I still haven't perfected this. I explained as I put away the devil fruits. I used the dimension ability, and I ended up with a parallel of this world, and I arrived at Meteor City. I explained. The home of the Raiden? Gon and Killua asked. Yes, it is indeed. I just arrived, and some blonde woman claimed he knew as I was dragged away to showers to her companions. I was surprised to see that the whole Raiden was there except their leader, and in a sick sense of fate, their leader was that world of version of me. I explained. Oh, now that just got weird right there, said Killua, and everyone agreed. I know, right? I found that in that world a version of me died, and since I am him, and the resemblance is uncanny, they had mistakenly labeled me as him due to their depression. I, of course, denied everything, and it resulted in battle, but I escaped. I just found out that I needed 6 months to wait before I can use the ability again. So I had nothing better to do, and returned to my legendary auctioneer gig. And with the money, I never knew what to do with. I used that money, rebuild Meteor City into a self-sustaining town, and successfully made it. Meanwhile, the Raiden were still looking for me, and eventually found me still insisting I was their leader. I pointed out that only their members had tattoos, and I showed them my back, further cement the truth that I am not their leader. They did challenge this reasoning, as they wanted a closer look. I was tricked, in the span of 30 seconds. Their member, so the Raiden spider boss mark on my back. I explained. Oh, they did. Hee. Hey, let me see the tattoo. Even in this world, the tattoo of the Raiden are a rare symbol, and few are graced with the chance to gaze upon it. Said Silva. I took off my shirt, and everyone looked at my tattoo impressed. Okay, that's enough gawking for one day, I said as I put my shirt on. Now, where was I? I was tricked on bearing the boss tattoo. I sulked for a while but recovered. I explained that I am a dimensional traveler. They wanted me to continue and fulfill the Raiden's dream. The first was making Meteor City a habitable place. I was already halfway done, and the other is having the Raiden leave a mark in history. I did that by declaring that the Raiden will buy all of the Yorkshire auction items legally. My method was simple and effective and did major blow to the Hunters Association and Mafia because said auction was a symbol of prestige that both organizations wanted. I succeeded and used the dimension skill again only to end up this world's parallel where I did not exist. I found out that I needed 5 months to activate my dimension skill again, and I put a low profile in the Heavens Arena. I was unlucky, though, as I was challenged by the Raiden, and my tattoo was revealed. Lucky for me, they dismissed it, and I bumped into the Raiden members again who now came to verify the tattoo, that they did successfully identify it as real, but I managed to paralyze them and use my dimension traveling ability, who just became available that day, leaving the Raiden confused. I explained. Interesting, said Zeno. I landed in a world where the cooking of food and the age of flavors. It did help that there were natural brandy lake, natural formation of plants, that the leaves are made of bacon. It was literally the gourmet age. Chefs there form partnership with their ingredient collector. Their profession is called bishokuya. These food hunters have injected themselves with gourmet cells that grants the user a supernatural ability, and by eating delicious food, these cells level up, increasing their power. I have met some interesting people with a strange ability there, like one where he is able to his hair as feelers, and said hair feelers have super strength. I also met a guy who overused the introduction of different kinds of poison in his body, resulting in him becoming a poison man, being able to excrete a new kind of poison by the combined poison he injected himself. I managed to leave my mark there as chefs were treated like royalty, and coupled that I was able to explore the dangerous part of the world where rare and dangerous beasts roam, and is home to delicious meat from said beasts. Anyway, I needed 4 months in that world to activate the portal, and I seem to have succeeded this time. I said, "Now, can you guys lead me to my room? I'm very tired," I said, and I was lead to my room, the Zoldyck Manor. I found out later that Gon is a beast hunter and Killua is a blacklist hunter. I told them that I wanted to be a Dimension Hunter, as I would be the lucky first to be able to fulfill its job. I visited Chairman Netero and shared my finding. I handed 20 weak devil fruits for their research, and I handed them seeds of different instant plants that bear meat. I even managed to bring the fruit of rainbow seed and eggs of delicious animals to cook and breed. Chairman Netero was impressed with my findings, and I told him my plan to be a Dimension Hunter, and he approved. Time skipped 3 months. I was ready to travel to another dimension. I explained it again to my family, Gon and Killa, but they didn't let me go that easily. Money seems to come to them easily, so I bribed them of food from the gourmet world. I wasn't such a cheap person, so I invited Chairman Netero and the higher-ups in the Hunter Association. I, of course, didn't forget my roots and invited Hisoka, Kurapika, Mr. Satatsu, Bahura, and Menchi. I asked the chairman if he can bring plenty of empty barrels as a favor, and was granted easily. The feat took place in a location where the Hunter Association made parties, as they said that they would prepare the venue. My family also came, and since the guests were ready, I went to work. Liquor Wine Spring again was a lifesaver, and I completed a feast so lavish and that it lasted 24 hours straight. It was in the news. It wasn't every day. A famous 3-star hunter prepares dishes from another dimension. I brought out the puffer whale fish, barbecue corn, and tender juicy meat that seems to send you to eternal bliss. As for my super exhibition, I let the chairman prepare a very large swimming pool. I dropped the juice of the fruit of rainbow, just a drop, and said pool turned into a juice that is out of this world. The scene was so fascinating that it was documented. After that, I entertained my guests. I told Kurapika the whole story, including my new ride and tattoo. He was surprisingly understanding and said that it was a different fandom troupe and took the news to stride. The feast ended up being one of the higher functions of the world. I stocked up on food and supplies and stocked millions of liquor spring-filled barrels. It was finally time. I said my goodbye and went exploring. Talio, punto, I said as I walked into the portal. The scene before me was strange. I was in a modern Japan, but there seems to be no electricity and no working electronic devices working. I decided to explore a bit and ended up in the beach. There was a strange blonde enjoying the scene. Paying him no heed, I took out a table and a chair with wine and food from my pocket dimension. I, of course, casted an invisibility seal and a powerful notice me not charm. I began to enjoy my little feast. Imagine to my surprise that the said blonde-haired man was suddenly drooling in front of me. Many questions seems to pop out in my mind, but first, do you want to join me, mister? You awfully looked hungry. I said to him, would I ever? Thanks, young man. I just couldn't help but be jealous since I saw you prepare a feast and enjoying the view. My name is Salvatore Doni, by the way. He said as he ate a bite, then began to eat the rest at super speed. Thanks for the feast, young man. It was honestly one of the best food I have ever tasted. Here's my card, call me when you need me. He said as he handed me a card and left, but not before introducing myself. Later that day, how irresponsible of you, Doni. I mean, where did you suddenly disappear in the beach? I was so worried, said one of his closest attendant. What are you talking about? I was staying in that beach having a feast with an interesting young man. I so want him as my chef. His foods are really to die for, and it only took a bite and I became engrossed that I ate large amounts of food. Quite a friendly young man, too. I wonder if he will call me. His name was Harry Zoldyck. Doni said, what? But I was there the whole time. You literally disappeared from view when I saw you walking out the beach, said his attendant. Oh, this means that there's more to my new friend than meets the eyes. We will meet again. After all, cool interesting people seems to meet often. Call it a hunch or destiny, said Doni, and his attendant rolled his eyes at the cheesy line. Later that day, the strange effect, no technology effect lifted. Oh, and I just met one of the people from the Campione universe. Oh no, super powerful people and super powerful gods. I just hope to avoid them, and when things comes to shove, I will just have to wing it. I pawned some gold and bought a large building/mansion and renovated it. I transfigured the things inside and added seals so it may somehow survive the Campione attack. My building was located in the Hokkaido prefecture, and being as paranoid as me, I set up an interactive strong barrier seals in the whole prefecture to protect them from heretic gods. I haven't even set a foothold here, and a heretic god appeared just outside the Hokkaido prefecture. At least that's what my warning device told me. It wasn't later that I found that the Campione Luo How was hunting the heretic god. The battle was epic, but sadly, the unknown heretic god felt himself losing and decided to use the Hokkaido route. It was just 5 minutes later that the whole city came alive. An intricate level of seals formed a barrier to protect the whole prefecture and also made a trap barrier to keep the heretic god and while having an effect of sapping its strength slowly. Luo Hao was shocked and amazed at this piece of intricately made sorcery. She was bought at the pinnacle of the martial arts real and also considered to be a grand master of the Taoist arts. She was able to see the sheer magnificence of the work. Naturally, since this battle was monitored closely to plan an evacuation in advance by the History Compilation Committee, so they saw the whole incident. Luo Hao finished of the heretic god, and the barrier protecting Hokkaido City vanished without a trace. The barrier seals were only for one-time use, and will have Yobi set up again. Since it was meant to trap a heretic god and protect the city, it is natural to tap the ley lines for power. Luo Hao was curious, but all traces of power is fading far too quickly for her liking to trace it to its owner. Still, she was still very interested in the person who can make that art, so she sent her organization to investigate the city. The History Compilation Committee was in an uproar. Someone was capable of setting up a barrier to protect a city and trap a heretic god, so they put their whole efforts into finding the one responsible for the miracle event before other organizations can sink their claws to that person. I was shocked the day when the heretic god fiasco and the city of Hokkaido has so many men in black roaming the city that I was afraid to go out. How am I supposed to sell my rum business again? Oh yeah, I still have instant delivery available to me. So that day I set up a website called Supernatural Wine Industries, whose motto is to deliver top quality, random wine instantly, like magic. My price was set to $5,000 for a barrel of it. Naturally, people were dubious if it was a scam, and the price wasn't exactly cheap, but there were some curious people out there who tried it. Just like that, it spread like wildfire, gaining 5 stars review. Many famous restaurants came to buy it in the mundane world. The supernatural world where we're baffled and angry by the blatant use of magic by the instant delivery method, but the mundane people didn't really mind. A super instant delivery was a breakthrough of the century, and it was delivered all across the world. Some questioned the existence of magic, but shrugged it off as a wealthy businessman who invented a super delivery machine, who chose to keep the technology to himself, as one would literally kill to get that kind of invention. I was bored. Bored, I tell you. With my slowly accumulating wealth, I had nothing to invest it on. I don't really know anybody to hang out at that isn't dangerous. Wait, I still have Salvatore Doni's card. I might be crazy for doing this, but I am bored and there is nothing better to do. So I put a notice on my selling website that it will be shut down for a month to restock. I then called the number No gave me. "Hello, Doni's secretary speaking. Can I help you with something?" said the voice. "Hello. Would it be possible to speak to Doni? Please tell him that it's Harry Zoldyck calling." I said to him, "Now, young man or whomever you are, you know that the person you're trying to contact is a very, very busy person, and you who is an unknown with no prior appointment can't possibly hope to meet such a person. Now go back to whatever hole you." Was interrupted. "Hey, Miss Secretary, is there someone there contacting me?" asked Doni. "Oh, nothing important, Your Highness. I was just talking to a nobody called Harry Zoldyck off for his sheer audacity to talk to you with no prior appointment to the correct channels. It will only take a moment, and he'll be out of your nose," said the secretary. "You what? You told my friend to screw off when I gave him that contact number? Give me the phone. I will have to talk to the Copper Black Cross later. I need a replacement secretary," said Doni as he took the phone by force and leaving a crying secretary for angering Campione and sealing her fate for a horrible, horrible punishment. Harry, are you still there? Talk to me," Doni shouted. "Oh, relax. Don't be too hard on your secretary. She was only doing her job," I said to him. "Oh, if you say so, I will be lenient, but it will cost you. I can still remember the food you serve, so I better have my fill," Doni demanded. "Oh, sure thing, Campione-sama," I said to him. "Gay, I guess you found out you aren't as normal as you seem," Doni said. I admit I know a few useful tricks, and yes, I've gotten bored myself here, and I remembered the card you gave me. Can I come over?" "Sure, but only if you cook. I hope you come soon. Doni said. Sure, I'll be over there in a. I said on the phone. Flash! I said now as I appeared in front of Doni, who was startled and jumped 5 feet away as a reflex. Holy shit, that's an awesome trick. Are you sure you're not a campione yourself? Asked Doni, who was impressed. I'm pretty sure I'm not. Times are wasting quick. Where is the kitchen? Isato Doni. Oh, I like your style. Follow me to the kitchen. Doni shouted as he led me to the kitchen. Everyone in the Copper Black Cross organization was baffled by Doni, wearing a happy expression and dragging his friend. Wait, Doni has a friend? Impossible. It must be the end of the world, were the thoughts of the Copper Black Knights as he saw the scene. You there! Follow what this man says, you hear, commanded Doni to the kitchen staff. Yes, sir, were the unanimous response. I'll be waiting at the dining hall. See you soon, Harry. Doni said as he left happily. My first command is for you all to wait outside the kitchen, and I will call you later to bring the food to Doni. Am I clear? I said, am I clear? I shouted. Yes, sir, with a unanimous response. Oh man, not another weirdo. One was enough, and now there's two, was the thought of the kitchen staff. 30 minutes passed, and I ordered the cooking staff to deliver the cooked food. Endless food seems to pop up the woodworks as 5 hours of continuous dishes seem to be continued to be delivered. The people were baffled. The skill of the chef was godly, as he seemed to be able to produce dishes after dishes without end, and what seems to even more amazing was that Doni ate it all and didn't get any fatter. They were disgusted at how Doni was eating like a man possessed, and were jealous that Doni seemed to be able to keep his lean figure. Lucky bastard, was their unanimous thoughts. I decided to check on Doni and went to the dining hall. Doni had a blissful expression on his face and noticed me coming in. Harry, be my brother forever. I can't live without you anymore. Doni shouted as he hugged me and cried. Surely you jest. I'm sure there are cooks that can satisfy you. I said to him, no, I've tasted 5-star hotel dishes ever since I became a campione, and yours just seemed to be in another league on its own. Please say yes. I mean, I won't take no for an answer, said Doni in a determined voice. I'm not getting out of here safely until I say, yes, won't I? I said to him, oh, I won't let you leave until you say yes, and in the off chance that you escape, I will use my organization to find you wherever you are. Doni said, smiling. Oh, woe is me, what have I got myself into? Fine, you win, big brother. I said in a defeated voice. Yay, I got a cool younger brother. Well, I got to tell everyone. He shouted and dashed up to somewhere. The people in the Copper Black Cross was pitying me in my predicament. Having been the receiving end of a campione's interest is never a good thing. I was shown to my room in Doni's castle. The next day, I was surprised at my carefully forged paper as Harry Zoldyck, a Japanese citizen turned into Harry Zoldyck Slavador, British citizen when I checked my status. A happy Doni is a dangerous Doni. As said, Doni came to brag about me to the whole world. It went on like this. Hello, this is Luo Hao speaking. Hey Luo Hao, I just want to let you know that I had gotten a new cool brother. You may have gotten a god of first before I can claim him as my brother, but I have gotten one just as good, and his cooking skills will put your best of the best cooks to shame. Ta-ta. Doni said as he hung up. Doni went on like that and called Lu Hao, Black Price Alec, Kusanagi Gadu, Sasha D. Johnselvoben, and John Pluto Smith, but he couldn't get a hold of Madame Aisha. The other campioni were either intrigued or outraged that they sent multiple complaints to the Copper Black Cross, and they had no choice, and set the date for a feast contesting on who can make the best dishes with each campione bringing their own chef. What happens now? Tune in next time. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This is purely a fanfic for enjoyment. Crossover from various games, books, anime, manga, and movies. The familiar characters you see here belongs to their respected authors and owners. Author's note. OMG, I'm on a roll. If you like my SI stories, try my new one, Boris Do What? Harry's POV. The next day was a slow day. I got cleaned up and showered and wore the clothes provided to me from M. New Brother. Gay. The clothes were very gung-ho and surprisingly knightly. I laughed, an assassin wearing knightly clothes. What has the world come into? I was cooking dishes for the Copper Black Cross when I overheard some major rumors. Supposedly, my new stupid brother bragged me to almost all campioni and now I have to beat the other Campione chef battle at some secret location. Worst of all, they were wagering powerful artifacts that could buy a country. Oh, not too much pressure. You're right, with huge sigh, I want to find my big brother and bring him down a few pegs. I found out that my new big brother was in the huge training ground meeting with the higher-ups of the Copper Black Cross and some veteran knights. I estimate them to be a number of 1,000 troops filled with high magic capacity / chakra, the same thing. I extended my nun and whistles as I was able to gauge that their mana / chakra control were sublime, like a well-oiled machine. I finally saw Doni sparring with the knights. "Oh, big brother," I asked in a sweet voice. "Oh, baby brother, what can I do for you today?" he asked, smiling. "Oh, nothing much. I just found out that this country's fate now hangs in my hands at this Super World Cooking Face-Off in 3 months," I said sweetly, while changing my tune slowly into a deadly tune. "Why, you're shoo-in to win. You have my approval," he said, still smiling. And I suppose that you did not consult your advisors for such a big gamble?" I asked now, getting angry, and the temperature of the area dropped. "Well, yes, my instincts told me that you're destined to win, so no problem," he said, as if dismissing me. "Oh, I see. Even if your instincts were right, and although I'm confident I can win it also, you need to be considerate of your advisors," I said. The people in the area were impressed with my reasoning, and the leaders were there agreeing with me approvingly. So in place of this little disaster, it is a younger brother's job to help his brother lead to the right route. So without further notice, it's spanking time, I said menacingly as the temperature of the room dropped severely and an aura formed behind me in an image of a golden Buddha spanking one Salvatore Doni. Doni was scared. His actions somehow angered his baby brother, and looking at that golden aura that formed an image of Buddha spanking him in his behind was really scary. Thinking quickly of a plan, he announced his order to his knights. "Your Campione commands. Stop my rampaging brother from reaching me," Doni said, scared. The soldiers were baffled at what was happening, but complied to their Campione. The knights quickly complied and surrounded Harry. "We are sorry, Harry-sama. Please surrender peacefully," said the leader of the knights. "I'm sorry too for this. Secret art. Dance of 100 puppets," Harry said as he led his 100 of tendrils of invisible chakra strings control 100 high-ranked knights. The change was immediately visible as 100 high-level kites changed sides and formed a defensive formation around me. For some reason, I thought of Code Geass anime at that moment and decided to copy something from that anime. "Zoldyck, Harry commands you. Clear a path," I said and ordered. "Yes, your highness," my puppets replied and went into action, with my control guiding them and by making them enhance their muscle movement by pushing the flow of magic to their muscles in a perfect magical ratio. They were now able to move at a level where one is casting a high-speed spell, and since my puppets were also in formation with groups of 4, they quickly thinned out the soldiers. The advisors who were watching the situation closely were amused and impressed at Doni's new brother's ability. Doni, fearing for his immediate spanking and noticing that the soldiers were in disarray, shouted his command into what could possibly save his buttocks from major spanking. "Everyone plan Omega!" "Yes, I said plan Omega. Use it now, Doni shouted. The remaining 400 soldiers left quickly composed themselves and made a formation and chanted a spell. Plan Omega is simply a last resort plan combining all their magic and pouring it all into a one big special attack. I felt the energy rising and recalled my puppets to me in defensive formation. "Give up now, brother. This attack won't leave you unscathed. I'm giving one last chance to give up this foolishness," said Doni. "Oh, wanna bet if I survive this so-called special attack, I would be allowed to spank your behind 100 times in front of your subordinates. Don't tell me that you don't believe in your subordinate and back out of this bet," I said, baiting him. "Deal. But if you lose, kindly undo what you did to my soldiers and cease the foolish notion of spanking me ever again," Doni said in advance. Doni was confident in his troops. He has seen the Plan Omega spell with only 10 people doing it, and it was powerful. Now with 400 knights empowering the spell, he would be able to win the bet, even though it was really overkill. But hey, his behind was at stake, so the kid gloves are off. "Deal, big brother. Kindly wait and clean your buttocks for me. It will be my pleasure smacking it 100 times," I said as I agreed to the bet. The Omega spell was almost ready, and there was still no reaction from Harry. That is until now. The 100 controlled puppet knights did some ninja hand signs and synchronization in a blur of speed. The Omega spell was now ready, and the 400 knights shouted the completed technique and unleashed the big ball of destruction. Spell Omega Destruction. Point. The 400 knights said in unison. Meanwhile, at Harry's side, his puppets had just finished the hand signs for the technique, and they shouted at unison. Barrier Art. Mega Triple Rashomon. The puppet Knights shouted as they put their plans to the ground. To the onlookers, the sight of a big ball of red energy heading to the enemy was a treat, but witnessing a rise of a very triple-layered gate with Oni masks was even more of a treat. The Omega spell crashed into the first gate, destroying it, but the spell was losing power. It now went to the second gate, and it took 5 minutes now to make the spell advance. As it reached the third gate, the Omega Destruction spell now lost its energy and just scratched the last gate. With the clash of energy having finished their collision, the Mega Rashomon gate buried itself to the ground. Zoldyck Harry always wins, I shouted. Yes, Your Highness, the soldiers said as I released my hold. The puppet soldiers were aware at what they were doing, and they were having trouble digesting the info on what just happened. They who were outnumbered with their 100 versus 900 veteran knights won without casualty, and they also didn't take the life against their opponents either, which was a miracle in itself. But added to it that they survived a very overpowered Omega spell that could do heavy damage to a heretic god. Added with all the facts, plus the knowledge that they somehow countered the overpowered Omega spell, their mind froze and looked at Harry with awe for as long as they possibly could. Dun dun doo-dooin', dun dun doo-dooin'. Knights of all ages, come one. Come all to the event of the century, witness this spectacular event brought to you by your truly. I said as I smacked Donnie's bottom 100 times in front of the 1,000 knights, and the 10 advisors that attended the training session that day were enjoying it fully. Laughter echoed the train and field that day. Finally, justices served with their train of thoughts. They were so caught in the moment that they failed to document the historical event. All of them forgot to record the event in the heat of the moment, except for Harry, who secretly recorded it for blackmail purposes. Oh, I am so evil. Excerpt from the Italian mage Alberto Riccardo's book, Demon King, 19th century. To those who accomplished this formidable feat, I grant them the title of Campione, Godslayer. Among all virtuous readers, some will probably believe that I over-exaggerate with that title and frown, while others will think that I am making undue fuss over it. However, I want to emphasize it once again. Campione, Godslayer, is the supreme ruler. Since he can kill a celestial being, he can therefore call on the highly divine powers held by the gods. Campione, Godslayer, is a lord. Since the power to kill a deity is in their hands, they therefore have the power to dominate the mortals on earth. Campione, Godslayer, is a devil, therefore of the entire humanity living on earth. Those who have the power to oppose them do not exist. All those things should apply to one Salvatore Doni, but not this day. Today is the day where one Salvatore Doni became Harry's bitch. The world quickly learned to fear the name of Harry Zoldyck, who was bestowed the great title of the Hand of Justice that spread throughout all the magical associations. Copper Black Report. On the Veneer Islands of Japan, a new Campione seems to have been born. An orange-haired youth wearing black clothes was seen battling an unknown heretic god with butterfly wings. It is unknown who the heretic god was, but it was seen launching spells left and right, and so we believed it to be related to the origin of magic. The orange-haired teen was seen unleashing some sort of special attack that turned his hair black and began to grow at waist length. High energy levels from the teen seems to have vanished due to this strange transformation, but said teen unleashed a powerful energy blast, defeating the strange heretic god. The new Campione seems to be Japanese despite his natural orange hair, and was catered by the History Compilation Committee. They were able to get the name of the new Campione. His name is Ichigo Kurosaki, the 8th Campione. Harry's POV. This was the copy of the report I received a few days ago about a new Campione. My mind reviewed the information and guessed that this was an outcome of the many realms of possibility when one Ichigo Kurosaki battled against Aizen during the Winter War. Aizen was somehow turned into a heretic god thanks to the power of the Hogyoko, and Ichigo managed to defeat him with his final Getsuga Tensho. This world just got a lot harder. Let me review my skills. I have the teleport, instant delivery teleport, mana shield X50 max, spinning mana arrow that I can produce 30 arrows now, greed island support spells, angel's purification, Zoldyck techniques, silent steps, Hersenbon, advanced poison immunity, shadow blend, muscle manipulation, controlled bleeding, none, devil's cooking, food honor, rule proclamation, cage bunshin, Fuinjutsu, and super DOA, along with a miscellaneous eternity, make skill. I also have my magic, Achilleomancy, Transfiguratin, Reparo, Space Enlargement Charms, and Imperious. These were overpowered in normal circumstances, but against a Campione with very high magic resistance and unknown authorities. I can probably head on toe-to-toe with one, but my chances are 50-50. I was glad that I was able to connect the DOA skill and tied it into my Kanai explosive seal tags that I was somehow able to mimic Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon on a lesser degree. I call the skill Explosive Gates. With that report fresh in my mind, I told my brother that I will be in my room. In reality, I teleported myself at the scene where Ichigo and heretic god Aizen fought. My inner fanboy screamed, and I looked at every nook and cranny and everything in between. I did see something shining way below the crater that could have been easily missed. I used my chakra strings to get the shiny thing out, and I held it in my hand. I really could not believe that it was a Zanpakuto. Oh yes, a real live Zanpakuto. I was about to have another fanboy moment when said Zanpakuto glowed and inserted itself into me. I passed out, and I seemed to be transported in a place similar to Kokoro Mountain, except the forest seemed to be filled with monsters from the Gourmet world, and some plants from the Gourmet world. I quickly deduced on what this place was, but I was having trouble believing it. Impossible. My own inner world. I said, shocked. You are quite a perceptive boy, are you? Yes, this is your inner world. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kyuka. It's nice to meet you, my new partner. Kyuka, Suigetsu said. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, this shouldn't be happening at all. I said in a hysterical voice. Snap out of it, partner. Kyuka, Suigetsu said as he slapped me. Thinks I needed that. I said as I took a look at Kyuka Suigetsu. He literally looks like my twin, like a reflection in a mirror. Now let me explain what I am. Although since you perceive that this is your own inner world, you probably know what I am, but I will say it nonetheless. I am now your Zanpakuto. Said Kyuka Suigetsu. I was afraid of that, seeing that you are now my partner. I should be honest. I am a dimensional travel. During my travels, I have read a chronicled version on what happened to your world and your former master Aizen Susk. My guess is that you guys were blown here in this dimension, and Aizen got mad with power and discarded you in the process because he valued the Hogyoka more and turned him into a heretic god. Oh dear, don't be sad. I didn't mean to open wounds. I promise I won't treat you like that bastard did in pursuit of power. You are surprisingly accurate. That bastard discarded me when he had obtained the Hogyoko. I tried to guide him to the correct path, but it fell into deaf ears. This led with a war with Soul Society, but we were somehow blasted in this dimension where I fell of that deep ravine until you found me. I just wish that bastard is dead. Kyuka Suigetsu said. Oh, he was indeed defeated by one Kurosaki Ichigo. I said, oh, Berry Boy defeated him, how ironic. Anyways, we are now partners. I hope we get along. Kyuka Suigetsu said. I'll try not to disappoint you. I guess I can't be weak anymore now that you're here. I said, oh yes, now that I'm here, I can't afford to have a weak wielder. I'll train you to the bone. Good thing too, an hour outside is a year in here. We will be having quite some alone time together, and when I'm done with you, you will be able to call my Bankai that my bastard former master was too lazy to train and became blinded with my Shirkai. Now, let the torture begin. Kyukasista said, and my descent into hell began. My Zanpakuto didn't give an inch. His training was even more brutal than Biscuit Kruger's. Since I am not a Shinigami, I don't have access to Kido, but I was able to replicate Shuimpa with none. Kyuka Suigetsu, was a hard taskmaster when he was training me on how to use his shuriken. Man, even though it was painful, it was an awesome training. Did you know that I can make anything there even if it was only an illusion? Hey, now I know how Itachi Uchiha really feels like in his Tsukuyomi. Along that line of thought, I decided to mimic it for fun. The sun turned into a blood-red moon, and I said the catchphrase, "Welcome to the world of Tsukuyomi, where I control this world. For the next 72 hours, you will experience pain you have never felt before." I said that as I created a man being impaled at over and over again. Kyokusujetsu was watching that scene when I was supposed to be on break. I was surprised that he said that it was indeed something that was achievable. This piece of news perked me up, and with another session of training, I was able to recreate Tsukuyomi. Kyokusujutsu even praised me for the ingenious use of his ability. A year more of training inside my mind, and I was able to master Kyokusujutsu's Bankai, which I will leave as a surprise. My sword skills now on par with my devil cooking. Who knew that there was such a difference between a knife and a sword? I woke up feeling very sore and teleported myself to my room at the Copper Black Cross awaiting for these exciting new developments. The next day, the strange events flashed again in memory. I sighed, as what was happening was crazy with a capital C. I took a bath, had a change of clothes, and I still need to buy a plot of land. I can't stay at the Copper Black Cross headquarters forever. I looked for Doni and found out he was in a meeting discussing the new Campione. "Oh, ni-sama." I called out playfully. "What?" "Oh, I'm not planning anything. Not planning anything strange at all. I wasn't planning to visit the new 8th Campione in Japan." Doni said, denying anything. "Oh, I was just asking if there is a plot of land available around here, so I could make my own house." I said my reason. "Absolutely not. You must always stay in the confines of our headquarters for your safety, and you're the only one who can tame this irresponsible Campione," said the older man. "Hey, I resent that," Doni said. "I'm sorry, sir, we haven't been introduced. My name is Harry Zoldyck, but I guess it's Harry Zoldyck Salvatore now. Who knew brother would take things seriously, as I found out the new status of my papers." "Of course, I'm a man of my world after all," said Doni. "Quiet you." He was talking to me. "It's nice to meet you, Harry. My name is Paolo Blandelli, leader of the Copper Black Cross organization," said Paolo. There was a strange silence in the air. I quickly scooted over to Doni and whispered something in his ear. "Hey, brother, let's go off somewhere and ditch the old stiff," I whispered. "Finally, someone gets it. I knew you were truly my brother. Tally ho," Doni said as he grabbed me, and he jumped from a 3-story window and dashed away. Oh no, I thought someone would finally keep that buffoon in line. Oh, woe is me. I have now 2 irresponsible kids to search," Paolo said as he ordered a search party. "Brother, slow down. I feel, well, really uncomfortable," I said as I was still dragged by Doni, and we were sprinting at high speeds. "Oh, sorry about that," he said as he stopped and put me down. Where were you going again?" I asked Doni. "To Japan, to meet the new Campione," Doni explained. I see. I guess I'll see you there," I said as I began to walk the other way. "Wait, you're hiding something," said Doni. Nothing at all. I don't have an ability that lets me transport myself and others all around the world in an instant," I said as I increased my walking space. "Wait, take me with you, you bastard. Don't keep such a nifty ability to yourself. Are you sure you're not really a Campione?" Doni said. "I'm pretty sure I haven't really killed a heretic god yet." All right, you win. We're going Yo Japan," I said as a large portal door opened showing my mansion residence there. "After you," I said as I offered Doni the first ride, but we were interrupted. "Hold it. We have you surrounded. Return to the headquarters peacefully," said Paolo Blandelli. "Oh, sorry about that. As you can see, the other side of the magical door is Japan. See you later, old man," said Doni as he dragged me again on the other side of the door, and I closed it just in time before there were pursuers. "Oh, nice place, Supernatural Wine Industries. Well, I'm a big fan of their work. Oh, let's go see the boss. I'll persuade him to open shop again." There was a mystery when said shop announced that they will be closing for a while, and I missed their wine. Doni said, "Oh, The owner stopped producing wines because he was suddenly kidnapped by a blonde campione, preventing him to return to reopen his business. I said to him, "Yeah, that's gotta be tough being kidnapped by a blonde campione." "Hey, wait a minute, I'm a blonde campione, which means you're the mysterious owner of Supernatural Wine Industries," he said as he realized this. Ping pong. I'm alright. I can't really open my business again because I have a new brother that needed being watched. Wow, that means I can have all the delicious wine all to myself. What a cool brother, he said as he left, not lightening to me at all. Well, he sure is thick-headed. I better go with in case he does something stupid, I said as I followed Doni. Doni, in all his infinite wisdom, decided to use his ability, return to medieval style, and Japan lost its ability of technology and electricity. Now we wait. "Oh, brother, can you serve me some rum?" he asked as he commandeered a comfortable chair. I gave him some rum, and we waited. An hour later, and a huge explosion was heard from outside. "What was that?" asked the curious Doni. "That would be the defense of this place being activated," I said as I drank some more rum. Ichigo's POV. It has been a while now since I came to this dimension, won the battle against Aizen, who became a god, and I became this campione carrying some of Aizen's ability and what this tittle entails. I heard some use this power for their own gain, like that Vauban guy. I won't become like them or become like Aizen. I heard that there was another campione nearby, and I decided to meet him. He's about my age and a lady killer who does not notice this. He's so thick-headed that it's clear as day. My God, I realized that I was that dense with Orheim's feeling. I guess it's true what they say, you won't really miss something until it's gone. Gadu seems to be an okay guy. I was having a meeting with Gadu, Erika, Yuri, and Liliana until there was a sudden power outage. "Oh no, it's like what happened last time. Looks like Doni is at his old tricks again," said Erika. "Yuri, did you get anything with your spirit vision?" asked Liliana. "Yes, he is somewhere in Hokkaido, but I got another strange vision of a white-haired kid near that location," said Yuri. "Is it a heretic god?" That asked Erika. "Well, whatever it is, let's go find out to Hokkaido. Coming, Ichigo?" Gado asked. Coming, I said as we headed to Hokkaido. Yuri lead us to a large building, but suddenly explosive traps seems to explode. Thank God we escaped in the nick of time. Although now there seems to be a powerful barrier erected here. Erika and Liliana used some spells to break the barrier. Erika even used the fabled Golgotha spell, but the barrier was untouched. "Let me try something," I said as I floated yo the sky and began chanting. Seeping crest of turbidity, arrogant vessel of lunacy, boil forth and deny, grow numb and flicker, disrupt sleep, crawling queen of iron, eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite, repulse, fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Hado number 90. I said as a large black coffin formed around the building and my spell broke the powerful barrier. This is the authority I gained as a campione, compel control and knowledge about Kido. Clap, clap, clap. A sound could be heard of someone clapping. Bravo, bravo. Nice work. You must be Ichigo, just the person I wanted to meet. Oh, hello there, Gadu and Harem, Doni said as he greeted us. Gadu and the girls were blushing madly at the comment. "Hey, you, aren't you doing this way overboard? Just to meet me?" I said, annoyed. "But where is the fun in that?" He said casually, "Shall we dance?" I'm not taking no for an answer. Oh, silver arm, upon my oath, turn into the invincible blade, Doni said as he activated his ripping arm of silver ability, which grants him an arm that can make any blade from a sword to a pocket knife into an invincible sword that can cut through anything, spells, or entire stone forts. He is also able to increase the size and length of the sword and even make it release explosions on impact. Any wounds caused by this blade will not easily heal, even for Campione or heretic gods. So it's like I can't get out of this one. Release Zangetsu, I said as I summoned my Zanpakuto. I battled against Doni and it lasted an hour. It was actually kind of fun. Oh god, I'm turning into Kenpachi, were my thoughts as I exchanged blades with Doni. He seems to be immune with my lower and average Kido, and my highest Kido takes a lot of concentration. Screw it. Bon. Was interrupted. What's happening? I can't move my body, I said in a surprised tone. Gadu and his harem seems to be in the same boat. Was there another Campione out there that I didn't know about? I said out loud. Oh no, it's worse, it's my baby brother. Doni said scared. Doni has a brother? Where everyone's thought. Why yes. Thanks for introducing me, big brother. A voice said as a figure of a white-haired teenage suddenly appeared at the center. It's the white-haired kid from my vision. Yuri said out loud. I thought you said that it was only a light greeting, brother. Care to explain the massive damage to my property? The kid said, raising his voice. Doni looked around and saw the large craters. I'm sorry, I kinda lost myself in the fun. Doni said, scratching his head as they were able to move again. As long you won't damage my property any further, then I have no complaints. The white-haired kid said. Are you done with the greeting then? The kid asked Doni. Yes. Doni replied. Good, Reparo Maxima. The kid chanted a strange spell, and all the damage in the battlefield were repaired. Oh, I almost forgot. My name is Harry Zoldyck Salvador, owner of the supernatural wine industry which you guys are currently standing on. Oh, woe is me. If only I didn't follow my curiosity and stayed home that day, I could have lived a comfortable, boring life and be mysterious. But I had the unfortunate encounter with my adopted brother, spread rumors about me, resulting in a culinary spin-off with other Campioni, and putting the fate of the whole Copper Black organization and the whole on my small shoulders. Such a big responsibility, and I'm still 15 years old, you know. I explained my case. That's right. Not even God can rival my baby brother's cooking. That's why, without hesitation, I threatened him to be my baby brother forever or face the wrath of my endless pestering. Doni admitted shamelessly. Seriously? I asked, feeling disbelief any time, sheer audacity of this man, and pity for Harry for having an unfortunate. He really is a moron. I hope something unfortunate happens to him. Poor Harry. Erica said in sympathy. Oh, don't worry about it. I'd get my revenge on him. As they say, an eye for an eye, or a tooth for a tooth. Harry said, explaining that he got even. I'm invincible. There's no way I would lose to you. Doni said defiantly. Oh dear, it seems that he forgot that's a vin, a refresher perhaps. Harry said with a sweet smile. Do your worst. Doni said with conviction. Suit yourself. Harry said as he snapped his fingers, and a projector video feed seems yo appear in thin air. Video recording. Done, doodoin. Done, doodoin. Knights of all ages. Come one. Come all to the event of the century. Witness this spectacular event brought to you by your truly. I said as I smacked Doni's bottom 100 times in front of the 1,000 knights and the 10 advisors that attended the training session that day. In video, I laughed at the video. Oh, this kid is good. He rivals Kasuk with his antics. Everyone was laughing except a sulking Doni. Our gathering was interrupted by a call from Guru's cell phone as Doni, back to medieval style, was broken. Oh no, everyone, I have bad news. Luo How was Sown headed this way. Yuri said worriedly. Harry's POV. I managed to stop Doni from rampaging too much, and I brought his very big ego down a peg. Yuri suddenly received an urgent call from the History Compilation Committee that Luo How was seen headed for this direction. I am Luo How. Campione and #1 martial art isn't a grand master of the DxD arts. I challenge you to a duel of skill, said Lu Hao as she pointed her finger at Ichigo. My pleasure, Ichigo said eagerly for a more exciting battle. Not you, Mr. 8th Campione. Luo Hao said, still pointing the same finger at Ichigo and following her finger's line of sight leads to Gadu. Me? Sure, I'm a bit rusty, but I will do my best, said Gadu as he began to get ready. Again, not you, you dolt. Luo Hao said, still pointing at his finger in the same direction as Ichigo, and then went past Godo further, and who was revealed Lu Hao was pointing to. It was Harry sitting in a comfortable chair eating popcorn. Me? I asked as I was still sitting and eating popcorn. All eyes were now looking at Harry in disbelief. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This is purely a fanfic for enjoyment. Crossover from various games, books, anime, manga, and movies. The familiar characters you see here belongs to their respected authors and owners. Yes, you, the white-haired kid, I challenge you to a no-holds-bars duel. All authorities we have, we are free to use, said Luo Hao. You're challenging me to a duel? I'm not even a Campione, you know. Are you sure that I can give you the challenge you're looking for? Campione-sama. I asked Luo how, questioning her line of thought. Mwahahaha. A tiger cannot change its stripes as such. You can never hide what you truly are, a mortal with skills and abilities that rivals that of a god. Nay, your body is oozing with power, regulated, controlled, and very well hidden power, but you can't fool thine eyes. I saw that you stopped those two campioni here from going all out, and don't think for a second I did not recognize the barrier that was destroyed earlier. Only a god or a campione could destroy that, and I recognize its scent and power. You were the one who made that intricate seal barrier that both protected this city and also trapped the heretic god I battled months ago. This I decree. I luo how in all my centuries being alive as a campione has never been so sure in my judgment. Said Luo, how confidently unraveling the mystery of the century. Ichigo, Doni, Gadu, and his harem was shocked at this revelation. Someone with a power that rivals a campione without being one is unheard of. Oh, they suspected the white-haired 15-year-old boy that was hanging around Doni was hiding something, but they didn't expect it to be this big. I've been found out. Oh no, not only do I have to win a stupid cooking competition thanks to Doni, I have now to fight a campione of unmanageable power and experience. Oh, woe is me. I don't suppose we could take a rain check on that battle, could we? I asked hopefully. No. The biggest prey I have ever laid my eyes on shall not get away. Luo Hao demands this duel. Luo Hao said, not moving an inch in her decision. Sai, would allow me a change location of this battle away from innocent civilians. I asked her nicely. Very well, this Luo Hao will allow it. Although I would like to battle in my headquarters in China, I will allow you your desired home field advantage. Luo Hao said. I was about to use my super DOA to transport Luo Hao and me. Wait, take us with you. You guys just can't leave us hanging like this, said Doni, and the rest of the group agreed. Very well, I said as I snapped my fingers and a door/portal opened at our feet, and we fell a few feet of the ground and arrived at Luo Hao's fabled training grounds at her headquarters in China. How courteous of you, my noble opponent, to grant me my home field advantage. Luo Hao said approvingly as she began to chant to signal the start of the battle. Doni, Ichigo, Gadu, and harem covered for safety. The root of my power of Vajra. Now is the time for great might that can tear apart heaven and earth. Luo Hao chanted. She summoned two large guardian statues, which are avatars of Vajrapani, capable of immense strength created for Luo Hao to use as her puppets. The two statues are golden in color and appear to be two almost completely nude muscular men, one open-mouthed and the other closed-mouthed, reminiscent of the guardian statues from Buddhist religion called Om, who always came as a pair and were united as one deity. Strength beyond numbers, strength beyond skill. 1,000 tons in one leg, victory from a single kick. Luo chanted again, as this incantation was a command for her golems to attack Harry. The two golems sprinted towards Harry, and he greeted those puppets with a martial arts battle using his skillfully use of Nun, mainly Ken and Ryu. Harry was having fun, and he didn't realize that it already had been 10 minutes since he exchanged equal blows to the golems, and the scene was like a dance. Such skill, such magnificence, but my golems are still strong and we are still at a standstill. Allow this Luo Hao to rectify that. Luo Hao said as she began chant another authority. The swimming dragon rushes to the heavens, attack from close quarters, close and rapidly from the 8 directions, spinning double kick. Luo chanted this aria to command her two golems to use their special attack. At the stands. Wow, what skillful display of power. That's it. I'm challenging Harry next, said Doni. I can't believe someone that young is that strong. OMG, we got a Toshiro clone here, said Ichigo as he was referring to the ice-wielding Zanpakuto captain. This is it for part 1. Spam purple hearts for part 2.